You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Hopefully you guys can hear me well. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. My apologies for the lateness. Y'all already know. Don't put it in the comments. Regular streams, clearly. And we will get underway, right? Hopefully y'all can answer that question that I have. And let's get underway, and hopefully some of these sound clips and videos will paint the picture clear. If the title doesn't already, we'll be putting links after the stream, so links will be in the description for everything that we're making reference to. Shout out to all the folks who I will be using some content from their pages, so shout out to them. And um um Tip, who else do we have? Dating Right, shout out. We will be using some clips from Kyle Kalinske, so let's get underway. And rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. All right, y'all.
You guys have been living in a fantasy land. You think that it's not going to happen. You think there's going to be some kind of bailout. There's going to be something else. There's going to be nothing. People right now are being put on the streets. In Dallas-Fort Worth, the constables are moving people out, putting their stuff on the front yard. You want to know what's coming, ladies? They're decriminalizing the oldest profession in the book. In New York City right now, the governor, the mayor said we're not going after people who are loitering the streets. So, like it or not, some parts of Manhattan, some parts of the 5 boroughs have been turned into right there in the streets. Go to World Star, you'll see the video yourself. Broad daylight, transactions happening on a stoplight. Guess what? That's New York. Guess where else it's about to come? California. States across the country, because why? There's not enough money to give to people. And if you're a woman and you have a regular job, you know, let's just look at it. If you were not an essential worker during the pandemic, you are at risk. I was in Neiman Marcus the day they shut the world down, and I had never seen panic like that before. And all those women's eyes, because many of them have been with that company for 15, 20 years. All they had done is retail. Neiman Marcus is on the verge of bankruptcy, and the only thing that saved Neiman Marcus was the pandemic. Those women over there know they are coming back. And when the world stops again, many of these 40-year-old women are not going to have a job to go to and have no skills in the environment. Ladies, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Winter is coming, and when winter comes, it does not, and this is not just the winter. We are heading into what I'm going to call the long night. It's not going to just be 3 months. It's not going to just be 6 months. We're talking about a global reset for the world. The world, I have been studying this for the better part of 2 years. Look at what's going on in South Korea and Japan. You think it's a joke? You think it's a game? There are villages in Japan where people are outnumbered by freaking dogs. I'm not kidding. Japan is dying. An aging population and a group of people who are not dating. They're not dating. They're not marrying. They're not getting together. You know what it's called? Hikomori. Socially withdrawal. Socially withdrawn. These I'm talking about men 45 and under. Same thing with women. Remember we talked about Kodukoshi? People dying in their apartments. We talked about Singyu, leftover cake, leftover women. Ladies, it's here. Winter is coming. August will be it. August, when the schools open, the people who have not been working will be forced to go back to work because the children must be in school. The daycares that are left will be there. What are you going to do if you go and have a job and you've been downsized, you've been automated? How many people have been to a McDonald's recently? And you'll notice that most of the front register staff is gone. It's kiosks. The largest 2 employers in our community are Black women, the federal government, and retail. Retail is dead. We have 26.4 square feet of retail space for every American. The next largest developed country has 6. We have 6 times too many retail spaces. This is why you're seeing dying malls across the country. And what's going on? Because so many women are not being told to think about their long term. This is coming as a surprise. This is why women in Korea are saying we need to, the society is not set up for single people. And what the society needs to do is re-engineer itself for singles. Bullshit, it's not going to happen. Basically, what women in Korea and Japan are hoping that single men who had no family, no children, and have been locked out of the sexual marketplace because of this hypergamy will somehow come and save their lives. Not going to happen. All right. You guys have been living in a fantasy land. You think that it's not going to happen. You think there's going to be some kind of bailout. There's going to be something else. There's going to be nothing. People right now are being put on the streets in Dallas-Fort Worth. The constables are moving people out, putting their stuff on the front yard. You want to know what's coming, ladies? They're decriminalizing the oldest profession in the book. In New York City right now, the governor, the mayor said,
Winter. It's winter outside, y'all. It's looking rough. Oh, it's looking rough. And rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, Saint Kevin, right? Tried to tell the ladies what the environment was going to be, right? But while Kevin Samuels was telling the ladies what the environment was going to be, that the era of the middle finger up to men, boss babes, and the strong and independent ladies was over, while Kevin was trying to explain that to them a little bit before he passed, and definitely since he's passed. What we had, particularly in the Black community, was, well,
because getting a man is not hard. Can we? Truly. Okay, no matter what happens with my relationship status, getting a man is not an accomplishment in 2023. And it also pisses me off. And this is why, like, Brittany is really fucking setting the free 30-something women the fuck back, okay? You're embarrassing us. Okay? And this is why I will always respect Amber Rose. Because to this day, Amber Rose is like, I'll take your fucking shit. I don't give a fuck. I do what I want to do. Sometimes it's a little cringy, but I'm going to stand on my shit. I'm going to own it. I love this. Whatever. She never switched up. Brittany's doing exactly. She's doing exactly what the manosphere niggas talk about, okay? Which is, you have a bad experience with a wealthy, high-profile person. You have a baby. You get dragged through the mud. And then you realize you're in your early 30s. This is their narrative. Their narrative is then you have a baby, you get dragged through the mud, and then you realize, oh, the clock is ticking. And so now you have to completely rebrand into a loud and proud pick me and scold other women about what they're not doing to get the men. That is exactly what they say. Why would stop embarrassing us. Stop embarrassing us. As a single 33-year-old woman, stop it, okay? You know, I hope she at least, gets man she desires. I hope she gets some, good, faithful dick to swoop in or whatever, pay her car note or whatever.
So while Kevin, a little bit before he passed and after he passed, while Kevin Samuels was speaking like that to the ladies and telling them winter was coming, the Kim Fosters of the world, the Bowsers of the world, right? The feminists, the rad femmes, the political lesbians, the politically single, they were sounding like Miss Foster. The level up girlies, that's how they like to call themselves. The black girl and luxury girlies, the swirler divestors because black men ain't ish girlies, how were they sounding?
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care.
And regardless of what men like Z or BGS, or rest in peace Kevin Samuels, or rest in peace David Carroll, right? Regardless of what all of us were saying, the lady still sounding like Chrissy and Kim Foster. Because, well,
this is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend.
Regardless of what we were saying to the ladies. And winter is here. Winter is here for black women. Winter is here for white women. Winter is here for Latinas. Winter is here for even Asian women, if they're not on a man's program, especially black women. We already know, right? Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US. We know this. When you dig through the article, what does it say? Childless single black women who never marry have the least amount of wealth in America. Why does that matter? Because no, ladies, contrary to popular belief, that doesn't mean some man, quote unquote, got you pregnant, as if the ladies don't control their reproduction. It's not that some man got you pregnant and then left. Nope. Huh? Yeah. Ah. And so while the ladies sound like Kim Foster, right? While the ladies sound like this, once again.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Huh? While the ladies sound like that, while the ladies speak about their autonomy, shout out to the feminist.
I understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person, and at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did. And say, yes, here are my triumphs, and yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands, and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very clear. When I say I'm a feminist, I believe in a woman's bodily autonomy. I believe in her financial autonomy. I believe that a woman should be able to have her own money.
Yes.
Even if a man provides for you, always make sure you have your own money.
Yes.
And you have the right to be a stay-at-home mom. Being a mother is a beautiful blessing, but you also have the right to be a career woman.
Exactly.
And you have the right to be a career mother or not have kids at all. And having children does not mean that your existence has, value or worth. You are worth, you are value, period, point blank. That's it. Stop. Full stop. Okay? We posted a video.
Now, both of these women are speaking about autonomy. The first young lady claims that she appreciates what that means. The second woman, who looks like she's middle-aged-ish, looks like she want to play for all the teams, be on both sides of the field. No. Huh? It's a cold Christmas, everyone. So while the ladies are speaking about their autonomy, do they appreciate what their autonomy cost? While the ladies are speaking about their autonomy because of what this society and the West have sold women and not being honest with them, what it's going to cost them, you still have people, particularly on the left, doubling and tripling, quadrupling down on selling not just the women anymore, but the men on this crap.
Here's my take. You ready? Here's my take on all this sort of fucking freakish, terrible life advice they're giving. Be yourself. Be yourself. Fucking get your shit together. Take a shower, clean your room, get a fucking hobby, right? Get a hobby. Get something to care about. Something that gets you happy and up in the morning and like you look forward to doing something. I don't care what it is. It could be fucking anything. Get a hobby. Get yourself a job. But again, keep your passion directed where it should be. At your hobbies, at the things that, if you're lucky enough, you actually will do for a living something that you love. Very few people are lucky enough to be in that situation. But if you are, God bless you. You're really lucky. But everybody else, focus on your passion. The way you end up getting in a relationship that's fruitful and fulfilling is first you need to find yourself. First you need to understand what I like, what I don't like, what my hobbies are, what I'm interested in, what gets me going, what drives me, know yourself first. And don't fake it. Actually really immerse yourself into a world of something, right? And then you'll never, if you just start down that path, your life will improve. You will. Going on that journey will then make it. So maybe you meet somebody through your field, which is your hobby, which is your passion. You understand what I'm saying? You get really into something. Let's just say it's bowling, for shits and giggles. You get really into bowling, and then, you join a bowling league, and then, hey, there's this cute girl at the bowling league who's kind of into you because you and her both love bowling, and you talk about it all the time. And it's that's how you get a mate. That's how you get somebody, a significant other, who you care about them, they care about you, is you can't, go looking for it. It's got to happen organically because you come together because of mutual interests, right? It's something along those lines. So, that's how it's got to be done. All this shit about, oh, you better wife up one of these white hoes.
The same thing they sell the ladies, and how is that working for the ladies? Don't go looking. Just let it happen organically. Yeah, and that's why the ladies are doing matchmaking events and speed dating events and mixers. Because wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It's not working out organically. Oh, so we're selling the men now on the left because everybody's scrambling for the men now. The left and the right. Yeah, let's see what Z is speaking about in a minute. Everyone's scrambling for the men now. And so what the left is going to sell the men is what's not working for the women. So it's not working for the women, but you're going to sell the men on this too. Shout out to you, Kyle. So we're going to sell the young men what's not working for the young women. Yeah. How do we know it's not working for the young women? Let's let the young women speak and we'll get back to Kyle.
Guys want to be like, oh, well, why are you single? You're 38 and single. Why are you single? I'll tell you why I'm single, okay? Because I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody married cops, firemen, and other teachers in their 20s. And I was having fun, enjoying my life. Essentially, it was like a game of musical chairs, okay? And I was just left standing there with no chair because, like, I'm not good at those kinds of games, okay? I'm just not quick enough. Then when I hit my 30s, then like I tried to date like older men, but like they have kids. No shade, but if you're a single woman with no kids, dating a man at any age with kids, you're not going to come first. He's probably not going to have money to do things unless he's rich. Then you could try to go younger, but sometimes those younger guys want younger girls or girls also their age, and it ends up not working out also. I'd also like to add that there's a demographic of men who just want to be in relationships. They don't know how to be alone. So they just get out of a relationship and then they get into another one, or they just get out of a marriage and then they get into another one. These are not the types of men that I want to date because I don't want to date men that just want to be in relationships. I want to date a man who just wants to be in a relationship with me, not in general. Now listen, I think there's great guys out there and I'm excited to meet one because I know that I will. I'm just giving you the facts. Then people are like, oh, you're being too picky. You know, you're not going to get everything you want. So then you date a couple of guys and you're like, you know, he's great, but... And the but is the same reason why you end up not being together. So there was no point in doing it in the first place. Oh, what's your red flag? You know what my red flag is? I don't have patience in an airport. Global entry, TSA, blue, whatever I have to do to not be sitting there on the line, I'm doing it. And if you're taking too long to grab your bag from the top, I'm going. That's my red flag. So if you have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. Also, can we just like stop making single people out to have some sort of disease? It's not a disease. It's like she's tall, he's short, she's single. Some people are single just because. I tried not to be picky and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm going to be picky now. I'd rather be alone until he finds me. And I'm not looking for him.
She described to you that what y'all told her isn't working for her. And she's waiting for the guy to find her. In other words, she's just living her life, Kyle. Kyle, Mr. Kalinsky, to the political left. She's doing what y'all told her to do. She enjoyed her 20s. Now she's approaching 40. She did what y'all told her to do. She's still just as stubborn. She's not going to go searching, and she's telling you it's not working for her. Now, at the end, she started with that coping talk. But Kyle Kalinsky, go off. Continue to try to sell this to the men. You know that's not working for the women, even white women. Continue, Kyle.
Here's my take. You ready? Here's my take on all this sort of fucking freakish, terrible life advice they're giving. Be yourself.
And yes, it's sped up.
Get your shit together. Take a shower, clean your room, get a fucking hobby, right? Get a hobby. Get something to care about. Something that gets you happy and up in the morning and like you look forward to doing something. I don't care what it is. It could be fucking anything. Get a hobby. Get yourself a job. But again, keep your passion directed where it should be. At your hobbies, at the things that if you're lucky enough, you actually will do for a living something that you love. You know, very few people are lucky enough to be in that situation. But if you are, God bless you. You're really lucky. But everybody else, you know, focus on your passion. The way you end up getting in a relationship that's fruitful and fulfilling is first you need to find yourself. First you need to understand what I like, what I don't like, what my hobbies are, what I'm interested in, what gets me going, what drives me, know yourself first. And don't fake it. Like actually really immerse yourself into a world of something, right? And like then like you'll never, if you just start down that path, your life will improve. Like you will. Going on that journey will then make it. So maybe you meet somebody through your field, which is your hobby, which is your passion. You understand what I'm saying? Like you get really into something, let's just say it's bowling, for shits and giggles. You get really into bowling, and then, you join a bowling league, and then, hey, there's this cute girl at the bowling league who's kind of into you because you and her both love bowling, and you talk about it all the time. And it's like, that's how you get a mate. That's how you get somebody, a significant other, who you care about them, they care about you, is you can't like go looking for it. It's got to happen organically because you come together because of mutual interests, right? It's something along those lines. So like, that's how it's got to be done. All this shit about like, oh, you better wife up one of these white hoes. I know they suck, but you got to do it. You got to save the race. You got to. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like I said, it's beyond parody. This is literally beyond parody. Like this is what the red pill has become. This is what groyperism has become. Like all these right-wing movements have just become a joke. They're a massive joke. All of this pain, all of this struggle to distract from the fact that, bro, we know what's really going wrong in this country. We all know it. It's the billionaires, it's the fascists, it's the warmongers. Your government is corrupt. It's owned by billionaires, it's owned by corporations. They rig the rules and the laws in their favor. So now they get tax cuts while your taxes get raised. They get subsidies while your taxes get raised. You lose your fucking healthcare. You lose your Medicaid. You lose your food stamps. You lose the social safety net support. And, the economy's going under because of Trump's stupid fucking trade war. Like, we know what the answers are. You can work on your self-improvement thing. You can find a hobby. You can get a job. And we can also work on a collective project to fix this country, which means Medicare for all, free college, a living wage, ending the wars, a Green New Deal, ending the corruption. Like, we know what we got to do. Unions for everybody. Let everybody join a union so they get better pay and better benefits. Like, we know those are two separate projects. One is self-improvement and getting your life in order and getting, a significant other. If you want. Some people don't want, right? And the other thing is fixing the country. And in order to do that, you have to go after the criminal billionaires. And you have to go after the fascists and the warmongers. And all of that trumps whatever the fuck we're looking at here. This is something, I don't know why anybody would be interested in this. This is now, it looks like a comedy skit that would be done to mock various right-wing movements, right? That's what it looks like. Because you know why? That's what it is. That's what it is. All right, guys. That is the show, y'all. That is the show. I love y'all very much.
And that was Kyle Kalinske responding to Mr. Hayden whatever the hell, and Lily Gaddis, all racist selves. Yeah. And he's saying to the young men to do what's not working for the women. He's saying to men, and to young men in specific, to do what's not working for the women. We are watching it not work for the women. And the reason why folks are speaking to the men right now is because everybody's mad dashing and scrambling for the men, to get the men re-engaged, get the men back online, particularly, obviously, the young men. But before we continue, let's read KMS's super chat. And KMS says, did I get this under? Yeah, it looked like we got this in within 15 minutes. Okay. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says, heart goes out to all going through economic hardship during the holidays. I've been there with a young family, not able to get a temp job cleaning job sites. It almost crushed me. Now, relationship wise, that hot cold ain't it, man? Like, look, yeah, so we don't want to mock and make fun of. We are saying, though, to any ladies that will listen, all of my 1.5% or whatever it is, 0.89% of female listeners, it depends on the stream. We are saying to the all of maybe 10 or 15 women that'll listen, this is not to make fun of the ladies, but it is a warning, and it is a what did we learn? Huh? Because Kim Foster don't got the answers for you. Kim Foster's gonna tell you to quote unquote exercise your autonomy to death. Like literally to death. Huh? Chrissy gonna tell you to go become a 10 toes and a pro for some white dudes. Any non-black man will do, but probably white dude. Huh? And just starve and stay single and struggle if you can't meet said white dude. She said it in her own words.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Right? So we're not here to make fun of the ladies. It's a cold Christmas, right? A cold Christmas. Kevin said this, 3 years ago? Winter is coming? We were living in an era that was not sustainable. This is why Mr. Z, and shout out to all the recent folks. Maybe you haven't heard me say this. I used to say this all the time. This is not sustainable. I need to bring that back. This is not sustainable. Ladies, the BS jobs, for all of us that remember the author for that book going on tour speaking about it, the BS jobs, that wasn't sustainable. So many women quadrupling down, doubling and tripling, quadrupling down on the humanities. Look, Mr. Z believes that we need folks in the humanities. We need folks in the soft sciences. We do. But not everyone. And not a monopoly of women all in the soft sciences and trying to finagle the soft sciences to fit their worldview, to hide in the soft sciences and to hide behind the soft sciences, to bend and break the soft sciences to explain women's bad behavior. Ooh, goddamn, see. To explain women's antisocial behavior. Oops. Huh? So no, ladies, we're not making fun of you. We're just saying, we kind of told you that this was going to happen. And some of y'all are going to try to last minute Hail Mary, find some shelter. And the rest of y'all, because y'all are so stubborn, are going to be out here in the cold. And look, Mr. Z is okay with y'all being in the cold. Huh? It's cold out. We know. Huh? So, and I didn't watch the whole thing. As a matter of fact, I didn't watch it. I just clicked it, put it in my history, and I didn't get back to it. You have, once again, your favorite colorist queen, Chrissy. Even with the environment, even though Black women are struggling, even though more and more of them are showing you they can't even pretend anymore like they're okay financially, you still got those who are walking the ladies to the edge of the cliff. Huh? Meanwhile, the left and the right are scrambling to figure out how we're going to reach out to the men, the young men in specific, and get them back online, get them to subsidize these women. Somebody gonna have to pay for these 304s. Huh? Continuing.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Of course, we hope you're having a happy holiday season and a Merry Christmas season. We just have a terrific show for you today. Hello, Niall.
Hello, Rob. Are you feeling festive?
You know it. I'm the most festive
Mr.
man
Festive.
there. They call me Mr. Grinch.
Well, we have all the accoutrements, so we're good.
For a while now. Poinsettia plants. I like these Christmas trees. I got a little tree up in my my apartment that has been decorated, but there's a light on the tree that won't light on one side, so Santa had to come from his workshop and fix it, by which I mean a run to CVS and a restringing of said lights.
I know your great hero, Rand Paul, always likes Festivus on the airing of grievances,
yes.
But you don't have a Festivus, Paul, Shay, Suave?
I air my grievances on a daily basis with those around me and with our viewers, and so I think people are well aware of the things that annoy me in life.
Get the grievances out there.
Yes.
Anyway, it's good to be with you. A new study from the marketing consultant Precision Strategies makes some interesting conclusions about what it refers to as the Manosphere Index.
The study attempts to shed light on how Gen Z and millennial men in America feel about masculinity and the sources of information that can contribute to their feelings. The intro to the study reads, "The dominant narrative is simple. America's men, especially young men, are in crisis, drifting rightward, being radicalized online, but this one-note framing obscures more than it reveals. It flattens a complex reality into a single storyline, leaving campaigns, brands, and institutions without the tools to engage men authentically. The truth is, men today are navigating a convergence of pressures, economic instability, algorithmic media, and evolving identity framework that cut across race and generation and class."
One of the primary focuses of the survey is YouTube. The study's authors argue that that website has become so influential that it's now functioning similar to primetime television for Gen Z men. And they say there's a correlation.
Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. We'll get back to this in a minute, y'all. Engage men authentically. Y'all don't want to engage the men, millennials and Gen Z authentically. You want them to protect, provide, and shut up for your a-hole daughters. Your mean, snarky, materialistic, consumerist, smug, sassy daughters.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
You don't want to engage the men authentically. Once again, fair use, fair use. Huh? What, the advertisers want to engage men authentically? No. The politicians want to engage men authentically? No. The women want to engage men authentically? No. Huh? What entity in America wants to engage the men authentically? Who? Where? No. Your issue is that more and more not even are going to wake up. They're up. The millennials and Gen Z, shout out to the Xers, especially the oldest of Xers, shout out to the Xers and boomers. The millennials and Gen Z learned from their uncles and their fathers and their grandfathers. And they're not doing it anymore.
That's how it starts, you know. Taking bitches out to eat, meals and whatnot. Next thing you know, you wake up in a rest haven for hoes. A sanctuary for scandalous skeezers and stunts.
The young men aren't subsidizing your mean, rude, snarky, materialistic, overweight, sassy, smug, entitled daughters. They're not doing it. For what? Huh? Engage the men authentically. Oh boy. Now, addressing something else. The men have essentially turned YouTube into everything. They're using it for entertainment. They're using it for information, so on and so forth. Yeah, because the mainstream media is full of blue pill cucks. Of course, the young men are watching YouTube. Huh? Mainstream media, that's print media, that's visual, that's audio, are full of liars. Not saying YouTube ain't full of liars, but it's full of liars. Y'all are not being honest with the men that the women need them. Oops. Y'all are not honest with the men and the boys that y'all need them. Yikes. Y'all are not honest with the men and the boys that they're the real productive class. Oh, and warrior class. Eat. The women aren't going to do it. They don't want to do it. And quite frankly, the majority of them are quite frankly incapable. God damn, Z. And that's not Mr. Z being sexist. I just want someone to tell me I'm lying, though. If the men don't do it, it won't get done. Your infrastructure. Oops. If the men don't do it, it won't get done. Your military. Yikes. Huh? If the men don't do it, it won't get done. The production that makes your economy move. Oh. Yeah, the women spend the money, but who makes it? Uh-oh. If the men don't do it, it won't get done. And instead of y'all, that's on the left and the right, but especially on the left, instead of the thinkers and tastemakers and technocrats and social scientists being honest with men, young men in particular, y'all trying to find real interesting weasel ways of browbeatings of men into doing for your a-hole daughters and for this society with minimal, if anything, in exchange? Huh? And what do the men have to say to your daughters?
Hey, yo, hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
Well, uh-oh. Continuing.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Of course, we hope you're having a happy holiday season and a Merry Christmas season. We just have a terrific show for you today. Hello, Niall.
Hello, Rob. Are you feeling festive?
You know it. I'm the most festive
Mr.
man
Festive.
there. They call me Mr. Grinch.
Well, we have all the accoutrements, so we're good.
For a while now.
Yeah.
Poinsettia plants. I like these Christmas trees. I got a little tree up in my apartment that has been decorated, but there's a light on the tree that won't light on one side, so Santa had to come from his workshop and fix it, by which I mean a run to CVS and a restringing of said lights.
I know your great hero, Rand Paul, always likes Festivus on the airing of grievances,
Yes.
but you don't have a Festivus, Paul, Shay, Suave?
I air my grievances on a daily basis with those around me and with our viewers, and so I think people are well aware of the things that annoy me in life.
Get the grievances out there.
Yes.
Anyway, it's good to be with you. A new study from the marketing consultant Precision Strategies makes some interesting conclusions about what it refers to as the Manosphere Index.
The study attempts to shed light on how Gen Z and millennial men in America feel about masculinity and the sources of information that can contribute to their feelings. The intro to the study reads, "The dominant narrative is simple. America's men, especially young men, are in crisis, drifting rightward, being radicalized online, but this one-note framing obscures more than it reveals. It flattens a complex reality into a single storyline, leaving campaigns, brands, and institutions without the tools to engage men authentically. The truth is, men today are navigating a convergence of pressures, economic instability, algorithmic media, and evolving identity framework that cut across race and generation and class."
One of the primary focuses of the survey is YouTube. The study's authors argue that website has become so influential that it's now functioning similar to primetime television for Gen Z men. And they say there's a correlation between the amount of time spent on YouTube and how controversial the content they consume is. Quote, nearly 9 in 10 men, or 86%, use YouTube at some point during the week, and almost 60 are heavy users, spending 6 or more hours on the platform. What was once a video site now operates as a hybrid space, part news source, part classroom, part entertainment hub, and part cultural stage. It has effectively replaced the traditional primetime model for men, becoming a place where information, commentary, entertainment, and identity collide. A majority of men, 57%, agreed that, quote, the content recommended to them gets more and more controversial over time. And millennial and Gen Z men reported this at the highest levels.
The survey also documents the proliferation of influential podcasters, especially on the right. It goes hand in hand with YouTube, as many podcasts also upload video versions of their episodes to the site. The study says this convergence of podcasting and video content is likely reinforcing YouTube's dominance among men as the platform becomes both their primary viewing space and their preferred venue for long-form creator commentary. And the voices they trust most, not traditional broadcasters, but these creator-driven commentators, like all these names you're very familiar with: Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Stephen A. Smith, and my favorite, Candy Cane, Candace Owens.
Your best friend. You always talk about Candace on YouTube or elsewhere.
I mean, this is obviously true. I say it over and over again. YouTube has won. YouTube is the model of the future. That's true for women too, but it's more pronounced for men for a variety of reasons. Yes, our audience, we know from the analytics, skews very male. I think YouTube is a great thing. That's just why we're a YouTube-focused product, where Rising historically became big, was from the YouTube version of the product. It mirrors I'm a middle-aged male, you're a middle-aged male.
I think you're unfair in your age, and you're describing yourself that way. It makes me feel quite elderly.
I'm an old man, and you're ancient. Yes, I too watch. I don't watch like an unhealthy amount of YouTube, but I listen to audiobooks when I'm at the gym.
Yeah.
But if I'm between books, as I am now, I finished what I was listening to, and I haven't picked my next book yet. So then, while I'm at the gym, I want to watch. I want to listen to like entertainment commentary or like movie review commentary, video, TV reviews. And the form I pick, even though I'm listening, I'm not watching, is YouTube.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not seeing them. And I want one that's long enough that I'm going to finish my workout and not have to pick a new one. So I think that lends, I think creators, well, we're creators on some level, are moving more toward, the model that Rogan's already adopted, which is just talk as long as you can. And people want to listen during a commute, during a workout, while they're folding laundry, while they're making dinner, in the, times of the day where it's nice to have something on. Yeah. That used to be the TV. You used to just put on the TV, but TV's interrupted by commercials, which are annoying. Joe Rogan's endless banter is not.
Right. To your point about like using YouTube for things that are typically auditory experiences, I actually use it a lot for music, and it's partly because I'm just a big
I do
fan.
too.
Yeah.
Okay, they just start to banter. Yeah. So using YouTube for everything from entertainment to education. Let's see, because YouTube recapped Mr. Z's year so that we have the yearly cap. What did Mr. Z do as a millennial, not young man, but a millennial man? What did Mr. Z? Oh, wait a minute. What is Mr. Z? Mr. Z is a curious mind. Huh? How money works? We got up there, right? Uh-oh. Watched car reviews, of course. Explored financial topics, focused on pop culture. That's Black Manosphere stuff. Curious mind, tech heavy. I mean, tech savvy. Mr. Z's not tech savvy. Analytical, maybe. Political debates, social commentary, economic trends, definitely. Huh? World history, cultural studies, huh? Geopolitical analysis, yep. All of that sound right. Yep. Yeah, so you mean other men, including young men, are moving like Mr. Z on YouTube? Huh? So y'all saying other men and young men are moving like Mr. Z on YouTube? We're not just watching cat videos. Huh? We're not just watching music videos. Yeah. Huh? And GC says, is this just for paying paid YouTube accounts? I would say so, because how else would YouTube know or keep track of you? And I'm pretty sure they're finding ways of keeping track of you if you keep on using the same computer, the same laptop, or even the same phone. Yeah, so, but yes, Mrs. Z, clearly I have an account, because how else would I be able to make content? But yeah, and it kept track of me this year, and it showed me what I listen to and what I watch, and yep. Huh? Yeah. So what they're telling us is that the men are using YouTube instead of mainstream media for education. Yeah. And we're surprised by this because mainstream media, once again, is full of blue pill cucks and liars and folks that don't want to be honest with the men. Hey, the women need you, and so do we. Huh? And how do we know? Shout out to the brother Tip. Continuing, right? Before we get to that, fair use.
In light of everything that's going on with the sisters, being put out in the cold as far as to go with the workforce, and I hope I said that in a way that's not scandalous, just honest. The sisters, all those jobs they used to give the sisters in the government, they have a regime now that ain't having it. So a lot of the sisters are out in the cold.
I just had to choose between putting $4 in my tank to go to work tomorrow, or do I use this $4 for food? And when I texted my boss, literally 2 seconds ago, with letting her know, because I just started this job, with letting her know that, hey, I'm not gonna be able to make it work tomorrow. And I just was straight up, I just said, I have $4 to my name and I'm broke and I'm not gonna be able to make it.
Yo, real shit. I hate being poor and having dental problems. Like, why the fuck my insurance is gonna cover for me to get a cap, but deny the fact that I need a root canal? Why the fuck one of my teeth down here is a fucking crack? They'll do the extraction, but won't do the fucking bone graft. Like, and nobody's pulling a tooth out without doing a fucking bone graft. I'm so fucking fed up. I'm so tired of being so poor that I can't even get good health and shit.
I'm actually tired of being.
So that Mr. Z doesn't want to make fun of the, medical issues is not something to take lightly. It's not something to make fun of, right? The young lady is going to say something a little bit later on, and it speaks to something. See, I can't help but use this as a time to say, young lady, if you were married, you could have been maybe on your husband's medical insurance, health insurance, and maybe that would have alleviated some of the cost of these things, particularly if you worked for any type of local municipality, city, state, federal, but obviously where you live, huh? Just saying, right? The ladies are running into the cost of their autonomy, huh? Let the white lady tell you again about your autonomy, madam, and what it may cost you.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person, and at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did, and say, yes, here are my triumphs, and yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very clear.
Huh? That white lady, as much as we may disagree with her, she told you what that autonomy cost. Huh? Dear ladies, this is what it cost. This is it. Who else is going to tell you what your autonomy cost? Shout out to the light-skinned young lady.
Don't shoot the messenger. Feminism told y'all be strong, independent, and alone. And y'all followed it to the grave. Y'all pushed all the good men away, called submission slavery, and think being difficult is cute. Now y'all 35 and tired, looking around like, oh, where the good men at? Sis, they moved on. Real men want peace, not problems in a lace front and a loud voice. Feminism sold y'all freedom, but they didn't mention the price. Loneliness.
The Arena Revised, isn't that true, though? And he says, Medicare for all, but women pathologized Bernie and McCarthy smeared Tulsi. And here we are. The ladies smeared Bernie as some type of sexist. Even Elizabeth Warren tried to pull that whole victim of a white man who told me that I can't be president talk. And well, we're here now. It's so easy to trip women up. It's too easy. You trip women up the same way you trip up white folks. Just tell white folks something is going to disproportionately benefit black people and they ain't going to vote for it even if it's going to benefit them also. Same thing for women. Oops. Damn, Z, you made that comparison. And I did. Tell the ladies that something's going to benefit men, especially benefit men disproportionately, which funny enough, will in turn benefit women because who are men going to marry, especially heterosexual men? Who are men going to have sex with? Who are men going to have children with? Who are men going to subsidize and take care of? But tell women that something is going to disproportionately benefit men, and they're like, yep, nope, don't want it. Okay, then. It's too easy. You even subtly imply that Bernie was some type of old sexist man. And well, we're here now. Second term of Trump. Shout out to the ladies. DEI shredded. Everybody got hit. Particularly, wait for it, women. Uh-oh. White women, black women, Latina women, even a couple of Asian women. Uh-oh. White men, sexual minorities, yeah, about that. Huh? Uh-huh. So we're not here to make fun of the young lady. Um, Mr. Z hasn't had these type of issues, dental issues, thank God, knock on wood. With that, I could imagine. Huh? Continuing.
In light of everything that's going on with the sisters being put out in the cold as far as to go with the workforce, and I hope I said that in a way that's not scandalous, just honest. The sisters, all those jobs they used to give the sisters in the government, they have a regime now that ain't having it. So a lot of the sisters are out in the cold.
I just had to choose between putting $4 in my tank to go to work tomorrow, or do I use this $4 for food? And when I texted my boss, literally 2 seconds ago, with letting her know, because I just started this job, with letting her know that, hey, I'm not gonna be able to make it work tomorrow. And I just was straight up, I just said, I have $4 to my name and I'm broke and I'm not gonna be able to make it.
Yo, real shit. I hate being poor and having dental problems. Like, why the fuck? My insurance is gonna cover for me to get a cap, but deny the fact that I need a root canal. Why the fuck one of my teeth down here is fucking cracked? They'll do the extraction, but won't do the fucking bone graft. Like, and nobody's pulling a tooth out without doing a fucking bone graft. I'm so fucking fed up. I'm so tired of being so poor that I can't even get good health and shit.
I'm actually tired of being poor. Like, I'm tired of having no money. I want to be able to enjoy life and enjoy things. Like, my life goal, make enough to where I can live comfortably, but also enjoy myself every once in a while. Like, I want to be able to treat myself. I just seen a video of someone using Danessa Myricks products. I can't afford Danessa Myricks products right now. I'm currently unemployed. I don't even know if I'm going to get unemployment.
Bro, you're ahead of me right now. You're ahead of me.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I truly am.
Well, we learned this morning that November private payrolls unexpectedly fell by 32,000 jobs, led by steep small business job cuts, according to an ADP report.
I got laid off today.
Now, I want to pause right here and address this. And we're going to go a little political real quick. China did the same thing, y'all. China's covering their employment and unemployment numbers. They're no longer publishing it. Same thing with the US because they're in the middle of a goddamn trade war, so nobody want to let the other one know. Oh, yeah, you choking me out. So all of a sudden, oh, look, because of the government shutdown, look, we can't tell y'all what the job numbers anymore. And we fired the guy that was telling us what the job numbers are. And guess what? Shout out to human beings being resourceful. We just went to one of the largest, which I call ADP, who keep track of people's clock-ins and numbers and paychecks and all that other stuff. And ADP and what's the other one, Kronos and whoever else, and we just going off of them. And it gives us an idea. We don't know exactly now, but it gives us an idea of employment numbers. Shout out to human beings being resourceful. All right, government, U.S. government, you ain't going to tell us no more because you're in the middle of trade war with China. Cool. We'll find another way. Huh? Yeah. And so what do we find? At least for private employers, 35,000 job loss. Uh-oh. Huh? And in this environment, Chrissy's still talking crap. Huh? In this environment, Khadijah found her a white man and she skedaddled. Huh? In this environment, Kim Foster acting like she's above it. Huh? She ain't gonna be doing too much quote unquote gender war conversation. Yeah. Smart. Huh? See, when you thought Kamala was gonna win, it was easy to pop all that crap. When President Obama was president, it was easy to talk all that crap. Yeah, when Biden was president, it was easy to talk all that crap. Now big bad Trump's in office with the merry band of cartoon villains. Huh? Yeah. Huh? and women, black women in specific, are shedding jobs left and right. Well, actually, it's not women. It's black women in specific that's losing jobs. Yeah. The price and the cost of black women's autonomy. The part that FD don't talk about and Alvin from Waving the Red Flag doesn't talk about, huh? And Foreign Man and Conscious Lee, yeah, they're not going to tell the ladies what their autonomy going to cost them. Huh? But we're documenting it over here. Continuing.
In light of everything that's going on with...
How many times you going to play it over, Z? Continuing.
In light of everything that's going on with the sisters being put out in the cold as far as to go with the workforce, and I hope I said that in a way that's not scandalous, just honest. The sisters...
Shout out to Corey
all
Holcomb.
those jobs they used to give the sisters in the government, they have a regime now that ain't having it. So a lot of the sisters are out in the cold.
I just had to choose between putting $4 in my tank to go to work tomorrow, or do I use this $4 for food? And when I texted my boss, literally 2 seconds ago, with letting her know, because I just started this job, with letting her know that, hey, I'm not gonna be able to make it work tomorrow. And I just was straight up, I just said, I have $4 to my name and I'm broke and I'm not gonna be able to make it.
Yo, real shit. I hate being poor and having dental problems. Like, why the fuck my insurance is gonna cover for me to get a cap, but deny the fact that I need a root canal? Why the fuck one of my teeth down here is a fucking crack? They'll do the extraction, but won't do the fucking bone graft. Like, and nobody's pulling a tooth out without doing a fucking bone graft. I'm so fucking fed up. I'm so tired of being so poor that I can't even get good health and shit.
I'm actually tired of being poor. Like, I'm tired of having no money. I want to be able to enjoy life and enjoy things. Like, my life goal, make enough to where I can live comfortably, but also enjoy myself every once in a while. Like, I want to be able to treat myself. I've just seen a video of someone using Danessa Myricks products. I can't afford Danessa Myricks products right now. I'm currently unemployed. I don't even know if I'm going to get unemployment. Like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I truly am.
Well, we learned this morning that November private payrolls unexpectedly fell by 32,000 jobs, led by steep small business job cuts, according to an ADP report.
I got laid off today. It's not looking cute because I have to move next month. I have a car payment tomorrow, got to pay rent. And it's not giving thriving currently, it's giving recession. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing this right now, but I don't know if this is my cue to become a full-time influencer, but...
No, it's your cue to get on the man's program.
Like, what's the plan?
There was this girl, she was describing it in a way where I like the word she used. She was like, us lioness, we won't be out in the cold. We have family structure. We know how to take care of a home, to take care of a man. Those are the lioness in her way of putting it. I thought it was a great way to put it. But the hyena, that's what I want to talk about. What are we to do with the hyena heifers that want to come back to the village now? Because they was like, we don't need you, men. We can take care of ourselves.
Shout out to BGS. He asked the same question.
You. Now that we are certain that they're about to try to come, hey, guys, let me back in. We would be a fool to let these women of sorcery back in.
Right.
What are we to do with them in an ideal situation? I'll give you time to think about it, Craig, because we need a place for these women.
Her response was, I'm going to count this as an unexcused absence. Then she goes into the next paragraph with saying, you committed and dedicated yourself to understanding basically the acceptance and the role, with basically mentioning you accepted to work Monday through Friday and that you were in agreement to this. So this is an unexcused absence.
Well, you polite savages, I want you to think what's really going on here. Yes, this lady is out of money, but she called her boss and said she only has $4 and she can't come to work. What she's done is she's told her boss that she's not going to be able to provide herself with suitable transportation. She's not going to work it out. She's not going to solve the problem. So every time this comes, she's not going to be there. So he or she, that person who's being her boss, only alternative is to look for another employee. And let me tell you something, ma'am, with all these layoffs, with a shaky economy, being gigajacked, ma'am, you are the weakest link. And this is a surefire way to be the next contestant on the employment purge. Damn.
Then at the very bottom, she basically complimented me and was like, "You're doing very well at your job. You're doing great." And
shout out to Orlando Minor.
left it at that. This is my thing. I had texted her back, and my emotions were flared up, and I'm still upset. Somebody might be like, "No, why you respond like that?" Because I'm human. I'm very transparent. I'm very open. But I had replied back, and I was like, "Where's the empathy?"
Where is the empathy? Well, ma'am, you are just experiencing something called lack of funds, a phenomenon that most human beings have to go through several times in their life. And it is incumbent on you to figure out a way to make sure that this does not interfere with you working. Because if you don't work, you don't have money. If you don't have money, then again, you can't get to work. You will be in a never-ending cycle of doom, all the way spiraling down to the bottom. And what's down there is that pink slip, because they will get somebody who's figured out how to get to work quick, fast, in a hurry. They'll do it so quick your vision will get blurry. But it's a known fact that this economy is over the top giga-jacked. And a lot of these ladies out there, they've gotten so desperate, they done messed around and started damn near selling cat.
There's a lot of information going around, but the blaring data point for me is that over 300,000 Black women have lost their jobs in the last 3 months. And because I am a Black woman, I'm particularly affected by this news, but also, I know that means a lot of people are being impacted. Job loss is making its rounds, and that not only hits the folks who are losing the jobs, it's also the folks that are, being supported, right? So people who are benefiting from, moms and aunts and sisters having jobs. And of course, there are also, lots of men who have lost their jobs as well.
And shout out to Trell Bentley. And Trell says, broke self, and to have the audacity to ask her manager, where's the empathy? So I thought the same thing my first time listening, my first listen. Kevin used to say the world doesn't owe you understanding. And that is a tough thing to accept as a Black person in America in particular, as a Black man in America. The world doesn't owe you an understanding, though. And I don't think women fully appreciate, you might have maxed out that credit card. In particular, in this era, right? In particular, apparently her boss is a woman boss or whatever, but white men in particular are telling you, and white women and certain other people of color, including certain Black folks, are saying, we don't care anymore. And that is a bit frightening for those of us who have stayed pretty much on the straight and narrow, because if somebody see you stumble, they just go, shout out to Kanye, that's your ass fault, right? That's your fault. And what did you do wrong? But I want women to appreciate that a lot of this is because of them. They maxed out that moral credit card. And not to say that they were ever more moral than the men, but because this society was attempting to uplift women, we spoke as if women were more moral, humane, and civilized than the men were, and that the men are. The women are more moral, civilized than the men are. And the women maxed out that credit card and went into debt with it. And so now you're in the era of folks just showing very little, if any, sympathy and empathy. To have your boss, team lead, supervisor, etc., say, okay, I understand, cool, but I got to mark this as an unexcused absence. And for you to respond, and this is a recent job from my understanding, right? Something she got recently. For you to respond, where's the empathy? You're lucky if you don't get terminated. For you to respond, where's the empathy? Where's the empathy? As a grown adult, see, this is the difference between women and men. Show me the adult man who would ask his boss, where's the empathy? Shout out to everyone who says, we need to raise the boys the way we raise the girls. Therese, no man would ever say this, Therese. No man would ever say this. Where's the empathy? No man would ever say this. And there's a number of women who have expressed this and said this. We just got this one recorded. Where's the empathy to your boss? After you express to him, oh yeah, I can't make it into work, not because of any health condition, not because of a freak accident, not because of any death in the family, or child is sick, or parents are ill or sick, and I'm the one who take care of them, right? Not because of some something crazy, a tree fell on my roof, anything like that. No, because I only have $4 to my name. Show me the men that would say that. Before we even get to the sending the second message saying, so no empathy, show me the men that would tell their boss that in the first place. Where are the men that would say that to their boss in the first place? Where do they exist? Huh? And then to then respond to your boss with, where's the empathy? Where are the men that would ever say that? But we have to raise the boys the way we raise the girls, right? Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? What you see here is the cost of women's autonomy. I've said multiple times on this channel, the outliers are doing too much talking. The outlier women who have a couple of dollars, or who are highly attractive, or who are highly educated, went to prestigious institutions, the women that are making over 6 figures or well into the 6 figures, right? These are the folks that are talking. And the elites, mainly white men, love that they're the ones who's talking, because now it makes them seem less sexist. So it's a great thing that you have the Chrissies talking, and the Kim Fosters are talking, the Cheyenne Bryants are talking, right? These are the folks who are talking. The manifestels, right? But the masses of women earn less than $60,000, $50,000 a year. Huh? This lady told you she had $4 to her name. So we know that some 40% of Americans can't afford a $500 emergency. And we were to control for only women, how high would that number jump? If it's 40% of all Americans who cannot afford a $500 emergency, give or take 60% of Americans that can't afford a $1,000 emergency, if we were to control for women, how high would that number jump? And yet we're told that the women are just kicking ass. They're doing swell. As Compassionate says here, Black women are kick ass so well, some of them can't afford to work. Exactly. Huh? Yeah. It's cold outside, everyone. And that it is, lady. It is cold. It's cold. That it is. That it is. Not just for women, specifically for women. Huh? But yes, it's cold. Huh? So, as kick-ass as women are, we have women saying that they only have $4 to their name. And yes, it can happen to men. It does happen to men. but it's going to disproportionately happen to women, especially as machine learning and AI jobs come for their jobs. You have at least 3 generations of women that don't even know the first thing about being a wife. These are not the boomers who got married and got divorced, or at least did long-term relationships. Huh? We're talking about Xers. Xers are what? Approaching their 60s? Some of them are 61, 62-ish. We're talking about millennials. Huh? And Gen Z, the oldest of them? Oh, well, all the adult Gen Z will say. Which one of these women are wives? So maybe some of the Gen Z will get it together, but millennial and X women, oh, they cooked. They're cooked. It's done. Huh? So as it gets cold outside, a couple of the ladies will find somewhere secure and warm. The masses of them just will not, because the men won't have it to subsidize them. And to be fair, even for the men that do have a couple of dollars to subsidize a woman, she won't have her act right. No. It's cold out. All right. So once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use, and we'll continue with this part 2.
I don't know. I'm a little bit scared and a lot of bit faithful that I'm going to figure it out.
And so these kinds of numbers don't just hit one person, they affect entire families and communities. And so for me, it's an alarming situation. And, you know, my instinct is to try to do what I can to support and help. Also, just real talk, I have quit, I have been fired, I have been laid off, and I know exactly how much anxiety all of those things can create. And also, you know, I've been paying attention to what people have been doing to support, and, you know, let me just be very frank.
You know, this economy has been very hard on everybody, but especially been hard on a lot of single women. And this particular woman in this video says that if this particular economy gets bad, or even worse than what it is for her, she's going to have something new for sale. Let's go check that out.
At this point, if the cost of living keeps going up, I got something for sale. And just know I'm not talking about in this apartment. If they give me one more motherfucking price raise, whether it's food, gas, bills, I'm sick of it all. I'm going to be selling it, and I'm not motherfucking playing.
I don't.
Look, y'all, I know black men. 8 out of 10 of y'all going. Z, no, somebody tell me I'm lying. At least 7 out of 10 of y'all going. Especially if you don't rock with the black manosphere. 7 out of 10 of these brothers going. They going. Especially if she have no kids, oh, they definitely going. I want somebody to tell me I'm lying. Huh? I want someone to tell Z he's lying. I'm not saying she's gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous or anything. Yeah, at least 7 out of 10 of y'all going. Especially if you're not black manosphere connected to the black manosphere in any way. 7 out of 10 going. They're gonna put that couple $100 on the table. They going. She said she got something for sale. She get one more bill, one more financial hiccup. She's going. And y'all going too. Huh? Oh man. Continuing, and shout out to Phil from the Advice Show.
I don't know. I'm a little bit scared and a lot of bit faithful that I'm going to figure it out.
And so these kinds of numbers don't just hit one person, they affect entire families and communities. And so for me, it's an alarming situation. And, you know, my instinct is to try to do what I can to support and help. Also, just real talk, I have quit, I have been fired, I have been laid off, and I know exactly how much anxiety all of those things can create. And also, you know, I've been paying attention to what people have been doing to support, and, you know, let me just be very frank.
You know, this economy has been very hard on everybody, but especially been hard on a lot of single women. And this particular woman in this video says that if this particular economy gets bad, or even worse than what it is for her, she's going to have something new for sale. Let's go check that out.
At this point, if the cost of living keeps going up, I got something for sale. And just know I'm not talking about in this apartment. If they give me one more motherfucking price raise, whether it's food, gas, bills, I'm sick of it all. I'm going to be selling it, and I'm not motherfucking playing. Just know that.
Polite savages.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Ladies, gentlemen, and flight savages, we are now about to embark on a journey sure to anger feminists and modern women alike. As always, we can only guarantee to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as we see it. And sometimes the truth is a bitter, bitter pill, but you gotta shut up and take your medicine. So there's nothing else left to do but get on into it. Are you ready? Well, let's go.
You ever been so broke you just feel like you about to pass away sometime soon? You be like, I know God ain't got me out here living like this. Think he supposed to pay you for living it. Like, I know damn well this boy ain't got me out here. Selfish with the grace and mercy, ain't he?
Well, you polite savages, it's been a long, cold winter. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Millions of jobs lost this year. Everybody's feeling the cold. They're out there tucking toes. But one thing is for certain, man, these ladies does bring it live and direct to the internet to let you know exactly how their story goes. And we have to understand that everybody's going through it. And when everybody's going through it and you start complaining about it and they're not complaining about it, they look at you as a complainer. But why is it so ill-affected on the ladies of the community top? Well, when you're the least married, when you've decided to do it all by yourself, strong, independent, don't need a man. I ain't going 50-50 with nobody. I'm gonna do 100%. Well, 100% when you ain't got enough is 100% of nothing. So you rather have 100% of nothing than 50% of something. That's just the way the ball bounces, ma'am. You can't be upset, ma'am. You brought it on yourself, ma'am. And of course you're gonna say that these dudes ain't worth ish, but that dude who ain't worth ish found him somebody and they're living a good life. You dig?
No, because if you're independent, you can work for yourself.
Like, you ain't worrying about it. Yeah. I kind of feel attacked because I'm independent. I'm gonna tell you straight up.
You
in
a relationship?
No, but the thing is, I don't look for a man.
No, you gotta look.
I don't want a man. Don't try to tell me I'm a single too.
You see, when you try to spin the block, when you try to turn that friendship into a relationship, and that guy on hold looks at you and says, nope, that's not the way it's gonna go. That's not the way the story goes down. Why? I have to tell my own story. My own story says I'm going about my business. You see, ma'am, us dudes, we understand how it's like to be alone. We understand that 40% of us will never pass our genetic material down the line. So when you say a guy's gonna grow old and die alone, we say, yep, we understand it. But at least we got the decency to shut the hell up about it. You dig? Friend, and she's this Palestinian girl. And we was just cool. Ain't nothing ever happened. You know, she was semi-cute, whatever. And one day she had the nerve to call me. She's like, man, I don't know how to pay my rent. I need $1,500. And I was like, are you asking me for a $1,500 favor? And this is like 2016. I just had started making money like a year before. And she's like, yeah, I owe $1,500. Can you do that for me, sweetheart? I said, sweetheart. And I put her right in the friend zone. I'm like, nah, you know, we just friends. We don't do it like that, my dear. You know, we homies. Because that's how she had always approached me, and I was always cool with it. When that struggle bubble gets you in trouble, she'll spin the block quick, fast on the double. With that, hey, big head text. Winter is here. I'm sorry, my dear. No help for you. I'm over here trying to be warm with my folks. You see, you can't brag about being the most educated, making the most businesses, and having everything together then in 1 year. In 1 year's time, everything's gone. It's all falling apart. And now you're on the line complaining. Blah, blah, blah. No, ma'am. Here's the deal. We understand one thing is clear. You never made more money than us. You never were more educated than an Asian lady. What you were is you were online, lying and capping. And now those lies have come home to roost. Yes, we see you struggling, and no, we don't want you to struggle too much, but hey, lady, sometimes you gotta be quiet, shut up, and take your medicine. It's a bitter, bitter pill to swallow.
We are the new men. Child, that's them. Child, that's them. Like, I know I'd be like, I think I was a man. Child, I just be playing. Just because we kind of think alike, child. No. We the new. What kind of mess? Anybody interested, Bueller? Y'all, they need your help, okay? They don't want to pay bills. I don't want to pay bills. They don't want to pay bills.
I am extremely stressed out. I don't come on here and cry and do all of that. But what the fuck? I work 5 to 6 days out of the week, and I only barely have enough money to pay my bills. Somebody's gonna get on here and say, oh, we'll be lucky you have a job, bro. Working a job, going to a job, getting up every morning, every night, whatever time you go, and having to give your all or do your best at this job just for them not to compensate you enough money for you to live your life and pay your bills, it's actually really upsetting.
Women are struggling to pay bills, part 5. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Child, just ask Latasha. She got the answers, Pastor Jamal, Rolly, all the rest of them 3 girls over there. They know. They know what to do. Everybody want to be independent, and then it's time to be independent and take care of life. Then all of a sudden it's a problem.
Like, I'm gonna die, bro. I'm gonna die. And then one of the referrals that I called, they talking about, oh, they'll do the extraction through the insurance, but I gotta pay $800 out of my pocket for the grab. She's like, I'm like, right, do I do a payment plan? She's like, yeah, I'm gonna send you the link. Sent the link, signed up to do the payment plan. They denied my. Why they denied my? Because earlier this year I got my son braces.
Long gone are the days when human beings used to make these decisions for loans. No, nowadays, these are strictly algorithmic machines. These machines look at your profile, and if you've overextended yourselves, if you've had too many loans, if you've paid something late, the answer is no. And they don't care about your pain and your suffering. Nope, nope, nope. They care about the risk of lending you that money. So it comes down to this, ma'am. The struggle is real. The struggle is uphill, and the struggle will never, ever release that pressure. And everybody always says that they want to get along with somebody, but they just can't find the right person. But they don't understand, man, with all of these problems you're having, with all of these issues, with you on the internet, maybe you're not the right person. You see, change starts in the mirror. It begins with yourself. Self-reflection, self-accountability, and self-perfection. But we all understand that it's hard for the modern woman to do that because she's been looking at herself and telling herself she's perfect for the past 50 years. But have no fear, my dear, because Kevin Samuels told you back in the day, winter is finally here.
Shout out to Tip. Tip is one rhyming ass dude. The struggle is real. The struggle is uphill. Isn't that what he said? Something like that? Huh? Yeah. Winter is here. It's not something to celebrate. Mr. Z is not good at celebrating other people's misfortune, but it is something that we can use as a cautionary tale for the younger ladies. Look at your older cousins. Look at your aunties and them. Huh? You see them trying to piece together different dudes, getting 40 here, 100 there. They doing something strange with that guy. They try not to do something strange with this guy. Huh? They ducking and dodging the other guy. Huh? That's what their autonomy cost. That's what their autonomy costs. Let the white lady tell y'all what the autonomy cost again.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person, and at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did, and say, yes, here are my triumphs, and yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I want to be
able to not blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. As much as we probably doubt what she's saying, ladies, black women in specific, if you ain't moving and thinking like this, you don't really mean autonomy. You're full of crap. How many women, particularly black women, if you were to ask them to describe autonomy, would sound like this young lady? Because they don't really mean it. They mean negative liberty. They don't really mean autonomy. This young lady described autonomy to a T. And even then, Mr. Z questioned if she really mean that when life get tough. Ladies, if you don't at least sound like this young lady, you don't really mean it. What you are is just a teenager in a 20-some-odd, 30-some-odd, 40-some-odd, 50-some-odd, ooh, goddamn Z, 60-some-odd-year-old woman's body. You're a teenager. You just want to be out here doing adult things and then get hit with adult consequences and uh-oh. At least the young lady described it. What that autonomy looked like for the good and bad of it all. At least she described it. Huh? Oh man, continuing.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person, and at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did, and say, yes, here are my triumphs, and yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least, I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands, and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very clear.
Huh? Yeah. And let me address this. And Ross says, can we get on Yeka stream? This is the new path the white man is going to lead black women down. Look, Mr. Z did like 3 streams on it. Check my lives. I did like at least 3 streams on it. We covered it. Right? Shout out to Raw. We covered it already. We know. Right? And excuse me. And Captain Obvious says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, get a roommate, create a micro all women planet in your apartment. Like, they can't do it. Look, we already seen the clip from South Korea. I covered it a couple of times. I covered it once this year. I covered it once last year, at least once last year. In South Korea, they have a all women apartment, and these women, literal cat ladies, a couple of them live with each other and whatnot, and they would like for the social safety net to cover them also, because they're saying the South Korean social safety net is not robust enough for them, especially as they age, right? So they're barely making it now as working women, but at least for them, they can at least see in the future and see that when they start to retire or as they slow down, they really ain't not gonna have it financially. They're not gonna have it. They're not gonna have the money. So if that's happening in South Korea, you know American women don't got it. And so if they did a all woman apartment, stop. Right. A handful of butch same-sex loving women would be paying for maybe 1 or 2 women if she earned enough. There would be some co-munching going on there. And some pookies would be sliding in and out, pun intended, right? Pookies will be sliding in and out, but the ladies can't afford an all-women's apartment. Even for the working women, they can't afford an all-women's apartment. And even if they could, when they're of working age, we already know for the most part, people don't put in enough for their Social Security that covers them in their elder years. If that's people in general in America, what does that mean for women in specific? We know women earn less than men, and women live longer than men. Well, damn. So the women really ain't putting enough in. In other words, in a different way, men are subsidizing women even in death. God damn, Z, you said that. If you really want to sound morbid about it, ooh, Z, you about to say it. Black men are subsidizing white women in death. Ooh, Z, ooh. Working class black men who pretty much been working their entire adult lives, are subsidizing women, definitely white women. If you live in, dear ladies, if black men are getting out of here in their mid and late 60s, and white women living into their late 70s, early 80s, then guess what that means? Even in death, the young working age folks and the men that died are the ones subsidizing the women living into their mid and late 70s, 80s, maybe even 90s. Yeah. Huh? So Captain Obvious, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Huh? But yeah, it's cold out. We know. We know it's cold out. Huh? And the ladies are out here sound like Jodeci. What do you mean by that, Z? Z over here rhyming. Continuing.
Girls are always like, oh my god, you don't ever shoot your shot with guys? And I'm like, no, I do. I do. Yeah, I'll view his story. If it's in public, I look at him 3 times. And if I know him personally, I'll say you smell nice.
Whatever happened to men going up to women? Whatever happened to it? We want that. Bring that back. Can we bring that back? Can we start a movement to just like approach the person that you think is cute? Because that's what's lacking nowadays. Okay, people are missing opportunities from left to right. You could have met your soulmate. Okay, that could have been your soulmate right there. But instead you're like,
Come here, let me tell you a secret. She's practically begging you to approach her. But if you're like 99% of men, you're completely blind to the signs that she's trying to give you. Signs like the double take, where she looks at you, looks away, then looks back at you again. Or the hair touching habit, where she just can't help but play with her hair when she looks at you. Or the orbiting, where she just keeps ending up where you are no matter how many times you move around. So stop being the guy who misses every green light.
And do women want to be approached by men?
We want to be approached, we don't want to be creeped on. We want to be approached, and if it's receptive, then you continue it. Like, if you get the eye contact back, then you go ahead with it. But if you're getting, like, a dirty look, then don't keep going. That's creepy.
Okay, yeah, people still hang out in a romantic way, obviously, but, like, to explicitly ask someone out on a date and use those specific words, especially someone that you don't really know that well, like, that's, like, a different kind of thing. Like,
not
would you
Willow.
want to go out on a date with me? Like, when was the last time someone asked you that?
Men don't come up to you, not even. Nobody comes up to you in the club. Nobody comes up to you in the club. They be scary as fuck, and I don't understand why.
I feel like it's so rare that men shoot their shot.
Oh, the ladies are saying y'all so scary, y'all ain't coming up to them in the club. Let Z say this for the 1,000th time. Let's start off this way. Let's frame it correctly. Ladies, you owe the men nothing. Ladies, you don't owe the men kindness. You don't owe them consideration, right? You don't owe men a smile. You don't owe men not being mean and snarky and rude. You owe men nothing. You don't owe men lying about you having a boyfriend. You don't owe the men feigning interest. You don't owe the men your social media information, your phone number. You owe the men nothing. Ladies, you owe men absolutely nothing. The men understand this. The vast majority of men will be moving accordingly. They will not harass you. But increasingly, they won't speak to you either. Now, on the other side of that, ladies, is the men owe you nothing. The men don't owe you elevating for you, air quotes, elevating for you. The men don't owe you height. The men don't owe you money. The men don't owe you them being muscular. The men don't owe you stoicism. The men don't owe you not being sassy. The men don't owe you a seat on a full bus or a full train. The men owe you nothing. The men don't owe you assistance when they see you struggling with something heavy. The men owe you nothing. The men don't owe you risking his life to save a damsel in distress if you're being assaulted or attacked. Can you maintain a society this way? Absolutely not. Huh? Is Mr. Z advocating for this? Absolutely not. Is this sustainable? Absolutely not. But is this what the women asked for? Absolutely. Huh? Is this what the ladies asked for? Huh? Yeah.
So when these women talk about ain't no good men, bitch, you're the good man. The fuck you talking about? You are the good man. It's in the fine print in the feminist literature. Read the shit. You are the good man you're looking for.
Huh? Shout out to Edward Anderson. Huh? Ladies, the men don't owe you. This is what equality look like. And Toya says, Burr, all wig, no cap. I got you, Toya. And it is cold outside. It is Burr outside. So it says hashtag all wig no cap hysterical. Huh? What's going on, AB? It is cold outside. Huh? So while Kyle Kalinske once again is speaking like this.
Here's my take. You ready? Here's my take on all this sort of fucking freakish, terrible life advice they're giving. Be yourself. Be yourself. Fucking get your shit together. Take a shower, clean your room, get a fucking hobby, right? Get a hobby. Get something to care about. Something that gets you happy and up in the morning and like you look forward to doing something. I don't care what it is. It could be fucking anything. Get a hobby. Get yourself a job. But again, keep your passion directed where it should be. At your hobbies, at the things that, if you're lucky enough, you actually will do for a living something that you love. You know, very few people are lucky enough to be in that situation. But if you are, God bless you. You're really lucky. But everybody else, you know, focus on your passion. The way you end up getting in a relationship that's fruitful and fulfilling is first you need to find yourself. First you need to understand what I like, what I don't like, what my hobbies are, what I'm interested in, what gets me going, what drives me, know yourself first. And don't fake it. Like actually really immerse yourself into a world of something, right? And like then like you'll never, if you just start down that path, your life will improve. Like you will. Going on that journey will then make it. So maybe you meet somebody through your field, which is your hobby, which is your passion. You understand what I'm saying? Like you get really into something. Let's just say it's bowling, for shits and giggles. You get really into bowling, and then you join a bowling league, and then hey, there's this cute girl at the bowling league who's kind of into you because you and her both love bowling, and you talk about it all the time. And it's like that's how you get a mate. That's how you get somebody, a significant other who you care about them, they care about you. Is you can't like go looking for it. It's got to happen organically because you come together because of mutual interests, right? It's something along those lines. So like that's how it's got to be done. All this shit about like, oh, you better wife up one of these white hoes. I know they suck, but you got to do it. You got to save the race. You got to just like, what the fuck is this? Like I said, it's beyond parody. This is literally beyond parody. Like this is what the red pill has become. This is what groyperism has become. Like all these right-wing movements have just become a joke. They're a massive joke. All of this pain, all of this struggle to distract from the fact that, bro, we know what's really going wrong in this country. We all know it. It's the billionaires, it's the fascists, it's the warmongers. Your government is corrupt. It's owned by billionaires, it's owned by corporations. They rig the rules and the laws in their favor. So now they get tax cuts while your taxes get raised. They get subsidies while your taxes get raised. You lose your fucking healthcare. You lose your Medicaid. You lose your food stamps. You lose the social safety net support. And, the economy's going under because of Trump's stupid fucking trade war. Like, we know what the answers are. You can work on your self-improvement thing. You can find a hobby. You can get a job. And we can also work on a collective project to fix this country, which means Medicare for all, free college, a living wage, ending the wars, a Green New Deal, ending the corruption. Like, we know what we got to do. Unions for everybody. Let everybody join a union so they get better pay and better benefits. Like, we know those are two separate projects. One is self-improvement and getting your life in order and getting, a significant other. If you want. Some people don't want, right? And the other thing is fixing the country. And in order to do that, you have to go after the criminal billionaires. And you have to go after the fascists and the warmongers. And all of that trumps whatever the fuck we're looking at here. This is something, I don't know why anybody would be interested in this. This is now, it looks like a comedy skit that would be done to mock various right-wing movements, right? That's what it looks like. Because you know why? That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, no, Kyle. Because what you're proposing does not work. If it's not working for the women, you're proposing that the men just live out there and love will find you. Okay, Taylor Dane. Anyway, continuing. This white lady said, what you're proposing, Kyle, she did it, she lived it, and it didn't work for her. Now she needs coke.
Guys want to be like, oh, well, why are you single? You're 38 and single. Why are you single? I'll tell you why I'm single, okay? Because I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody married cops, firemen, and other teachers in their 20s. And I was having fun, enjoying my life. Essentially, it was like a game of musical chairs, okay? And I was just left standing there with no chair because, like, I'm not good at those kinds of games, okay? I'm just not quick enough. Then when I hit my 30s, then like I tried to date like older men, but like they have kids. No shade, but if you're a single woman with no kids, dating a man at any age with kids, you're not going to come first. He's probably not going to have money to do things unless he's rich. Then you could try to go younger, but sometimes those younger guys want younger girls or girls also their age, and it ends up not working out also. I'd also like to add that there's a demographic of men who just want to be in relationships. They don't know how to be alone. So they just get out of a relationship and then they get into another one, or they just get out of a marriage and then they get into another one. These are not the types of men that I want to date, because I don't want to date men that just want to be in relationships. I want to date a man who just wants to be in a relationship with me, not in general. Now listen, I think there's great guys out there, and I'm excited to meet one because I know that I will. I'm just giving you the facts. Then people are like, oh, you're being too picky. You know, you're not going to get everything you want. So then you date a couple of guys and you're like, you know, he's great, but... And the but is the same reason why you end up not being together. So there was no point in doing it in the first place. Oh, what's your red flag? You know what my red flag is? I don't have patience in an airport. Global entry, TSA, blue, whatever I have to do to not be sitting there on the line, I'm doing it. And if you're taking too long to grab your bag from the top, I'm going. That's my red flag. So if you have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. Also, can we just stop making single people out to have some sort of disease? It's not a disease. It's like, she's
This is
tall,
the coping.
he's short, she's single. Some people are single just because. I tried not to be picky and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm going to be picky now. I'd rather be alone until he finds me. And I'm not looking for him.
I would rather be alone until he finds me, and I'm not looking for him. Kyle, she's in her late 30s. What she said, she's 38? I think she said 38, right? Yeah, Kyle. Late 30s, Kyle. She's older than you, Kyle. Kyle is 37, I think. Yeah, Kyle. This is what you're telling the men to do, and it's not working for the women. This is what you're telling the men to do, and this lady right here is showing you it's not working. She's a living testament to you being wrong. And by the way, Kyle Kalinske was actually responding to this, and then we'll continue. Shout out to the white racists.
The young white man, you are truly alone. All the young white guys need to team up because it is us against the world. Everyone hates us. You guys need to wake up to that fact. We need to become racist, and we need to take charge.
And by the way, don't buy into this propaganda that, oh, white girls are just whores. Let's go to fucking Colombia and get a cheap hooker.
Yeah.
This passport bro bullshit, that's Jewish as fuck. That's a Jewish psyop to make you have mongrel babies.
If you're non-white, if I was non-white and I wasn't in this battle like I am, if I was a black dude, I would be a passport bro.
Yeah.
For non-whites, I get it. Because you can go to a third world country and get a much hotter girl. You just can't. As an American with more money, you can pull something way better in a third world country. But she's going to be brown. But if you're a black dude or if you're a brown dude, that's fine. If I was non-white, I think I would be a passport bro. But if you're white, we're going to have to wife up these hoes. You're going to have to suck it up and wife up one of these American white girls, and but it'll be okay.
Your race matters that much. Your race in 10 generations, your line will have continued, and nobody will care that your great grandmother was a hoe because you exist and you're more white people. The white race must be preserved at all causes. And by the way, girls become hoes when they don't have a guy putting them in line. So if most girls will take on the mindset of the guy that they're dating. So if you're conservative, I'm not saying go out and get some radical, insane liberal, that's beyond the pale. But most girls will kind of meld into who you are, and if you just put them in their place, it'll be fine. And you got to do it for the race.
You got it. We're
going
to have
race.
Well, and again, and circling back, this is why I disagree with these pastors telling all these young men to wait till they're married, because none of the girls are virgins. Being a virgin man marrying a non-virgin woman is a terrible idea. You have no idea what you're getting. She's going to be able to just totally control you. You have no idea what you're getting into. So I do not, in America in 2025, I do not recommend waiting till marriage. As a man, if you're a woman, try and stay pure. But as a man, none of the girls in this country are virgins. You're not going to find a virgin wife. So if she's going to be ran through, you need to be ran through as well. Ran through. Men aren't run through. Men do the running through. But go rack up a body count and then get yourself one of these ran through white women. I'm sorry, we have no choice. This is the situation. And then hopefully our children can grow up in a country that's not totally fucked up. Okay, guys, that's the episode.
So, if you enjoy...
Yeah, and Toya says, I'm going to read the rest of you guys' super chats. And Toya says, someday I know it face ass. And that's to my Taylor Dane reference. Toya got it, and the Rita Revised got it. Exactly. And that's to the Toya. She sound like she's from where you from. She sound like a Jersey girl, actually. She sounds like she around the corner from you. It is. She is a saying someday. Someday I just no face ass. That's what she said. I'm not looking neither. That's what she said. I know he'll find me and I'm not looking. Yep, and it ain't working. Exactly. Right. And thank you for the super chat, Toya. Thank you for the super chat. Right. So before we continue, and I'll bring you guys up in a minute. Otis says, and thank you for the super chat, Otis. Say it better, Z. Thank you for the super chat, Otis. And there we go. Merry Christmas to you and your family and the rest of the Black Manosphere. And thank you, brother. Thank you, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone else. I hope y'all are enjoying your holidays while y'all are listening to Z. We are reckless. We won't be reckless in a little bit, and then we'll be reckless again. But yeah, so hopefully you guys are enjoying your holidays. Christmas cheer, this pagan holiday that we still celebrate. Goddamn, Z, every holiday, Z, every holiday. Could we just enjoy one without your doomer, sobering, somber crap? No. Z got to be the fly in the ointment on everything. Mr. Z is not telling y'all to not get gifts for your kids. I'm just saying. Right? Your kids are not worshiping Jesus, they worshiping Santa Claus. Which is really you. Not a fat white dude with a beard. Right? All right, y'all. And thank you, Otis, for the super chat once again. Thank you for the super chat. And let's read one more. And oh, no placeholder says, and thank you for the super chat. Happy Christmas, Z and chat. And once again, Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas, Happy Holidays for all of you that don't celebrate Christmas, but you celebrate another holiday. Well, celebrate something else during the holidays. Right? And yes, Merry Christmas and Happy Christmas to all of you also. And we will continue with the rest of this, and then we'll bring y'all up.
Girls are always like, oh my God, you don't ever shoot your shot with guys? And I'm like, no, I do. I do. Yeah, I'll view his story. If it's in public, I look at him 3 times. And if I know him personally, I'll say you smell nice.
Whatever happened to men going up to women? Whatever happened to it? We want that. Bring that back. Can we bring that back? Can we start a movement to just like approach the person that you think is cute? Because that's what's lacking nowadays. Okay, people are missing opportunities from left to right. You could have met your soulmate. Okay, that could have been your soulmate right there. But instead you're like,
Come here, let me tell you a secret. She's practically begging you to approach her. But if you're like 99% of men, you're completely blind to the signs that she's trying to give you. Signs like the double take, where she looks at you, looks away, then looks back at you again. Or the hair touching habit, where she just can't help but play with her hair when she looks at you. Or the orbiting, where she just keeps ending up where you are no matter how many times you move around. So stop being the guy who misses every green light.
And do women want to be approached by men? We want to be approached, we don't want to be creeped on. We want to be approached, and if it's receptive, then you continue it. Like if you get the eye contact back, then you go ahead with it. But if you're getting like a dirty look, then don't keep going. That's creepy.
Okay, yeah, people still hang out in a romantic way, obviously, but like to explicitly ask someone out on a date and use those specific words, especially someone that you don't really know that well, like that's like a different kind of thing. Like, would you want to go out on a date with me? Like, when was the last time someone asked you that?
Men don't come up to you, not even. Nobody comes up to you in the club. Nobody comes up to you in the club. They be scary as and I don't understand why.
I feel like it's so rare that men shoot their shot in public anymore, or like even just say hi like a normal human being. I feel like men are so intimidated now and hiding behind social media. They don't know how to talk to girls in real life anymore. And the ones that do are like the freaks. And they be approaching you in the weirdest ways.
Let me show you how she ran the play, you feel me? See in the distance right there, yeah, real sharp, you feel me? Eyes on me, you see what I'm saying? Watch how she looks off, and then she hit me with the no-look bump, boom, boom. Eye contact, see what I'm saying? That's what she wanted. The hook, she wanted the hook out, she wanted me to chase down, but I'm too peaked.
I've been there.
Shit will bump into you out of nowhere. Just so you know who they are.
How do I reckon with the fact that I think guys are afraid of me? Like, I'll be walking by a really cute guy, right? And he'll just be like, suddenly he has to look behind him. Like, I'm not gonna bite you, I swear. I'm not gonna bite you, I promise. It's either that, it's either they're scared, or like they have a girlfriend, or something, I don't know. But I feel like 8 times out of 10, it's that they're scared. They're scared of me. They're scared of me. Why are you scared? You're not gonna find your wife by being afraid to approach a woman, okay?
Sounds like you're talking about a white dude, ma'am.
There's this new thing about like guys being afraid to approach women, blah blah blah. But like, just do it. Like the worst she's gonna say is no.
Tell me why every day I go out looking adorable, tits bouncing, skin glistening, and yet nobody ever hits on me or approaches me. Ever. Oh my god, like please. I'll take a fucking construction worker catcall at this point. Please.
Girls want to be approached at the bar. It's 2025, like let's get it back to the scheduled program of like approaching girls at the bar, especially if they're looking at you or smiling at you. That's why we're there. That's why y'all are there, right? As a girl, like the second you walk into the bar, you're scoping it out. I'm at the bar because I want to be social. I want to talk to people. I do want to be approached. Like if I make like a little bit of eye contact with you, I'm not standing there like this with like, if I'm like at a fucking table like this talking with my friends, like don't approach me. But if I'm standing up at the fucking bar, I just have my one friend that I'm talking to, please come and make a fucking move. Literally, especially if I'm like looking at you. If I, it's like the easiest thing. Also, I think guys need to get rid of this mindset of that, like, oh, the girl's like standing next to me at the bar and she's talking to me at the bar. She wants me to buy her a drink. No, I actually don't care about the drink. That's just me trying to talk to you. Yeah. Me trying to be in your area when you're not around your friends. Yes, that's not a thing.
To men approaching women. What happened to that? I should cancel my gym membership because I'm not really going that often anymore. However, there's a lot of beautiful men at my gym. Haven't talked to any of them once, but like, I could. Like, I might. So I just keep holding on. So I just keep paying the monthly fee and I go like once, maybe twice a week and like kind of look around and like, I feel like sometimes men are like, well, girls don't want to be approached in the gym. Approach me at the gym. Approach me at the gym. If you are not a psychopath, 6'1", dark hair, British accent, approach me at the gym.
So that lady there just ended all debates regarding the question, do the majority of women join gyms just to get men's attention? Yes, they do. But
yeah, and shout out to Dating Right. And Victor Creed says, and thank you for the super chat. It's cold world. It's a cold world, I think you meant to say. It's a cold world we live in. They need a parka, don't they? They need a they need a parka. They need the heaviest jacket humanly possible because it is cold outside. And as the young lady says at the end, she said, it's cold. It is, though. It is. And shout out to you, Victor Creed, for the super chat. Actually, let's put that back up for a second. Shout out for the super chat. Let's put that up. Where did it go? Yeah, wait a minute. It's running. Here we go. And Victor Creed is right. It's cold out. They're going to need a super heavy jacket. Right? So as y'all can hear what the ladies are saying. So I wanted to cover this every year. It looks like did I do a Christmas stream last year? I think I did. I know I did a Christmas stream the year before that. That one I do remember. That was about Chrissy. That was the Grinching on Christmas. I remember that one. Right? Did I do one the year? You know what? I did do a stream last year, Christmas, if I'm not mistaken, and the year before that. It looked like we got a theme here. Right? Look like we gotta stream every Christmas, right? And so yes, it's cold out. We know, huh? And to who was it that was speaking about a woman only apartment? Let me tell you what's gonna be going on in that woman only apartment.
Bitch, no! Get the fuck out of my house!
Just in case you ain't see it the first time, and that looked painful. I ain't gonna lie, that looked painful. That looked painful to see. That looked like that hurt. That looked like that hurt. That hurt. Continuing. And you could tell that ain't the first time. Oh man.
Bitch, no! Get the fuck out of my house!
Hey Vic, they don't get on the black man's program. They're gonna be out here fisticuffs in those apartments. Ugh. That looked like that hurt. Jesus. Compassionate said, I've never headbutted a man. So that's different, bro. Look, that. Hey, they tell us that, you know, they would love to live on a women's only planet. That's what they told us, right? They would love to live on a women's only planet. And we could see what that woman only planet would look like. Oh man. That's what the woman only planet would look like, yo. Huh? So shout out to Kevin Samuels. We're gonna end it out with Kevin. Right? Continuing.
Say we're not going after people who are loitering the streets. So, like it or not, some parts of Manhattan, some parts of the 5 boroughs have been turned into right there in the streets. Go to World Star, you'll see the video yourself. Broad daylight, transactions happening on a stoplight. Guess what? That's New York. Guess where else is about to come? California. States across the country, because why? There's not enough money to give to people. And if you're a woman and you have a regular job, you know, let's just look at it. If you were not an essential worker during the pandemic, you are at risk. I was in Neiman Marcus the day they shut the world down, and I had never seen panic like that before. And all those women's eyes, because many of them have been with that company for 15, 20 years. All they had done is retail. Neiman Marcus is on the verge of bankruptcy, and the only thing that saved Neiman Marcus was the pandemic. Those women over there know they are coming back. And when the world stops again, many of these 40-year-old women are not going to have a job to go to and have no skills in the environment. Ladies, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Winter is coming, and when winter comes, it does not, and this is not just the winter. We are heading into what I'm going to call the long night. It's not going to just be 3 months. It's not going to just be 6 months. We're talking about a global reset for the world. The world, I have been studying this for the better part of 2 years. Look at what's going on in South Korea and Japan. You think it's a joke? You think it's a game? There are villages in Japan where people are outnumbered by freaking dogs. I'm not kidding. Japan is dying. An aging population and a group of people who are not dating. They're not dating. They're not marrying. They're not getting together. You know what it's called? Hikomori. Socially withdrawal. Socially withdrawn. These I'm talking about men 45 and under. Same thing with women. Remember we talked about Kodukoshi? People dying in their apartments. We talked about Singyu, leftover cake, leftover women. Ladies, it's here. Winter is coming. August will be it. August, when the schools open, the people who have not been working will be forced to go back to work because the children must be in school. The daycares that are left will be there. What are you going to do if you go and have a job and you've been downsized, you've been automated? How many people have been to a McDonald's recently? And you'll notice that most of the front register staff is gone. It's kiosks. The largest 2 employers in our community of black women are federal government and retail. Retail is dead. We have 26.4 square feet of retail space for every American. The next largest developed country has 6. We have 6 times too many retail spaces. This is why you're seeing dying malls across the country. And what's going on? Because so many women are not being told to think about their long term. This is coming as a surprise. This is why women in Korea are saying we need to, the society is not set up for single people. And what the society needs to do is re-engineer itself for singles. Bullshit, it's not going to happen. Basically, what women in Korea and Japan are hoping that single men who had no family, no children, and have been locked out of the sexual marketplace because of this hypergamy will somehow come and save their lives. Not going to happen.
And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says, there's no way I'm the problem. Can't be. And that was a great time to play the Kevin Samuels, because yes, that's what the ladies believe. That's what the men, young men, if it wasn't for the Black Manosphere, if it wasn't for social media and YouTube, that is what young men would be led to believe, is that it's not on the women. The women have no accountability to the current environment, what they helped to create. Yeah. It can't be. There's no way I'm the problem. Can't be. Women. Exactly. Exactly. And the ladies say they want to live on they would love to live on an all-woman planet. That's what they said. The men, on the other hand, are far more mature, if you could get your words out, Z. And It shows.
Would you live on a planet with all women?
Yes, immediately, right now.
Would you live on a planet with all women?
Yes.
Would you live on a planet with all women?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yes.
Of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 110%. I am gay.
We don't care. Let me tell you. We don't care.
So yes. Yes, I love women. Are they selling tickets? I hate men.
Would you live on a planet with all men?
Hell no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Definitely wouldn't.
No.
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 Fuck no, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hell fucking no.
I mean, it'd be cool.
Gay!
Well, maybe 1 hour and I'd regret my decision. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it.
Would you live on a planet with all women?
With all women?
Yeah.
Ooh. You wouldn't? That's my dream. Think about how.
I mean,
Think of the structure.
can men come in once a month?
Nah, it's just
A
all
planet
women.
with
We
all
don't get
women?
like we don't get
I
like
mean-
travel pass.
Nah.
Okay. I mean, I really would.
Okay.
I really would. It would be nice.
So like never, like not a single man.
Not a single man.
It would be nice. We would have great shopping, great homes, healthcare, like all the things.
And we'd be bored.
But happy. It's fine.
So you taking it?
I'm taking it. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going.
Okay. Saw guys on the fence.
No, I'm going. I'm going.
I'm trying to convince myself.
I'm going.
A little bit.
I'm
Okay.
going.
Would you want to live in a planet of all women?
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, it'd be so peaceful. I would have the best time. Would be interesting, yeah.
I would feel very safe. I would, in a heartbeat.
Yes, but I do also love my husband. I think I'd be fine with that.
Would you want to live on a planet of all men?
Oh man, fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. Where's the nearest cliff?
If there's beer, maybe. No, it will be pretty boring.
Probably not. Probably not. Even men annoy me sometimes.
Probably not. Nah, that would suck ass.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, really?
Do men need women?
Of course. Definitely do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, all men need women.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
We do, but we don't. We can make it without them, but we need them though.
Men do need women.
They make everything make sense. Yeah. They need women because women got all the power. I can't be on an earth full of niggas, especially the power between their legs.
Do women need men?
No.
If it's for a tire or something, yes. Besides that, no.
Oh, how I love my black queens, man.
And perfect time to read this. And no placeholder says, the lack of self-awareness and control is amazing. The lack of self-control, as Gil Gami said earlier, what structure? Huh? And to the heavyset young lady that the man on the street interview when she was like, I would feel so much safer, or I would feel safe. Madam, let's get to it. A planet full of women, you would still not feel psychologically safe because the men aren't looking over you to look at the attractive women, the fit and attractive women. Put on your big girl panties. Z, did you? Oh, Z, oh, Tom. Z, just hit that on the nose. Put on your big girl panties. Huh? And be honest about what you mean by safe. You don't mean physically safe. You're not afraid of being physically assaulted. You feel assaulted every time a man tries to get your attention so he could get the attention of your fit friend. This is not about you feeling safe. You're tormented every day that you're not the preference. Not for the white men you checking for, that's for sure. Safe. You still wouldn't be safe on an all-female planet, madam. There would still be hierarchy on an all-female planet, madam. And you still wouldn't be the one on an all-female planet, madam. Cut the crap. We allow for women to speak like this in this society. Oh, I would feel so safe. You don't feel safe now? So the men are just running out of dark alleyways to harass you and assault you, madam? You stop. Cut it out. And she just gets to get that off and nobody questions her? No, of course she's going to take a jab at the men and dig at the men because the men ain't checking for her. Not the men that she want. Not pretty much any man. Once again, to no placeholders, super chat. The lack of self-awareness and control is amazing. Yeah. And thank you for the super chat. No placeholder. And let's see if we could find. There was another one. I saw it, and it just ran for me because I'm moving too fast. There we go. And Captain Obvious says, are modern women going to experience a real life version of Groundhog Day movie? Some. I maintain that if current trends continue, people will couple. People will still have adult fun. They'll have sex. People will still have children. The birth rate will continue to go down, though. But marriage and more than 2.1 children and super low divorce rate, I think will increasingly be an elite institution. Right? And I think even right now, we have turned this into a luxury good. We're turning stability into a luxury good. And when I say we, I don't mean us in this space right now. I'm talking about this society. We have turned marriage into a luxury good, stability into a luxury good, children born into wedlock, increasingly, even for white folks and Latinos, into a luxury good. It's not just a black thing. Low to no divorce into a luxury good. Fit, cooperative women into a luxury good. And your technocrats are too cowardly to just come out and say it. Maybe they're afraid that, the young folks will start turning things over. Because what Mr. Z hears from Scott Galloway and the rest of these folks is they're not just coming through the middle and just saying it, just coming up the middle and just straight up saying, look, this is what it is. And you saw it on Oprah when it came time, when he did the, 70% of divorces are filed by women talk. Usually Scott Galloway goes into, and the number one reason for divorce is money. He either says it, implies it, and even when he's implies it, it's very heavy-handed. He didn't do that on Oprah. Why didn't he do that on Oprah, talking to Oprah and talking to A-Marie? He remembered where he was. Ooh. See, he says that on male panels. He says that on his own channel. He says that to Dr. Richard Reeves. He says that on those type of platforms. When he was on Diary of a CEO, he says that there, but he didn't say it on Oprah. Why didn't he say it on Oprah? He said it to Logan and to the brother off of Diary of a CEO. Logan is the lady that I think she's connected to one of those dating sites, white lady, right? So the Captain Obvious, yes and no, right? Yes and no. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I thought there was one more, and then I'm gonna let y'all up. Give me a second. Todd, yes, I knew it. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, once a man is exposed to peace, inner peace, it's hard to compete with. Who's running headfirst into an obvious problem? Hashtag ROI problem. But you're right, KMS, in every way on this. The issue is the framing, not your framing. If we can get young men to believe that they're the problem, and what a woman is going to do is, quote unquote, civilize him and smoothen out those rough edges and be an inspiration, then the men will sign up. And by the time they realize this is a bad investment, he's in divorce court. She filed for divorce. Right? By the time he realized this is a bad investment, he already bought the house. Huh? He already gave her the down payment for the car. He already has the kids. Huh? He already signed the birth certificate, the marriage license. By the time he realizes, oh, damn, wrong woman, bad deal. It's too late. Huh? So in this society, we attempt to get young men to think that the women are sugar and spice and everything nice, and the women will smoothen out his rough edges. What you're seeing with the young men is that they don't agree. They don't believe it. They don't buy it. And that's why, as I just recently played, it's just woman after woman telling you the men are not approaching. Women in the club telling you the men are not approaching. Redhead lady telling you her tickle bitties is jiggling, and she would take anybody approaching, even construction workers. She'll take a cat call because the men are not approaching. And by the way, that clip is a little old, but still, she's telling you the men are not approaching. Men heard. We heard the street harassment talk. We heard the don't look at me in the gym. We heard the don't approach me on the street. We heard the workplace harassment talk. Right? The Me Too movement. And now they're telling you, well, no, you just have to make sure that she's optimally comfortable, and don't be a creep, and don't be weird. And like, what's weird? You know what's weird? The man who's not attractive to her. The man who she doesn't see as attractive. That's what's weird. That's who's weird. Huh? There's a clip in Korea where they have this similar thing where you can't attempt to shoot your shot more than, I think, twice. It's either 3 times or twice towards a woman, and your average women are complaining about that because they're saying, well, that lessens my chance, because they want a little bit of pursuit. And so the men are only risking getting in trouble with the law or some type of harassment with the absolute most attractive women. And the average women are like, okay, so what about me? Well, there you go. Huh? So the return on investment, the ROI, well, the women tell you just because they exist and they have a vagina, they are the return on investment. They don't got to work on their attitude, their diet, none of it. They don't have to have discipline in any way, shape, or form concerning you. As a matter of fact, the best type of woman is the woman who decenters men, who doesn't care about the male gaze, Gaze, everyone, and who finds a great man, or better yet, said that the wrong way, that a man finds her and values her even though she did absolutely nothing to be appealing to him. This is like the at least heterosexual feminist wet dream. She did nothing for the express pleasure of men or a man, but he did everything to appeal and be appealing to her. Huh? Yeah. And so we'll play this one more again and bring y'all up.
Here's my take. You ready? Here's my take on all this sort of fucking freakish, terrible life advice they're giving. Be yourself. Be yourself. Fucking get your shit together. Take a shower, clean your room, get a fucking hobby, right? Get a hobby. Get something to care about. Something that gets you happy and up in the morning and like you look forward to doing something. I don't care what it is. It could be fucking anything. Get a hobby. Get yourself a job. But again, keep your passion directed where it should be. At your hobbies, at the things that, if you're lucky enough, you actually will do for a living, something that you love. You know, very few people are lucky enough to be in that situation. But if you are, God bless you. You're really lucky. But everybody else, you know, focus on your passion. The way you end up getting in a relationship that's fruitful and fulfilling is first you need to find yourself. First you need to understand what I like, what I don't like, what my hobbies are, what I'm interested in, what gets me going, what drives me, know yourself first. and don't fake it. Like, actually really immerse yourself into a world of something, right? And like, then like, you'll never, if you just start down that path, your life will improve. Like, you will, going on that journey will then make it. So maybe you meet somebody through your field, which is your hobby, which is your passion. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you get really into something, let's just say it's bowling, for shits and giggles. You get really into bowling, and then, you know, you join a bowling league, and then, hey, there's this cute girl at the bowling league who's kind of into you because you and her both love bowling, and you talk about it all the time. And it's like, that's how you get a mate. That's how you get somebody, a significant other, who you care about them, they care about you, is you can't, like, go looking for it. It's got to happen organically because you come together because of mutual interests, right? It's something along those lines. So, like, that's how it's got to be done. All this shit about, like, oh, you better wife up one of these white hoes. I know they suck, but you got to do it. You got to save the race. You got to, it's like, what the fuck is this? Like I said, it's beyond parody. This is literally beyond parody. Like, this is what the red pill has become. This is what groyperism has become. Like, all these right-wing movements.
Now, Kyle is saying to men in America what isn't working for women, and we have evidence and proof of that because the women are telling you that it ain't working for them.
Oh, another night going home alone. This single life is ass. And don't get under my post talk about some. Just focus on yourself. Love yourself. Date yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I'm tired of it. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires for being with someone else, that I should just be with myself. I've been with myself. I'm always going to be with myself. Like, it's me and her to the end of time. Like, stop it. Like, after a long day of work, I just be wanting to lay down. I want to cuddle. I want to tell my man about my day. I just want to hug. Like, damn. Like, it don't even be about all the other stuff y'all be talking about. It just be the simple things that you miss the most. Like, that's really it. Like, it's not even like, it just be the simple things. That's all I'm going to say. So just be grateful if you got somebody and you got a hug today. Because you know what?
I don't need no man.
Personally, I am done with all women-centered events in 2025. The women empowerment brunches, lunches, the ladies' nights, I'm just gonna take a pause. Like, I need enough. I have my sisterhood. Of course, I'm open to making new friends, but there's other ways to do that and to spend my money. Like, where's the
ever reason I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person? And yes, although, you know, I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, you know, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, you know, my friendships and, you know, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm going to be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares me to know that it may not ever happen, that it may not ever happen. And so it's just like, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm making much sense in this video.
All right, y'all. What's going on, y'all?
What's going on, Z?
What's up with you, AB?
What's up, Z? What's up?
What's up with y'all? What's going on, Tunnel Running? Go ahead, AB.
I got a simple question for you.
Everything good?
What's up?
We should listen to Crystal Ball's simp because
look, we know the story with Kyle. We know. I wasn't trying to bring it up, but yeah. We know. Hey, like Kyle, I don't. You know, Crystal is not an ugly woman or anything like that. But bro,
to be fair to Kyle, he is getting paid, so I can't knock him.
He is, and you know, but to be fair, like Kyle,
he's getting paid.
And I think she really actually likes him. With that, bro, yes. Not a lot of dudes are gonna follow your example, bro. Not a lot of dudes are not. They're not. You know, they're not gonna wife up a single mom, bro. They're just not gonna do it. A single mom, they're what, 2, and the oldest is what? Damn near. She said she's about to hit college. So her oldest is like 17, 18. Yeah, Kyle, they're not doing it, bro. So yeah, so try again. Mm-hmm. Kyle, you may not be the one who want to deliver the message. No offense to you or to Crystal Ball, but nah, bro. They ain't doing it. Shout out to you, but those other the young white dudes in particular, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Nope.
Well, to be fair to Cal, he's probably a better representative than Harry Sisson. I'm sorry.
Wait, say that again. Say that again, AB.
He's a better representative than Harry Sisson. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, but that's yeah.
To be fair to Kyle, in all fairness to Kyle, because I used to watch Kyle, so.
And I wouldn't underestimate. I wouldn't underestimate white, because again, from our position in space, single motherhood is taboo. White boys, because I work with blue collar white boys, a lot of them do be marrying and dating single moms, because it's like they not in the same. We the canaries in the coal mine. They not as deep into the mine as us. Like we've been knew the single mothers was methane, nigga. You're gonna die. They haven't figured that out yet. They really haven't went through the phase of it. It's the white gynocracy just but beginning. They don't know what. You know what I'm saying? So,
we'll find out.
Well, Merry Christmas, motherfuckers. And
What's going on, officer?
Sergeant.
Sergeant. Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't privy to the promotion.
Well, the last highest rank was sergeant. Technically, before I left my last department, I was the acting lieutenant. So hopefully, I've been talking to this one company to be basically the bodyguard of the CEO, where they're going to start me off at like 130, 140 just to protect him.
Ooh-wee. That means them cigars are going to get more potent. That's all I heard.
Cigar smoke. I mean, I made it to the third round of interviews, so that's a good sign. So
that's what's up.
So this is my thing about single motherhood, and I'm gonna give a black pill perspective.
Oh wait, real quick, Charles. Talking about your celebration. Shout out to Vince. I did see the pictures. Our boy graduated, so shout out to him. You know,
shout out to you.
Shout out to All Hell Balamuccio, also known as Vincent Von Doom, also known as Pistol Pete. So shout out to that brother. And go ahead, Charles.
Shout out and congratulations to your graduation. I gotta go black pill for a minute. Might be slightly long-winded, but I'll try to quicken it up. Here's the black pill lens of single mothers. Anything I take on must benefit. For example, let's say I do get hired. Fuck it, we'll put it in existence when I get hired. For being paid that amount of money, much is expected, as it should be. People forget. Much given, much is required. Same thing with a single mother. If you took on a single mother back on the day, there was a lot that you got out of it. One, she was grateful. Two, she owed you a legacy of your own, aka a child. Three, she better had her wifely duties in order. What happened nowadays is that twofold. Men got off their square and didn't require a bitch to do her duty, just like she required you to do yours. Just like I said to one chick. I said, wait a minute. Y'all talk about you don't like gender roles, but you still have this inkling for a man to pay and protect. Then what the fuck do I get for the cost of my life? And Mr. Z, I'm asking you this one question. What's the first rule of protection?
Obedience.
Damn, AB jumped ahead of me.
Sorry.
I was going to say, get it on my program. That's what I was going to say, but the same difference.
And what's the second rule of protection? It costs. What's the old saying? Good protection ain't cheap, and cheap protection ain't good.
I was going to say it's a preventative measure, but that wasn't the question. Yeah, but you're right.
Also, you have to say,
and when you look at those from those simple statements right there, I could go through the whole list. But just those two statements are powerful enough. And when you look at the single motherhood, you're expecting me to reward you for your bad behavior.
Nope.
And you have to look at it. Are you separated from a husband, which says something, or divorced from a husband? No, so you go down further in the list. See, the problem is that men get better with age, at least you're supposed to. because you earned your value. You were not given innate value in life. Like I said before, a woman past 35 and never been married, especially if you're a 6 and above, you're a loser. And the reason why I can openly say losers is because if you had a motherfucking man who failed to have employment at 35, well, we call him a loser.
Charles, you being nice. You said 6 and above. I'll say a 4 and above.
I've said,
Yo, what's up, everybody?
What's going
what's
on,
up?
Louis?
What's
What's
going on,
up?
Louis?
Hello, Mr. Z.
And you too will have good hair.
Can I say something right
That's
quick?
funny.
Go ahead,
No,
Go
Louis.
it's
ahead, Louis.
my
Go ahead.
turn. Nah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Fuck your holidays. Fuck all of y'all. I'm here in this empty ass store while y'all home chilling on a panel. I got 4 big ass bottles of Johnny Walker Black, and I couldn't even open it last night because I had to be here 6 in the morning. Fuck all y'all. And happy
That was a
holidays to you
Look,
too.
choice.
hey, look. I will say this, Louis. Y'all
But
already
for all
know
the
when we.
single mothers, I got all your ramen right here.
Oh shit!
Salute,
God
Sergeant.
damn, Louis. God
Like
Salute.
I got
damn.
it nice and filled, so when they come in the morning, it's all right here.
Louis, you chose this life.
Right. No, Lou.
Nah, this life chose me. It chose
Right.
me.
I'm sure it's
I
being
won't
good
say
to you.
anything. Let's just say, Louis, you're not by yourself. We'll just say that. We're just gonna
But
leave that on the table.
to
Right.
Charles's
Couple things.
point, though, I'll be damned if I'm with a single mother and I'm paying her bills and I'm not allowed to discipline her. I'm not allowed to discipline her children. That's just not going to happen. You get the fuck out. You can get the fuck out.
I think that's the case
Hey,
for most men. I would argue. But yeah.
hey,
Go ahead, Charles, and
hey.
finish up with the. Oh, wait, go ahead. Who's that?
Well, this is the part I'm going to finish up on is that, number one, a lot of men, and this is where people hate the space because you never hear the detractors talk about when we don't get on men. There's a lot of respect that men lost for themselves because of desperation. The reason why it's rampant is because you got some simp ass fool who would take on, ill-gotten behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to take on a single mother and it does not benefit you, what are you getting out of it? Like you're just a sadist. You're just like pain. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But pain is as the old song, experience is a good teacher. At least it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because when you look at this from a fine tooth comb, a lot of these chicks who were single mothers who was born 5, 6, 10 years ago, that there's going to come a time when, as BGS would put it, where we know not Joseph, something's going to happen, man. And now you see winter is here, and it's about to be an Arctic blast for your ass. But I'll stop there.
Let me say this before somebody else goes real quick. Keep in with the theme, and rest in peace, Kevin. Keeping with the Game of Thrones theme, for all of us that actually watched the show, if you remember when what's her name, not Daenerys, when Cersei was presented with the White Walker, whatever the hell, and her and I think the brother lamented it, like, and they were pretty much saying, if I remember correctly, all the stories that we heard of the past, this is it. Like, we're actually living it. We're actually seeing what we used to talk about. This is the old wives' tales. We're actually seeing that. And so that's what I would argue we're witnessing now, that we lived in especially for us as millennials, we lived in some of the tail end of this hyper abundance, or at least people living reckless like it was super abundant. And that doesn't mean that we're going to live in scarcity per se in the future, but it does mean things are going to get a whole lot more pricey. And maybe being single is a luxury that most can't afford, especially, obviously, the women. So that's all. That's all.
You're
Y'all
gonna
go
be
ahead.
multiplying
Hey,
every.
Z, can I speak? Can I chime in a little bit, Z, before
Go
we
ahead,
get too
Arena,
far
and
afield?
then we got whoever. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Vince.
Hey, Merry Christmas to the entire
We got
chat. How
Vince
your brothers
afterward.
doing?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to the chat. How you? Hope y'all brothers doing well. I co-sign on everything that everybody's saying about single mothers and all the cost benefit analysis and the return on investment. We all know that. To be fair, to be fair to Kyle, Crystal Ball isn't a single mother. She's a divorcee. And if you look at his career and her career, she actually helps his career and builds his brand without any risk to him, because her first husband is a guy named Jonathan Durianini. He's very, very rich. And that's who she had.
Yeah.
That's the guy who that's the guy she had all her babies by, right?
Yeah, no, I know that. Yeah. I didn't know his name though.
Some of the brothers may not know it. So our frame of reference for single mothers is first baby by OG Mudbone, second baby by Low Dog, and maybe third baby by just a regular brother who's cool, who's doing his thing, right? And he had to take the weight of the first two, and now you're the fourth, right? So she's spinning the wheel of fortune. Kyle essentially took a situation by.
Wait a minute, Arena Revives. Wait. That's going in the book. The Wheel of Fortune. That's going in the book. Y'all let that one slide. The Wheel of Fortune. That's what these ladies are doing with their life. Spinning the Wheel of Fortune.
That is true.
God damn. Go ahead, Arena. I had to pause on that one. I had to pause on that one. Go ahead.
And so Kyle's issue, and my issue with Kyle, is because he got lucky. And by the way, and we've had this conversation, Z, we know that 23-year-old Crystal Ball is not choosing 25-year-old Kyle Kalinske. She chose a very, very rich man to bear her children by and get the bag after that. And she already came from an aristocratic background. So she played the hypergamy game right. And now she's got the bag already. And Kyle's like, I don't have to pay for shit. And she's going to boost my my ratings too, because she's in the same space. So, but what he doesn't understand is that most of us ain't got it like that in terms of our choices.
I agree. And remember, she ran for office and everything. So what you saying, Arena Revised, is true. Look, you know, but that, once again, that's the story that we were saying. What I was talking about when I streamed about Anton the other day. You can't recreate that, right, Kyle? We can't replicate what you got.
No,
that was sheer you being in the right place at the right time. Y'all do similar things, and you got lucky. We can't replicate your luck, bro.
Yeah, you know what we have on the black side, and I'm a little bit older, but for the younger brothers, they got Sky Jackson, right? Sky had a big old Disney career, and who she get knocked up by? Yerky. That's what we got.
Wait. To be fair to her, he is light skinned.
You petty as hell, Z.
A tragic mulatto.
Did somebody call me?
Oh gosh.
Hysterical. That is funny. That is No, Louis, we ain't putting you in the same ballpark as Yerky. Hell no. Go ahead, Vince.
Well, I still think we should enforce GameStop rules, because if not, she'll just be out here multiplying by one. It is I'm appreciative for this pocket of the internet, because you show a lot. One of the things you show is what the economics is looking like, and I saw it for myself a little bit in 2020. My ex-girlfriend wanted to move. Z, you saw the videos I sent you about the luxury apartments?
Did I watch them? I don't think I did. Send them again. No, I didn't. Okay. Send them again, please and thank you.
So I'm in the DMV, right? And there's a lot of luxury apartments here, and a lot of them are bad built. And she wanted to move into one of those in 2020, paying like $23,000, $24,000 off buck. And it's like,
so you trying to tell me during the height of COVID, she want to move into a luxury apartment that's $2,400?
Pretty much.
Okay,
some above $1,800, $1,900. And my mom like, no, all right. But it's like, look at where everything is now, and look at how things are trending up and not trending down.
Mm-hmm.
And how women, in my opinion, oftentimes just take a ball of money, just put it in someone's hand and say, here, do what you need with this. And not doing that with my money. You know?
No, Vince, you ain't say that the right way. They take a ball of money and set it on fire.
Yeah.
It's worse than that. Yeah.
Go ahead, finish, Vince.
So I'm just like, it's cold outside, energy costs, rent costs, heat costs, all that stuff. And for some men, it is better for them to multiply by one, because they don't have to worry about anybody who could be a liability, and for women with a few kids and kids are liabilities, and then she want to be disrespectful as well to someone who is helping and contributing. I mean, we've had this conversation. We're gonna continue to have a conversation about how stupid that is. Don't be stupid.
You know, I don't know if you were here, Vince, but I played earlier. Some of, I didn't show y'all all of it, but I screenshotted them and then kind of flipped through them in my screenshots, and then I just saved it and made it a little playlist. Some of the, you know, YouTube does your recap for all of the, well, at least for those of us who actually have like channels, not channels. For those of us who actually pay and whatnot, YouTube does this thing where it does your recap and it shows you what you listen to, what the theme of your, essentially the theme of your page. So what you watch, what you listen to, and what they categorize that as. And my stuff, the pop culture stuff, y'all already know that's Black Manosphere stuff or Manosphere stuff, relationship stuff, etc., etc. Social commentary stuff. But yes, economics. Yes, political and geopolitical. Shout out to BGS. So yeah, that's what Mr. Z watches. When I told y'all that, I meant it. And so thank you, Vince. And yes, so real quick, somebody background. But so when I give my analysis, better yet, of relationships, where they're going, where I think they're going, what they look like, what it smell like, what it sound like, I'm not just pulling it out of my ass. And thank you for seeing that. It is like, okay, well, what's the economic landscape? Well, how the hell is this supposed to work? And like I say all the time, this is not sustainable. And how the hell is this supposed to work? So yeah, exactly. Go ahead, y'all.
Lastly, I've been waterboarding my girl for the last few days on your information.
Wait, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
I said I've been waterboarding my girl on your last few streams.
Oh, word? How she feel? She gonna hate me?
It's like,
don't make her hate me, Vince.
She don't hate you. She hate the videos, and she always quoting Munchkin, and like
we gonna make Munchkin famous on this channel.
She's like, you want us, you need us. I'm like, yo, chill out. And then I showed her the dude with the mustache. She's like, yo, he can't be serious. I'm like, no, he's serious. Like, oh no, the internet's not a real place. I'm like, no, he's serious.
Yeah. So, did you tell her he got slapped the?
I did.
The shit slapped on his ass.
Yes, by a white man. Yes, I did.
Apparently, Buddy Rowe was Jewish. I don't know how true that is, but somebody said the hefty dude is Jewish too. That makes it even worse. Oh man, if that's true.
I've been talking to her about that. How Buddy got knocked out. How other Buddy got knocked out. There's been a whole bunch of knockouts.
Yeah.
So
Jake Paul over here hugging legs. Andrew Tate over here again, two-pieced. Yeah, bro. You know.
So wait a minute, Z. You'll be watching my shit?
What do you mean? I'm a little lost.
You don't be watching my shit, Z? Oh, I'm gonna come to Florida and kick your ass.
Right. Look, Mr. Z is always and forever moving and shaking and busy. Somebody just got on me the other day about something.
Oh shit!
Was it Captain Obvious? I think Captain Obvious. Yeah, Captain Obvious. Captain Obvious said I don't be enunciating my words correctly. He's probably right. And he gave me a book to read. I was like, my reading right now is. I don't got time for none of it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you. Just because you be on Magic City on the pole, moving and shaking, you ain't got.
Magic City is all the way in Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken. Look, there ain't no Magic City in Miami. Although our strip clubs are better, because it's full of nudity over here, player.
I mean, it's nothing but nudity strip clubs. I mean, if you got a strip club that just have tassels, that's a weak ass strip club. But
for real.
Anyway, we know that you make the travel to Magic City. The times are hard for pips, but trust me, if your girl wants to hate a channel, she'll definitely hate mine because we used to wear bitch as a term of endearment. But because there's three different types of females: a lady, a woman, and a bitch. And a woman, and one chick, she asked me, "Why did you refer to that lady as a bitch?" I never had to call a lady a bitch ever in my life. But when you actually know the difference, it would be insulting to call her something she wasn't. And this is one of the prime issues in the world today, is that you didn't want to be a wife, but you look as a wife as a life preserver. Your last ditch effort of like, I
In
can't.
case of emergency, break glass.
And what happens is that there are still simps because the simps will always be among us. There's just not enough of them anymore. Either
I
because
agree with that. Actually, I agree.
it's either because one, they can't afford you, and number two, men are waking up. And let's say there was an abundance of simps. The economy said, "Oh, you can't afford this shit." So what's happening? You're going through. I like to call it manosphere scissors. You heard it here first. The manosphere scissors. One, you're seeing a rise of Gen Z and alphas not taking the bullshit that previous generations have taken. And two, you're seeing everything starting to become too damn expensive to take on liabilities. And they're meeting in the middle. And the women are sitting
Hmm.
there, and women are sitting there in relationship purgatory, confused as hell. And
I, are they confused, Charles? I don't
yeah,
think they confused. I think
they're
they throwing a temper tantrum still. I don't think they confused.
well. That's
I
when
don't
you.
think they know what's going on, but I don't think they're confused. Go ahead, go ahead.
Well, that's where temper tantrums come from. If you have to raise a child, it's from confusion. They're telling me I can't do something. I want to do it. What's wrong? I just want this. It's a confusion because one,
Okay, okay. I see where you're going with it.
you can't. You're looking at how your mom and grandmother had it, and for some of you, your great grandmothers. Well, my grandfather had to work. Well, guess what? Your grandfather probably bought a fucking 3 bedroom house for like $8,000. Try now. Money doesn't stretch as far. If you take the year of my birth right now, 82. If you took $1,000 today, you would need 3,000 plus to equal the buying power. Shit doesn't stretch nearly as far as it used to. That's just 43 years ago. So,
There's a fun in that. That's funny.
so when you're comparing people to why your grandfather, I said, but look, your grandfather didn't have cable. Your grandfather didn't have all the modern luxuries.
He
Oh,
ain't had
trust
Wi-Fi and Hulu.
no. So let's look at this. A lot of you who grandparents are from the South, like mine, people look at things from a one-way mirror, and it's always a two-way street. They didn't talk about
That's a
how,
bar.
yeah, 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 y'all quote me on that shit. Now, notice they talk about what the men have done, and I had to check a chick yesterday when she said, "But a real man wouldn't talk down to a woman." I said, "You ever notice nobody ever talked about what a real woman's supposed to do?" And that's listen before she responds, comprehend before you respond. That's what a real woman would do. And she was like, "Damn, got me on that one." And I said this: have you noticed? Because my grandfather, God rest his soul, we buried him in '92. Man, that was a beautiful man. That's one of the only men I ever heard in my life not referred as handsome or beautiful by women. That being said, you're looking at men who were men. This man had a sixth to eighth grade education, but became a master mechanic. Even with a southern drawl, his articulations and his knowledge of the world was otherworldly. It was extraordinary. Where you have people who have college degrees who get fucked up reading fucking The Cat in the Hat because it's a downpour. Now, let's look at that man. But nobody just juxtaposed that question to the women, where we still have the family farm in North Windsor, North Carolina to this day. They don't talk about how your grandmother, which 9 out of 10 she probably worked because, let's face it, historically, 85 to 90% of black women always worked. So get that June Cleaver bullshit out your head. She had to clean up a house. She had to hell if you lived on a farm. She had to kill chickens. Some of your parents and some of your grandparents and great grandparents were fucking sharecroppers or farmers. That being said, or some type of laborers. So that means she did hard work. You bitches complain about washing machines and microwaves and air fryers. So what? So what are you trying to say that? Oh well, the man did all this work. You didn't. You go ask Grandma how many times she cooked Sunday dinner that lasted at least till Tuesday, and then she had to start Wednesday for another meal in the grand scheme of things again. Not only that, we were in the church more. So guess what? You were probably in church around 9, 11 o'clock. And guess what mom did? Grandma or great grandma did. She started that goddamn cooking around 1. And she didn't get
Yeah,
finished.
because church lasted all day. Church still lasts all day for certain people.
And she didn't get finished till, and dinner was like around what? 7, 8 o'clock? And she did this shit day in, week in and week out. Not including she had a gig. Just like not including your grandfather had to fix shit around the house. Not including they probably had one car if they're lucky at that time.
If they're lucky.
So when we look at the lap of luxury that our women are in, and they're talking about, well, you want a 1945 man with 2026 benefits, no sense does it ever make. I'll stop right there.
Okay. Son of Runner, go ahead, and then we'll have compassionate, and then we'll just work around this circle. I see Rogers in here and Black Socrates is here. Go ahead, Son of Runner.
Yeah, I was just going to say, live from Colombia, out with
Look, get this nigga
in the
off my
room.
goddamn channel, somebody. Get him off, goddamn it.
Z. The soup,
Look, he's showing the
soup
background.
cooking outside in the street,
Do you want me to make it a bigger? Do you want me to
Yeah,
make it a bigger video
but
on Son of Runner?
just out here,
Happy Nino
Do you want me to
Dios
zoom
Day.
into that? Did you want me to zoom into that?
But no, it's okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let's do that. Wait a minute.
No, yo.
Okay.
Un momento.
Don't worry. Okay, yeah.
La soup?
Yep. I see you.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just out here.
Thank you for showing off.
Yeah,
Look
got
at
the
him.
music playing,
Hey, the big ass pot on the
out
fire.
here. Yeah, last night we got about 30 women. All of them hooked up with some men or married. Only 3 single women. Everybody's enjoying life and having fun. Just
That's a
family
90%
atmosphere.
success rate, Son of Runner. I don't know if you can find that in the black community. 90%
Yeah.
success rate? Oh, hell no.
So yeah, they've been coupling up. So that's the deal. That's the deal over here. But still want y'all guys to enjoy some of this I'm having. So y'all be good.
And thanks for that, Son of Runner. And
Peace,
go ahead,
brother.
Pastor.
Peace, brother.
Oh yeah, Tunnel always showing off. But it's getting too expensive to entertain false premises, man. That's what this whole era is going to be characterized by.
And that's the word. That's the word right there.
Keep going. Sí, algo fría. Diane G said,
Son of Runner, you got to mute up.
Yeah, no, this whole era going to be characterized by false premises. We didn't have industrialization gave this society ability to entertain false premises, and that's where men are responsible. And I think that's what we do in this space. You do on your show, Z. Roger does on his show. Push back against false premises or give men proper premises to start from. And once you do that, you realize this whole Ponzi scheme falls apart. And now the environment is becoming increasingly too painful and too expensive to operate for men to operate on false premises. And that's the problem.
The postmodernism, you need money for postmodernism. Yeah. You need people to be balling out of control for postmodernism. Yeah. For us to entertain.
Yeah.
Say that again?
You need surplus. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. And now that the money getting tight and that US dollar is not what it used to be, and the US is not it's not a unipolar world anymore. The US is not the undisputed hegemon of the planet anymore. Yeah. All that BS jobs and all that other crap, no, you could kiss that goodbye. And all the stuff that came with it. Go ahead.
I think it's less, or like even when perceiving the women, I think it's less. Sometimes it is pure confusion and kind of some stupidity sprinkled in there. But I genuinely think, I don't think there's so much stupidity that they're not, they got so used to us responding and maneuvering based on false premises that they still operate. If any confusion is there, they're confused why we're not still operating on the false premise. And the false premise is dozens, hundreds of thousands of them that we all entertain collectively as a society that put us in a position to get here. And I don't know if I think it's massive. I think it's a collective manipulation by the women, honestly, at a certain point with the media, the shit apparatuses they didn't have for this long. I think they're not stupid. This is propaganda that has worked up until this point. So and when we see them keep repeating the same thing and kind of doubling down, it's because that's worked up until this point. But that's the key is it only worked because men were willing to entertain a false premise to begin with on on macro concepts and even at the individual level.
Yeah, y'all already know. Let me see. Raj, what's going on?
What's up? I'm gonna try to keep it somewhat short and brief. You know, and I do like what Compassion just said right there. I think relationships. I ain't gonna use that. I know relationships are gonna go exactly where men take them. It's just up to men to realize it. When it comes down to it, women are too lazy to make a difference. Okay. Economy will be bad for some people. Some people will be okay. Most people it'll be bad, rather than good, because you know, elites has always been a very small population. So you're gonna have women who are too lazy to take on the responsibility that it takes to survive in a society. You're gonna have those women making choices. Eventually, your choices just run out because you ain't did nothing. So relationships will literally go where men take them. If we want to keep taking care of them, they'll be straight. If we don't desire to take care of them, they're gonna be out there with the wolves at some point. You know, the only thing that can change this.
Out there in the elements, Raj.
Yeah, I mean, there will be women starving to death in the future. The only thing that can really save them, you would have to get enough people to agree to make governmental changes that we're just gonna keep them alive no matter what. Because I mean, real talk. When you know people talk about the money crunch only matters when a man thinks he's in a money crunch. See, as a man, if I save my money, a woman can't go eat. If I've saved my money, she can't buy that new bag. If I save my money, she can't buy that new coat. Because how do women get stuff? A lot of them, we as men, we supplement the stuff that they get because we take care of money. We give them certain monies. They'll use that for a bill, and then they can go buy the coat they want. So if once men say, I'm gonna do something different with my money, whatever they got going on just gonna fall apart anyway. And if you don't really get it, just look at anything that's really woman-centered. Those businesses are having trouble now. You think about bridal showers or you know, places to supply bride stuff. Men don't care about a wedding like that. So if you don't have men willing to pay for this woman to have her dream wedding, and I mean, you moving more and more toward a society that don't have a father anyway, because you know that's big among black folks, and it's getting out there amongst other people too. Who paying for who paying for all this wedding stuff? And then you know, if you don't find a woman worthy enough to take out on the date, who paying at the restaurant? See, what we decide to do will change what goes on. Now, women they're gonna call a bluff as long as they possibly can. But once men really take it in their heart, these women are basically. But once you stand a woman's actual value, because the truth be told, until I really, really like her, she don't have no value. When men figure that out, stuff changes. A woman means nothing to me until I say she do. So if I won't even take you to the point of making you my girlfriend, why do I care about anything you want? And I was just talking to a young man about this just yesterday. We was talking about how you can go on the first date. Do you ever ask what she wants to do? And I'd be like, no, I'll never ask a woman what she want to go. Well, don't you want the date to work out? Don't you want her to have fun? I said, bro, if I'm paying what she want, don't even mean nothing to me. But you got to care about what she want. Why? Why I got to care about what she want? But don't you want her to have a nice time? Her job is to make sure she good with me, bro. It ain't just for her to go enjoy herself. She need to make sure I'm the person she wants to follow. That's her number one priority. He was having a hard time understanding that, but as he told me, he was raised by a single mother himself.
Exactly.
But
false
now,
premise, Raj. That was his false premise, and he was steered fucked up starting from there. And you corrected that premise. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. And his thing is, well, I don't want to waste my money because if I go here or go there, and then she may not like it. I say, okay, what if I take her to Red Lobster, right? And we get there, and she tell me she don't like fish or she don't eat seafood. I said that's a good chance for me to see how she's gonna operate when we have to call an audible. He was like, no, but see, you're gonna waste your money going to the place now. I said, no. We're gonna see how she deals with a problem. Because now I'm taking her to a restaurant that's primarily seafood, and she don't even like seafood. So now we can see how she responds to that. You trying to test? No, I ain't testing her. I didn't take her to the restaurant on purpose that she didn't like. I just went where I wanted to go, and it just didn't fit her. So now I can see how she must operate when I have to call an audible and take her somewhere else. And then guess what? You probably can't take her to no other place. He was like, well, what if you can't make no reservation? What if you can't take her to no place? You're gonna end up at some place like White Castle. I said, let's say we did end up at White Castle. If she don't have a good time with me because we ended up at White Castle, is she the person I'm supposed to be pursuing?
Exactly. And by the way, the chicken Alfredo at Red Lobster is fire too, y'all. So ladies, go ahead and get the chicken Alfredo with Raj. There you go. And you can get the seafood.
Well, my point is, it's gonna go wherever we decide to take it. It's really on us at the end of the day. Women are just trying to do whatever they can get away with. When it comes to dating relation, we decide everything because women are not gonna step up to the plate and take a man's role on starting to really take men out. Now, I ain't saying you ain't gonna have a certain group that's dealing with a compromised man, but even with compromised men, that only lasts for so long. Eventually, she wants you to take over.
That's what needs to be stressed too. That's what needs to be stressed. Eventually, all that nice shit is out the window. All that boss hog stuff is out the window. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Z.
What's going on?
So to summarize it, you're going to have a couple of people dusting off their old book of Iceberg Slim. They're going to pull out the gators, right?
Pimping. You hear me? For real. I mean, in a certain type of environment, yeah.
Yes. We're gonna play prison rules. We're gonna play prison rules on both sides.
Ooh, you see what I'm saying?
That's how the shit gonna go.
You know what? I need that clip now too. Then I need that Jim Carrey prison rules clip. Yep, exactly.
It ain't gonna even be a certain society, bro. I'm willing to pay. You're not willing to pay. Shut up and go where I tell you. That's just what it is at the end of the day. It may not sound good, but that's what it's gonna be reduced to. If I'm the person willing to pay and you the person not willing to pay, we going where the person who want to pay go. Only other thing the other person can do is stay at home.
That's what the piper calls the tune.
But I mean, like, if you, all of us been the broke friend. Isn't that how it go? We all done been the broke. We done been a friend with some money. We done been the broke friend. Isn't that how it go? See, if you don't want to go, then you stay home. If you want to ride out with us, I got you. And then I'm paying, and then that's where we going.
Well, you can let a woman who don't want to pay, whether she broke or not, you can let a woman who don't want to pay direct you on how you gonna spend your money. That is your decision as a man. Now, why you gonna let her do that? Hey, that's up to you. Because when it comes to my money, I'm doing what I want. And when people say, "Well, what about what she want?" Whenever she's willing to pay for a day, we can go where she want to go.
But see, what you're describing is fundamentally a different premise. See, traditionally, you tell your little brother the purpose of a date is so a young lady has a good time because she likes you. That's the premise. That's the false premise you give your little brother. The proper premise is what Roger described. In actuality, these bitches don't have no money, so she can't pick where she's going in reality.
I am so glad that we're in the place now. And Roger's right, even if she has money or not. That's besides the point. Roger's right. But I am glad because this is the part that was kept on being pushed because they need, whoever the days are, needed this. They needed to tell us that the women are doing far better than they are. This was the poker face, right? The poker face was that the women are doing well so that you could get on her program. But the truth is, they not.
Exactly. What I keep saying,
struggle
built on false premises. Even Scott Galloway pushes them bitches in, and we watch it like, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? The average man doesn't. He's operating on tons of false premises, which is why we shadow ban, because we dismantling false premises that basically hold up this entire facade of a society. Because once men start operating like Rogers just said, that changed the whole dynamics of dating. That changed the whole dynamics of where people go to. If men said, I'm going on dates to where I want to go, fucking seafood restaurants and shit would be empty. It would change the whole dynamic of how
at least the expensive joints.
Yeah, a lot of more fucking Top Golf would be bussing, every day. It's like it would be a different dynamic, and that's what they can't have because we've been operating on this service female feminized society model for 50, 60 years now.
70% of all money spent is spent by who? And that's what Louis said. He wants to bring him to the chicken shack. But so in couples and married couples, 70% of the money is directed by who? Everyone. I think it might be even 80%. If it's 70 or 80, I can't remember.
More like 80 now. Yeah, the wife.
80% of household purchases are made by women.
Yep.
Go ahead, Socrates.
Hey, how's everyone going? How's everyone doing?
What's cracking, bro?
What's good?
Happy holidays. I'm good, man. No complaints whatsoever. Is there a particular topic for today's little discussion, or
the cold Christmas that the ladies are struggling. They struggling. And essentially the removing of the safety net. Let me land with this. They're pretty much what we're speaking about is and I should have tied the political aspect. I'm gonna do a whole stream about that. What money? I'm gonna continue with the what money theme. Shout out to Lion. But pretty much what we're saying is that with a changing environment, socially, politically, economically, we're starting to see the cracks in the mask, right? And so the ladies are looking for men in clubs. They're looking for men to speak to them, man on the street type thing. And even though some of them are still keeping up the facade, the masses of them are starting to show cracks, and that's what we're going. Go ahead.
So hashtag ain't no future in your front is what it is right now, right, Z?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to say it. Yeah, there we go. That's the best way to say it. I was too long with this.
All right. Well, I think this is a natural progression, evolution of women actually getting what they want.
Exactly.
I think that when they imagine, that there's a fantasy of what you want in the reality, the fantasy where you are going to get the upside of female liberation without any of the downsides. But no, when you're free to fly and you're free to fall. So they probably never imagined that there'd be a situation where they had to buckle down, be independent, live up to all the rhetoric they said about being empowered and empowered and smart and intelligent.
Socrates, I got to ask you a question. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I got to ask you a question.
All right, go ahead.
When the mama bird pushes the baby birds out the nest,
yes.
What happens to the ones that don't open their wings and start flying?
They become prey to the animals that wait on the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
That's freedom. That's freedom, right? If you want the freedom to fly, you also comes with the fact that you might fall, that you might get hurt, or your wing don't work and you're dead. So I know they didn't put this into their calculation. I know they didn't do that, but this is actually what they want. And what they're feeling now is equality. They're feeling real equality. Men don't have to approach women. I'm hearing these. I'm looking at these videos and social media posts about women saying, "You men need to just step up to the plate and just ask the woman out. Don't be worried about getting rejected. You're a man." I'm like,
literally
no.
just played a bunch of those. Yep.
Like, no, that was the old paradigm. What's a man anyway? Like, why are you gendering me? Why did you assume my gender? Right? I'm like, what? How do you know today I'm a man? Today I might be non-binary. You don't know. You don't know what I got going on, right? No, there is no obligations anymore.
It's way past injection. To your point, it's way past that. Most men are not
about that anymore.
Yeah.
What it's about now is that we now all the assumptions about the expectations that were part of the old paradigm are now gone. Just like I can't expect a woman to make me a sandwich, to give me deference, to act a certain way. Hello?
Go ahead, you good.
We got you.
Yeah, yeah. Just like I can't have that expectation from her. She shouldn't have the expectation from me to fulfill any gender roles. It's the same. We're just people. I'm person A, you're person B. We're just two persons.
Essentially, there's
Let
no
me
incentive.
let me play the young white lady describing autonomy for the ladies, because to me, out of all women, she probably describes it the best, even though I still don't believe that she's really about it, but she probably describes it the best. Here we go.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person, and at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did, and say, yes, here are my triumphs, and yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands, and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very clear. When I say I'm a feminist, I believe in a woman's bodily autonomy. I believe in her financial autonomy. I believe that a woman should be able to have her own money. Yes. Even if a man provides for you, always make sure you have your own money. Yes. And you have the right to be a stay-at-home mom. Being a mother is a beautiful blessing, but you also have the right to be a career woman. Exactly. And you have the right to be a career mother or not have kids at all. And having children does not mean that your existence has, value or worth. You are worth, you are value, period, point blank. That's it. Stop. Full stop. Okay? We posted a video.
The first young lady actually said some more sobering things towards women. The second lady, she did the 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah,
bullshit. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is, with the first lady is that if you detail that and that becomes mainstream, that's the end of feminism. Women don't want that. Women don't want what she just described.
Exactly.
Right? They don't want that. Like, no thanks. That's the answer. That's the answer. No thanks. Right? The thing with the second thing, they want the.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, they want the 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Maybe not. I can do this. I can't do that. But of course, I definitely want to be subsidized. Yeah, but I definitely want to be subsidized by the government or some other man when I do fail or make a mistake. That's what they want. Now, if you tell them no, you can have the hokey pokey, but if you fail, that's on you. They absolutely do not want that. The answer is no.
By the way, when I said hokey pokey, I mean it in both ways. That is pun intended. I mean it, but literally I mean it in both ways. Because that is what the ladies want. That is what they want. And go ahead.
There was a book called The Rules, remember? And the rule number one is the woman always makes the rules. That's the paradigm. They're like, there was a big thing in the 90s. There was a book called The Rules. These two ladies wrote. Rule number one is the woman always makes the rules, and that goes to what you're saying. What the second lady was saying is, I want what I want when I want it.
Well, if rule number one is that women always make the rules, then that means that's rule number 2, 3. It's always refer back to rule number 1.
Yeah.
If rule number 1 is that women make all the rules, then that means that you always refer back to rule number 1. There are no other rules.
Well, honestly,
it's just rule number 1.
Ain't it slightly a false premise though? That that's like you saying the first girl outlines autonomy, what autonomy is, and then accountability and like strict accountability. That don't really men don't actually get autonomy. Like it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's go into it compassionate. Let's go into it. Nobody gets autonomy for real. That's some
point,
bullshit with insult woman. Yeah, go into that.
False premise to start with.
Yep.
That you can even have autonomy in the first place. The fact that everything's fucked up because we plan like one gender can actually have autonomy and then keep a whole system intact.
No one gets autonomy. You're gonna play a role. You're gonna contribute to this society by hook or by crook. You're gonna do something. You don't just get to be out here freestyling. And you're right. We done sold that to the ladies, and now they sound like fucking idiots.
Yeah, there's no such thing as fucking up so much. Like she said, I'm gonna be accountable for my decision, even if I end up fucked up. But what she's not saying is inherent in that statement. She's assuming somebody will give her a second chance, or there's somewhere to catch you, or your mistake is not like terminal.
Well, the system is going to catch up.
That's built into the paradigm. That's built into it. So what they like, there was this show from CNBC called Make It, where this woman who makes $53,000 a year lives in Manhattan, right? So she has a civil engineering degree. She doesn't want to use it. So she works at a bookstore and she lives a frugal life, but part of it is subsidized by her parents. Now, I view this woman as a crazy, narcissistic, selfish person. And most people will probably look at my response and say, what do you mean? You know, she's living her life and she's following her dreams. I say, yes, she is. But behind that is the very reality that she expects someone somewhere to bail her out. That when she doesn't progress,
she's being subsidized too.
Not only is she being subsidized, but when her parents are no longer able to subsidize her, she's hoping some man out there did the hard work, took the L, did the grind in their 20s, and has something to show for it in their 30s. So now she can just come to his life and now be subsidized. And that's the selfishness. It's that she wants to basically have her freedom and not contribute to anything, but want things in response. I don't want to contribute to the system, but I want things from the system.
Well, absolutely.
My thing is that's actually all right as long as her parents are the people subsidizing her. It becomes selfish when you want strangers to do it. And I'm not saying you're wrong about where she's going to be in the future, but at the end of the day, as long as her parents paying, I don't care what she do. Now, when her parents is dead, because they're going to die at some point, and that's just reality. They're going to die at some point. And now,
what's going to happen? What's going to happen is that she's going to, in her late 20s or early 30s, come up with some story about finding herself, and that. Go ahead.
No, I do get that, but no man needs to care.
Who
cares about her story? I think the main problem is men won't let these women have what they want. They want autonomy, give it to them. You know what I'm saying? Take responsibility for yourself. As a man, when you mess something up, you the one that got to fix that. You do make a $10,000 mistake, you got to come up with the $10,000. Let them come up with their own $10,000 when they make their $10,000 mistake. At the end of the day, I don't care about your well-being to a certain degree if you're just not my wife. Your struggles are yours and you can keep them. If I date you, you tell me about your struggles, I can start telling you how to fix your own struggles so I can have you where I want you to be if I'm going to ever bring you in with me. But the thing is, we care about women's struggles. That's our problem. We care about their struggles. So what if her parents subsidize? As long as it's her parents, I'm good with that.
I got to pause you, Rush.
Real quick, Socrates. How long have you hated women?
No, exactly. But I gotta say this to Raj. No, Raj, it's not simply that we care about women's struggles. I've done this. No, we don't only care about it. We fix their struggles even when they don't belong to us, even though they're not with us. It's even worse than just caring about it. You could care about somebody's struggle and don't fix it and don't give them no words of wisdom or anything. We do more than care about it. We fix that shit. That's why it's not crazy.
Absolutely, and that's where we mess up as men. We have a society that's always trying to fix their problems. We do it from a government level and from a personal level. My thing is,
I want to know how long you hate. I want to know how long have you hated women. That's what I want to know. You hate women.
No, but Raj,
you hate women.
But he said how long you have hated women.
I got slight pushback, Raj. I got slight because you saying give them their autonomy. I'm saying it's a false fucking premise that I can even give you that. Because me giving you autonomy, you're going to pull down. Me giving you autonomy is the reason why only 2 people on this panel got kids or family.
Hey, can I
So it's going to affect me, you having fucking this fake ass. Because like BGS said, you got to take your ass to the jungles.
Okay, wait. Let's do that. Wait, before you go, Vince, I'm going to let you go right after me. Here we go. To emphasize the point that real quick, Vince, to emphasize Vince, can you hear me? He can't hear me. Can you guys hear me?
I don't think he can hear you. I hear you.
Yeah. But Vince, give me a second. Somebody background, but yeah, give me a second, Vince. Give me a second. To emphasize you can't hear us. But okay. To emphasize the point that Compassionate just made. So the brother out of the UK, Anthony Johnson. Joshua. Anthony Joshua. He's making his rounds. Everybody in the US is hearing about him because he just you know, he had Jake Paul over here hugging his legs, and so the sisters done heard about him, the white women and all this other shit, and so. I watched a clip where white women or a black woman said, you know, the patriarchy got to be real because where's all the men like this? We need to breed nothing but men like this, and we need to stop with all these other men. You could tell they got us, you know, pretty much they got us on cheap because if they don't look like this. And when I sat with that and I thought about it, I'm like, yeah, that is how y'all really think. And going to what Compassion said, this is why only two of us got children on the panel, and it's not including me. I don't even count in that. But yeah, it's exactly what Compassion is saying. If it was up to the women, the society would completely devolve, and they would still act like they don't know what the hell is going on.
I gotta rebut that a little bit. With the women are like Jake Paul. Jake Paul done did a lot of stuff with a lot of help. You know, avoiding real fight. I'm talking about his quote unquote boxing career.
Yeah, no, I see where you're going.
But what happened when he had to fight a real boxer?
Slap, broken jaw.
He at the hospital, right? You know what I'm saying? That's where he at when he fight the real boxer. So what I'm saying is, you give the women the actual autonomy they say they want, and you let them have it. We have not let them have it because we have all these safety nets for them. As long as you get safety nets, they'll never need to get anything right.
Can I say this real quick?
Go ahead, Vince.
I'm gonna flex my master's degree real quick, right? So I agree.
Go ahead and flex your master's degree. Vince, go ahead and flex your master's degree. You earned it.
Our autonomy, quote unquote, is our ability or our will to choose, to make decisions. But if you're making dumbass decisions and you don't even look at your options and actually like kind of comb through them, like KMS says, you're stupid because you're making decisions that doesn't help you. It works against you. But nobody can give you autonomy. Your autonomy is inherent already with what you have. But if you make a dumbass decision, you find yourself in a situation that isn't favorable.
This is the thing, though. No, because Vince, you're right. You're right about the word autonomy. The issue that we have is they want subsidized autonomy. The concept is, you know what it is? It's the corporations. The profits are for me. Now, when I take a loss, then I'm too big to fail, and y'all need to come bail me out.
Bro, they want
women are too big to fail.
Women want socialized losses and capitalized profits. What you're saying?
They want to play Grand Theft Auto with unlimited life and unlimited money. That's it.
But this is the thing, though. Are you willing to let a woman and her baby starve to death? Are you okay with that?
Yes. My answer is yes.
If they're attached to me, no. But
no. I'm talking about these random women in society that receive all this stuff to bail out whatever their situations are. And one of the easy things for you to look at as a man is all these single mothers get all this extra stuff because they have the status of being a single mother. Now, are you willing to remove everything from them? And if they just die, they die.
Yes.
You see how slow your yes is coming?
Not my yes. My yes is fast.
No. Your yes is good. And the thing is, if you really want a fair society, you want to give people fair shake, you let everybody make it on their own. They either make it or they don't. Same thing even with corporations. The corporation can either sell their products and win, or they can't. And to me, the idea of somebody in a society being too big to fail other than me is nonsense. If I'm too big to fail, great. But if anybody other than me is too big to fail, that's nonsense.
The only problem is being America.
I hope y'all get my point by saying me being too big to fail. I hope y'all get the point I'm making with that.
Absolutely. Once you start to attempt to subsidize these single mothers, you're not just subsidizing the single mother. You're subsidizing her bad decisions. You're subsidizing her bastard kids and multiple baby fathers. You're subsidizing their poor performance in school. You're subsidizing the probably criminality that the sons might get involved with, and also the other kids that the daughter might go involved with. So basically, it's going to be a continual sunk cost that you're constantly going to put money into. And on a rare occasion, you will get a basketball player, or a football player, or a rapper. But for the most part, all you'll get is wholesale dysfunction. So
what did you just say?
I say you're a living
So what? You can die. Everybody who lives can die. We all gonna die eventually, right?
Well, what I was saying, I was going back to what I was saying about how women want to play Grand Theft Auto on unlimited health, unlimited money, and like how the other man on the panel just said, the other brother, you know, it's continuous. So you're a human cheat code. You're making it possible to make her live on fitting ammo.
What? That's what I'm saying. Men have to check themselves. If you want stuff to be right, you have to be able to accept that a certain amount of them are going to fail. If I can't accept a woman's failure, I don't respect women. See, we think we respect women by doing stuff to make sure they don't fail. No, if you respected them, you would let them do what they do and have it come out and come out. See, that's how you love somebody. And if you want to subsidize their failure, do it on a personal level. Leave me out of it.
And to be fair to you, I don't think we're ever going to get rid of the safety net completely. I don't see that in the foreseeable future unless everything falls and collapses. But what will happen, I estimate, is a lot of the taking advantage of the system. Yeah, nah. A lot of the little loopholes, a lot of the easy stuff. It's just those days are over. I keep on emphasizing this. We lived in an era for some of the Xers, definitely for us as millennials, and Gen Z, the oldest of them, where you could take advantage of DEI if you were a woman. Obviously, it's specifically white women, but you could take advantage of DEI. You could take advantage of the social environment, the Dear Colleague letter from Obama. You could take advantage of the fact that you had Biden in there, and he, even when he was debating whether and he really wasn't, but when we were debating whether college loans were going to be forgiven, all that stuff, those days are done, and the U.S. is no longer where it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago. You were able to enjoy, all of us were able to enjoy a U.S. that was head and shoulders above everyone else, including China. That gap has shrunk. So, no matter what no matter how you play it, even if you're not necessarily trying to be spiteful and heartless, the U.S. is trying to compete against China. What the U.S. is better than, they're trying to stay better at. What the U.S. is falling behind on, they're trying to catch up and surpass China. And you can't do that. And by the way, China's hurting too. Don't get it twisted. But you can't do that with a lax workforce, kind of easy, people playing it on easy mode, and then still talking crap. Like, lady, if something Line said a few months ago. He either said grab a baby or grab a gun, something like that. Shout out to Lion. Exactly. But you can't not do both. So let me get this right. You're not going to be into one of the money-making endeavors. You're not going to get into one of the maintaining the physical infrastructure type of endeavors. And you're not going to have no kids? What the hell? That's what autonomy look like? Go ahead.
I mean, to me, that's okay. If you actually have a free market, because if you want to compete with other countries, the best thing you can do is give people the freedom to compete. Now, I get what you're saying. People have an issue about some women ain't gonna want to do nothing. Well, they're gonna die off. If everything is actually a free market, the people who don't want to do nothing will die off. The people who like to do stuff will watch them die off. And little kids who grow up, they'll see the people who didn't do nothing die off. The answer is going to be plain and clear what you should do. Get out there and compete some kind of way. Because if I don't, I'm dead. And I ain't got nothing to show for anything. My life didn't even matter. Now, because it is America and we're supposed to have freedom, I give room for people lives not to matter. It's okay for you to live a life that don't actually matter. It's okay for you to be a nobody. We just shouldn't design our markets around you being a nobody. And we shouldn't stop people from competing the way they actually could, based on their own education, their own ingenuity, their own cleverness, and and whatever their physical contribution can be to the world. Let the market get free. The women thing will take care of itself. But you got to have freedom in the actual market to do that. People complain women got these easy jobs. If we have a free market, does the easy job exist?
Go ahead, Raw, and then because I'm something to say about the free market thing. Go ahead, Raw.
Raw. Well, since ain't nobody talking, I'm gonna keep rolling. What I'm saying is, you can't have a good cushy job where you get to come to work and don't really do nothing all day if the people who own the company is actually competing. If you as an employee, you're actually competing. You come to work to get what you can get and then eventually get to your own company and things like that. You're not willing to stay too late after work when you got to get home to part-time work on the business you about to start competing with the market. But you got to have a society that's willing to have free competition. And what I'm saying is, and it's nothing against women, I'm just saying certain jobs will dry up because no one's going to want to put anything into it.
Well, you got to
Ross,
look at it like this.
Let me say this real quick. Let me ask this question real quick.
No,
Charles.
fuck you on your
Did
channel.
anybody
Fuck
else? No. But let me. As a matter of fact, Charles, you might have seen this too. Did anybody else see that clip? Because I saw it. I don't know if I saved it. But of the Asian girl was self snitching. I think she worked for Google and she recorded a life in her, like a day in her life, and she's recording her waking up, going to work. Essentially, the girl worked for like 2 hours out of the whole 8. And I'm like, okay, cool. We all didn't have easy days. Bitch, you recorded yourself though. Like, who does that? You recorded your day in the life, and you for Google, or for one of those big tech companies, but Google, and you pretty much did nothing all day.
Well, you got to realize this, right? You can tell how easy your life is if your job is if you have time to record it. Think about that.
Good point. Yeah.
You got to think about it. There have been times where within 2 hours, I handled a commercial robbery, a break-in, and an assault within an hour and a half. Think about that. I'm handling part 1 crimes within an hour and a half. And the only reason you would record anything because of body cams, and that's if body cams were out then. So when you look at work, and with all the equalities that women have and all these drives they've been making, notice they still at a 95% rate. They still don't do the most dangerous and the most tenuous jobs. Think about that. You had all, say, 24 hours as a man, and you still chose to take the easy way out. So when it comes to value, the value that's earned is going to always last longer, if not into time immemorial. Think about it. I've never heard one woman say, pick me to go to the front line. Pick me to go do the most strenuous shit. And this is what I always said on my show. I'm a bigger feminist than the feminists. Guess what? Change your own goddamn tire.
Yeah, but Charles, the feminists aren't feminists. The feminists aren't really feminists. That's why I call it feminism, patriarchy by feminist specification. Right, go ahead.
You kicking the chair, Z.
Go ahead.
Because it's like going to your job and your supervisor or coworkers fucking with you. You have a handbook, you have policies, you have general orders, you have standard operating procedures. If you're going to hold me to a certain ruling or a certain order or a certain standard, don't get fucked up in the game when I do the same to you, and that's where men fail. Wait a minute. But a real woman would have been having this motherfucker smile like Betty Crocker. So wait a minute. A real woman would have came to my house and seen the dishes not done, and she would have started washing. Think about it. You got away from your duty so much to the point that you complain about mine. But yet, a real woman who's in her feminine and been trained the way to be a woman. Have you ever had a woman that you never screwed come over and wash your dishes or clean up your room because it just irked her so? I have several times. Oh, you got dishes in your sink. And guess what she started doing? Washing them. Without asking. that says a lot about a woman's character. Just like if a man sees something that's out of place or not fixed. Give me a screwdriver. I remember one of my exes was like trying to fix the fix her vacuum cleaner, and I just automatically went in there, unclogged it, took the hose out, unclogged it, unscrewed the whole thing, replaced the bristles and the brush, and put it all back together. And next thing you know,
My
the damn
lady,
thing.
Charles, before me and my lady ever even made it official, I put up her whole goddamn dressing room set.
Mm-hmm.
I put up, and she was still living with her parents. I went in there. That's when I first met her dad too. I went in there and I put up her whole goddamn dressing room set. There you go.
I remember one time when she had issues with her car, and she was driving with her dad, and they were stuck in a parking lot. And this is when the Ravens were playing. Don't call me when there's a Ravens game. Don't call me when there's a good UFC fight. And of course, the Ravens were playing. Thank God for iPads where I could still watch the game. So I grabbed my tools out my damn and put them in my truck. Next thing you know, her alternator was fucked. So you know how you got to do that. Take the biggest hammer and play like Thor. Bing! And the shit cut on. Next thing I know, hours later, she brings like 3 plates of food, a bottle of liquor, and she's wearing a trench coat and heels, and that's all apparently she was wearing.
What type of R. Kelly music video? Go ahead.
Shit. It's not my fault. Some men never got the warm, soapy washcloth treatment either. But so it's not my fault. Sorry for your damn luck. But I've always said this: men of value and men of worth don't have to worry about telling people what they're worth. You're going to see it just by my gait. You're going to see it by my vernacular. You're going to see it by my goddamn Dragon Ball Z aura. And see, the fucked up part about it is this. We got so informed about worrying about the next motherfucker that you forget to keep your shit in line. Sometimes you got to realize, as a man, your appearance, your demeanor, and your way of thinking, it's not a barrier. It's actually protection from the shit you don't want. It's like the old saying, God's grace give you what you don't deserve. God's mercy keep you from what you do. Think about it. A lot of times men complain about the women that Pookie and Ray Ray get. You should be thanking whatever ancestors and gods you worship, because if those women are abrasive towards you, you know that's not for you. You go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. And the same thing about it. It's like, yo, yes, you should have some audacity. Yes, you should have some pride. And most of all, you should have some ruthlessness about what the fuck you want first. Because nobody likes you like you.
I'm gonna jump on here real quick, and I'm gonna say one thing, and I'm gonna dip for a bit. I might be back though. Now I saw that super chat you put up where it's saying Rod is saying treat them like men. No, I did not say treat women like men. I'm telling y'all to treat them like what they are. They are supposedly grown women. Now, if you live at home, that's different. But if you live on your own, or even if she's living with a roommate, she's not living with her parents anymore. I'm telling you, treat them like a grown person. That's what they're supposed to be anyway.
Like an adult.
I can treat you like a woman and still let you handle your business. It's your business, not mine. So if you get your job, your job going for yourself, great to you. Use your money from your job to take care of your business. If you get your own business off the ground, it goes well. Great for you. Use your money that you earn from your business to take care of your issues. The thing is, it's not my concern. If I'm not your husband, I look out for you how I want to. There's no obligation for me to do anything for you if I'm not your husband. Yes, you can be my quote unquote girlfriend. Everything I'm doing at that point, that's still just charity anyway. And you can't tell me how much I'm supposed to do. No. You can't tell me what I'm supposed to do.
I'm agreeing with you. No. I'm agreeing with you, but I gotta throw this whole monkey wrench in there. But I'm agreeing with you. But Raj, you said woman. Now, when the women say women, And quite frankly, if we're going to go ontologically, what in American history and quite frankly Western history, woman is a very specific role. And as Armiose Frimpong said, it's a bit fancy. When they say woman, what they really mean is elite rich white women from the Regency era and from the Victorian era, which had all the power of their duke husbands and their king husbands and their whoever the hell man with title landed gentry husbands. So they had that type of proxy power, but if anything went wrong, he was responsible. And so woman is a very specific type of thing. I'm agreeing with you because I know the women don't mean that. They don't know that. They don't know that, but that's what they mean though.
If you
so
not
when you
my
treat,
wife,
go ahead.
if you're not my wife, why I care about your interpretation?
That makes perfect sense.
I don't care nothing about your interpretation. The thing is, you ain't my problem.
Sure.
The only way for you to become my problem is I got to accept you to be my problem. That usually goes to a wife. So now your concerns are my concerns. Until you get to that point, I don't care nothing about your situation for real.
That's completely fair and logical and reasonable and astute. But women have been socialized, and the old social paradigm has it that they're feeling.
If she wants to operate with you, who cares how she was socialized? This is what I'm presenting to you. Adjust. You're grown.
Well,
I don't care
I
about your socialization. Who cares? You want to be with me or you want to be with somebody else? Because if you want to be with me, I don't care nothing about how you were socialized.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that we also need to understand that women are incredibly fragile, despite what they say.
So what if you're broken if you're not my wife? If you're not my wife and you're broken, why are you important?
No, you know what? No. I agree with
Yes, they are.
And I see where he's going with it. And I agree with him on that. Where if what we're doing is, especially for black men, we don't consider anything. We don't calculate anything. Just nigga do, produce, do or die. Just get out the way. If that is how we're moving with men, but specifically, obviously, black men, then if women are adults and we are to treat them like adults, then we need to treat them like this.
And I'm saying one of us gonna be the leader. Now you can make your own personal decision if you want it to be her, but I know between me and any woman I'm dealing with, only one of us gonna be the leader, and I already know that's gonna be me. And as a leader, I don't care about your background. If you want to fill this role, you're gonna do what this role requires. If you cannot do what this role requires, you will be dismissed. And you can cry about whatever reason you believe you got dismissed and however unfair you thought it was. But you're going to be dismissed just the same.
Can I interject?
Go ahead, Raj. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ron. My bad. Go ahead, Ron.
Okay. There was somebody, piece of the panel, piece of the chat. There was somebody.
Peace, Rael. I got to go, y'all, but peace, Rael. And peace, everybody else.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays, Raj.
There was somebody who asked a question earlier that I think probably the most insightful question that's been posed here. And somebody, I don't know who it was, I think they asked, I don't know who they asked, but they asked, are you prepared to see women and children die? Now,
that was Raj. That was Raj who asked that. He asked Vince that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was his response?
Vince ain't answer it. He still ain't answer it yet.
Because that's where the conversation needs to sit for a minute. What's your answer?
My answer is yes.
He said, but everybody, oh no, he's not here right now. Wait a minute. Let me see if is Vince still? No, he probably had to drop down. But yeah, he didn't answer. You know, he kind of got, was a little stuck there. But everybody else was pretty much saying yes.
My answer is yes, and I'll even tell you why my answer is yes. If you look at it, society from the aspect of a road, a road is a socialized construct in this sense. The road is used by all of us, either by commute or commerce. But we all utilize the road, and we all agree that if we're going to utilize this road, we all got to pitch in into the road. And we pay into the road by taxes, either through a municipality, like an international, like an interstate road, or toll roads for privatized aspects. But the thing is that we all contribute to the road to utilize it. The issue we're having right now is that women aren't contributing to this road, but they're utilizing it so much to the point that it's deteriorating. So in that aspect, so tying back to can you see women die or not? I have to, because they're not paying to utilize the road. They're not doing the things that, and on a micro standpoint, they're not doing the things men need done to justify having a woman in their life. And from a societal standpoint, there's too many penalties that come along with being with a woman. A woman can get with you. A woman can get you from a society scale, decide that hey, she wants to have her own autonomy, but oops, you got to pay for it. So then you're broken. So what's that cost? That's one taxpayer that can't not contribute to this proverbial road we're all supposed to be on. So to Roger's point, yeah, they're going to have to die because they're making themselves worthless. It's not an issue of the women being expensive. We all know these hoes are expensive. The problem is they're not contributing, which is making them worthless to the point that if she does die, well, what was she contributing? She's not contributing to this road we're all having to utilize, which is crumbling right before us. Why? Because we're all not contributing. Women need to do their part. It's not about equality. It's about us complimenting one another. And far too long, these hoes have been getting off not doing anything. They've made themselves worthless. Women have caused their own demise. I don't feel no sympathy for none of these chicks on a micro standpoint or a macro standpoint. Now, if she's tied to me by blood, I will help her, but she get one crack at the well though. She get one crack at the money faucet though. And to this point, I told my sister she's with a dude who, come to find out, like, get a little touchy feely. I told her, listen, that dude ever do anything to you, I will do everything in my power to get you out of the situation. And however that play out between me and him, between man and man, that's how it play out. But if you go back to that nigga, I'm gonna get you some boxing gloves and tell you telegraph your punches. And that's where the women are right now. It's at the point that we're, hey, listen, you're on your own. You do not want to contribute. That's where it's at. So no, they've earned the right to die. They've earned it. They've earned it.
Okay. Anybody else?
I agree.
What other?
Let me say this though. Let me say this before you go, Rob, because I'm gonna give you some space after. To what I heard Kevin say was, these chicks are driving 18-wheelers with nothing in the trailer. They're not really towing nothing, and they're not paying the toll. So they're messing up the roads with their 18-wheelers with nothing in it and not even paying the toll on the turnpike. Okay, that's what I heard. Go ahead, Rob.
What's the response of everybody else? What's the consensus?
That's all I got.
Well, first off, peace to everybody in the chat. It's good to see all you brothers on this holiday, man. I'm happy. It's a good day. For me, I mean, it's gonna be a mixed bag. Some you're gonna help a little bit, some you're gonna help not at all, and people just gonna have to like get what they deserve, honestly. And will you be willing to let the kids go by the wayside? That's why we kind of push for this whole idea of letting the kids go.
What about women in your family?
I think it's gonna be a mixed bag. For like some of them, it's gonna be like, okay, you gotta like just deal with your consequences. Depends on how close you are to them. Honestly.
What do you mean by mixed bag exactly?
If it's cousins, they on their own. If it's like, say, an extremely close person to me, then okay, I might help you out a bit, but we're gonna have to do it with some limits.
Okay, so
I think hold on. Not to push the chair, but I think I know where you're going to it. Can we just get all the way down to the binary aspect of it? If we're going to the binary aspect of it, then yes, any woman should get one chance. She get one chance, just like us. So we're going to treat them like adults, and treat them like adults. They get one chance.
I just want to get a consensus. I just want to get a consensus of the men's response up here. So that's two. Basically, you're going to help.
I understand. I understand what you're trying to do, but to what end? Okay. Let's say half will say yes, half will say no. What are you going to say to the ones that say no? What are you going to say to the ones that say yes?
Okay. Well, let me clarify.
Thank you.
When a female in your family violates the family code in terms of behavior.
Oh, they done it.
So
I've not spoken to siblings. for months on end. So yeah. And that's
Facing death. Okay,
yeah.
they violated the family code. They're facing death. What's the
Yeah, so for
response?
that.
So one, who else?
Well, how many women?
Hey,
Well, I had to be. I hate to be that one to answer the question with a question, but how many women call you before the death is like right there at the door? So how many you gonna be able to save even if they do call you?
Well, I'm trying to see, are men standing on the very family code they espouse,
can
or are they
let me.
bullshit?
I think the
hold on.
best way to explain it, real quick, Kim, is because the best way for all of us bleach heads, or those of us that watched it, it's when Rukia was about to get off because she violated, and Byakuya was like, "Hey, bro, hey," and
I got
not only that,
options.
I'm gonna go. Let me tell you how far I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go so far I won't even let you escape because you violated. You embarrassed the family. So yeah,
I will, I
yeah.
will, I will say this. I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong here. I think what we're having here is a debate between preventative care and palliative care. What you're saying is, okay, what if it's palliative care where the wolves are at the door, then she's on the menu? Okay, there's an issue of palliative. There's an issue of preventative care. Preventative care, if you understand the orders, rules, instructions, and there had to be. I'm almost certain there's someone in that woman's life, whether it be me, you, or some other man she knows, love, and respects, that told her otherwise, and then she had to make the choice as an adult to do otherwise. So that being said, my palliative care, and I'm not a small man, but my palliative care, if we going over there and physically handling the thing, is my prerogative. And my whole thing is this, is that if you don't listen to my preventative care, you're not getting my palliative care. That's how that works.
So you're saying that when a female family member decides to break and violate the family code, your first
She on her own.
response is
Yeah. She no. I'll even go a step further to it. I think what the society is dealing with right now with women is weaponized herd mentality. Women have a natural herd mentality that I'm going to. The reason why they all kind of have group think or hive mind think is because they're under the appearance that, okay, if we all do this thing together, we'll be all right. And that's how society has tripped this thing. It's almost like the whole ain't bitch shit conference of 1987. If we all agree that we ain't shit bitches, then we can all move like ain't shit bitches. How you negate that from situation from what you're talking about is as follows: let her die. Let her die publicly. Let her die and say, no, I did nothing about it because of this and the third. And watch those other bitches get in line, and watch those other bitches do and go a different route. And don't and this is not even me saying this. This is the art of war saying this with this whole issue of
I
the
was just
concubine.
about to say something too, bro.
It's
I was
about the
just about to say something too.
it's about the concubines getting information. And for anyone who listens to this in a replay, it's a very simple parable. Okay. The prince gets I guess Sang-Soo or whoever, and he says, hey, show me a military tactic. So he gets all the prince's concubines together and say, listen, the first thing I need you to agree upon me is that my word is law. Agree. Okay, so he gets all lazy formation. He
yes.
shows them what he wants.
I'm asking this question off of this. So yes.
Okay. Just to expedite things, sir. Okay, so you're gonna have us all go through here and say, okay, well, we let a bitch die. Let's just say half us say yes and half us say no.
No.
What is the
I
follow
want
up?
to hear. Hold on. You really taking over a lot. I'm just trying to get the consensus on what side of the aisle is every man on.
Okay,
Really
let's do
simple.
this. Let's do this. Let's do a vote. Here we go.
That's all I'm trying to see.
Let's do this. Yay or nay, your sister is the one that violated, and for all of us that watch Bleach, your sister's Rukia and you
sister,
Byakuya.
daughter, mother,
Yeah. But I
aunt,
said sister because
grandmother.
some of us don't have kids. Yeah, she's the one who violated, and she gonna be stoned in the middle of the town square. Who's trying to jump in and risk their life, and who's gonna let her go? So yay for she's getting stoned, and nay for you gonna jump in there. Let's go through it. Let's go through it because Mr. Z got maybe 20 minutes. We might have to end out early. Charles, what's your answer? I just need yay or nay.
I need context.
She
She violated the family code.
Yeah, whatever your granddad said, hey, we don't do this in this family, and your sister violated.
There's many a times you will get cut off.
So I'm gonna say yay on that one. Okay, Charles is a yay. Compassionate. Next.
Skip me real quick. I come back, bro.
Oh, okay. Socrates. Okay. Inspired truth.
Violate family code, yay.
Yay. KMS.
Two. Do I get a stone? Yes.
Yes. The
Okay.
Socrates. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Rod, you got to answer the question yourself too. Rod.
As far as stoning, oh yes, absolutely.
Okay. Zulu.
Off with our head.
Okay. Louis.
The only thing I'm going to save is my PS5.
Damn.
Lion.
As the song goes, don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
And for me, it's a hard goal because my Mr. Z's younger sister is arguably his best friend. But hey, she already know, like, hey, bro, you know, if you gotta get stoned, you gotta get stoned.
I asked this question. I wanted to ask this question because a lot of times when we talk about these situations, we're talking about it in the macro. But see, it's real when it's actually blood. Okay, and see, I'm looking at things from a generational perspective, and I'm also looking at things from an inheritance perspective. Okay. And I want to see, you know, what's the mindset of the men. If you got one house that you built or you bought, you paid off, and you are looking at passing down something as inheritance, and you have a son and a daughter, which one are you going to pass it down to? Are you going to pass it down to your daughter, or are you going to pass it down to your son?
Son, definitely.
These are important questions that a lot of black men have failed on. And this is the reason why we see ourselves in a lot of these situations, because a lot of times when we're talking about the macro, we're not understanding how the micro is actually contributing to the macro and how a lot of family situations play out. Okay. Because I keep saying this, you know, the females marry out, they're part of another man's legacy. Your sons, your nephews, your male cousins, they're supposed to continue on the family legacy as far as the men are concerned. But at the same time, a lot of black men are out here helping their sister or their female cousin. All these females, they get put out of an apartment, they lose apartments, they move to a different apartment. They're helping them move and all this, doing all this labor for them. They don't have husbands, they have children. They don't have husbands, they're out here single, they're not accounted for. And you're doing all this extra leg work that is not supposed to do, that you're not supposed to do, because this leads in a lot of ways into a belief that when they come out here and they deal with black men outside of their own family, they expect this contribution from black men, because too many black men have actually subsidized their failure related to them by blood. So it's one thing to say, well, the government is giving these females such and such and such and such. Yeah, the government is only going to give them so much. But if they're getting from the government and they're getting from their brother and their uncle and all these different types of people that they're related to, as far as males are concerned, then what is the reason for them to have to change their behavior? They're getting exactly what they want, and they don't have to give up any freedom to get such things. They get to be as free as they want to. They get to deal with whoever they want to, get the resources that they want to, and nobody is in there. Nobody. When was the last time you've seen a black family really chastise a daughter for being a single mom? Like, I ain't seen it in my adult years. And so this is a problem that a lot of black men specifically are going to have to address. You're going to have cousins, you're going to have brothers who are going to try to get you to come and save your sister or your female cousin. Are you going to do it? Are you going to put your life in danger, put your family's reputation, you know what I'm saying, in danger by subsidizing a failed female relative. And unfortunately, we have generational subsidizing of this kind of behavior. And that's why generationally, a lot of it has proliferated. It ain't just been the government supporting it, it's been compromised and broken families supporting this type of behavior. And until the families of these females, and especially the men, get a foothold in terms of authority on how we are supposed to respond as a family to these females' behavior, it does not matter what comes out of here on the macro, because they can always run back to the males in their family. And that's why I asked the question. That's why I want the question pushed back up, because nobody really answered it.
I understand what you're
I'm
saying. You're
gonna.
basically saying
I
that
know you get that.
that the
So
community is
let's do
not
it.
going to
Wait. Let's do it. Let's do this. Inspired Truth, KMS, then Lion, then Zulu. We got maybe 15 minutes. I might be able to extend it, but I'm not trying to incriminate myself. Y'all know what it is. So let's see. I'm trying to play it by ear or eyesight. But yeah. So go ahead. Inspired Truth, KMS. Where did Lion go? He's still here. Oh yeah, Lion, and then
Yeah.
Zulu. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna try to do this as fast as possible because I wanted to get back to my original statement. So I think that I get it. What you're talking about is that the community that we have as a Black community on macro is a reflection of what we have in families in micro. We've had a lot of sharing on the Black family. We have a lot of issues with the Black family. That's a whole nother topic for like a whole nother day. But getting back to the idea of the women and what they're dealing with is the realization of reality versus the fantasy that they've had in the arcade. Like it's like kind of like similar to that episode of like an episode of Rick and Morty where they were playing the arcade game and the arcade game was life and they were in like a fantasy life. Well, at some point, run out of quarters and then
Real life
reality has to
Sims.
begin. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Man,
I'll keep mine concise as well. I think I'm just going to piggyback on what Compassionate and Khaled said earlier this stream. It's going to the margins are too tight. The margins are too tight for bullshit. The margins are too tight for sunken costs, which just meant this woman going out here doing whatever the fuck she wants. And the reason why I said it because my palliative care is too. I only have so much palliative care. It's like an opportunity cost. Me saving your stupid ass is preventing me from bettering our family. So it's gonna. So and I do understand you're saying there's a history and generations of men doing that. We also understand there's also history and generations of us living on a gynocracy where the government is subsidizing these chicks to operate almost in defiance of us. So as that sort of falls apart, it's going to come to a situation where she's going to have to rely on the men in her family, and the men in her family are going to realize real quick that hey, this chick, she's costing us, and it's not going to take it's not going to take too long. It's not going to take too long at all, sir.
I would also like
yeah,
to couple. I would also like
go
to
ahead,
couple
Lion. It's
that.
your go.
I would like to also couple that with and tying this into what I've been saying. What money? Because this economy is squeezing everybody. So even if there are quote unquote men who will, they probably won't have the money.
In other words, they would.
Yeah.
Not will, they would.
They would, but they
They
can't.
would, but there's a difference between would and that. I mean, yes, them actually doing it, yes, but them actually doing it is one thing, but them not having the money to do it is another. Some of them
That's a
won't even
whole
have.
different conversation.
One of them won't. They won't even have the money because they are trying to keep their money to hold on what they already have.
I will say that.
So that
Well,
is a fact.
that's why I wanted the question to be teased out, because I thought it was a very important salient question, because it really says a lot. Because I would argue that if we pose this question to the masses of Black American men, I would expect it to be between 70 to probably 80% that would actually still support. And I will say also too that this is one of the biggest issues that I think that we have, is that we would sacrifice the many to save the one instead of sacrificing the one to save the many. That's why I wanted to. The guy he brought up Sun Tzu, but I was basing it my wanting the question answered off of that. Like, are you going to follow the authority before you or not?
I would
Because that's
say
going to have a lot of consequences if you don't
I was
moving forward. So that's why, the symbology of taking the heads of the concubines, like to make everybody get in line, was important because we have too many guys, who will unfortunately sacrifice the many to save that one. And that's a problem. We can't have a stable group that has exercises authority. We have too many men who have that type of mentality. It's not going to work.
That's going to get washed out. That's going to get washed out too fast. That's going to get washed out quick. There's no money out there. There's too much pain in the system. That's going to get washed the fuck out.
There's not going to be any money for that.
I will say this.
I agree. Y'all skipping Zulu. Zulu was someone that look
Yeah,
officer.
go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Zulu.
I'm messing with you, Sean. Go ahead,
there.
Zulu, and then you got it, Sean. Go ahead, Zulu.
I've been said this necessarily. Like for me, I've been saying this like from a long time. The art of war, man. Like once a person necessarily already signed a quote unquote death sentence, when they say I'm gonna work against you, at that point you got to sacrifice, man. Like for me, I'm cool with the sacrifice holistically, right? That's why I say passport, bro. Necessarily. That's why I'm out here in Cuba. That's why I got dudes in Colombia. I'm straight right now. I'm getting hotels so I can put a list of hotels that we can go to as a collective and just stay and circle our money together. At this point, for me, it just, once you bite my hand necessarily, bro, I can't really do too much for you, right? It ain't like you do like a play for nod, little nibble. You tried to maul my hand off. At this point, I don't know nowhere in history where you actually accept this kind of shit back. And if for you to actually accept this shit back, that basically means necessarily you wait for this shit to kind of blow off in your face again. And me, I'll start over. I'll put a Viltrumite. I'll start over. What's 10 more years? What's 10 more years, baby girl? I'll give me a new one.
Zulu said you ain't even trying to nibble my finger. You tried to rip my whole arm off. Go ahead.
Right,
A quick question for you though.
If black men really started acting like on some Viltrumite shit, man.
And to be fair to everyone, if black men did Viltrumites, bro, 80% of black women gone like overnight practically. It's a wrap. Overnight.
Your way? Damn,
I'll be very realistic.
Wait. Go ahead and Inspire Truth, because I'm pretty sure you're gonna be short-winded, and then you got to Charles. I promise. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is gonna be real quick. I was kind of looking at things that seem like a lot of the dysfunction that we have up here is kind of making its way down there. I was wondering like what the vibe is kind of like around there in Colombia now, because like this whole thing of autonomy, like they took it to like the absolute extreme, like like they took it to like the most powerful thing that you could do for them. It seems like it would be like the worst you possibly can be, and that is autonomy, but like the consequences, like it's damaging, and autonomy doesn't really exist in a community of people when you're dealing with other people like that for real. There's always consequences for that.
Autonomy is a figment of our imagination in the quote unquote developed and advanced world. People don't. When I keep on saying this, shout out to all the retired military vets and military folks, Charles and Louis up here, right? Freedom ain't free, and Lion, my bad. And freedom ain't free. So what nobody tells the lady is your autonomy cost.
Not at all.
It costs money, it costs time, it costs energy. And so the ladies love that word because what they hear is total freedom. No one says to them outside of spaces like this. No one says to them, by the way, you gonna have to foot the bill for your own autonomy. And no one says that to them because we've been subsidizing them, like Rael was saying.
This is the reason why when AB called me on the phone the other day, I stopped listening to women a long time ago. Do I believe in passport? I believe a man should have the freedom to do what he wants. The carefulness is, guess what? Don't be a simp in America and think simping is going to be, don't be red pill for American women and blue pill for any other women. That's the only thing I tell people. Be on your square no matter who the fuck it is. Number two,
Be on
I
your square. Leave him to the bear. Go ahead.
I got the t-shirts waiting. I literally look at my dad, and my dad didn't speak to my sister for 3 to 4 years because she, the type of the type of man she married at the time was a drug dealing sleazeball. He didn't speak to her till the divorce papers were signed. So people think that when I mean it, think about it. This is how my family operate. My niece has 6 kids by 3 different men. It's gotten so bad. My oldest great nephew, who's gonna be 17 soon, my sister had to move him with her because we said, no, that's not his kids. You chose to have those kids. Three out of those 6 are 2 and under. You have 2 twin boys who are 1 and a 2-year-old girl, the youngest. You're gonna suffer. I don't mind making people suffer. You know why? Because the minute you give somebody their freedom, I can help you, but like they say, I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you either. And what happens is this: chivalry was dead a long time ago, and it wasn't men who killed it. Why should I help somebody that's ungrateful, who doesn't get the finer picture? You chose this life, be glad with it. You chose this bed, be glad with it. And instead of coming and saying, hey, I need a man, a real man would do this. No, 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 no. A real woman would have picked her best husband, her best option first. We're not going to rescue you anymore from your stupidity and your lameness. Wallow in obsolescence and sip from the cup of fucking ignorance. You're going to be held to an accountability like no other. Indifference hurts more than anything else. That's why when women ask me my opinion, I give it bare fact. Well, tell me about the men I had children by. I said, number one, it's not the men, it's you. You're a poor picker of men. You didn't think long term. That's why women think in nests and men think in legacy. You literally did not think 10 years down the line when your child's in school. And a lot of people went from parenting to maintainers. You can't even maintain your child. You're thinking school is supposed to be the end all be all when it comes to educating and properly giving etiquette to your children. You went around waiting for people to forgive you from your sins. Last time I checked, my name is Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr., not Jesus Christ. Like I've told this many a times on my show, Kevin was the saint. I'm the spirit of vengeance. I don't give a fuck. I will treat you just like a man. I am the ultimate feminist. I will treat you just like I would treat a man. There's many a times I've trained people for wrestling and combat sports. And the girl who want to try out, guess what? I'm going to throw you just as hard, if not harder than the boys. Why? Because guess how your opponents are going to look at you? As fresh meat. So if I don't prepare you properly, if you can't take what I'm doing, and I'm going to be the toughest opponent you'll ever have, if you don't have the will to deal with it, so what? I believe in what Hegseth said. There's no more male standard, no more female standard. It's just a fucking standard. What happened is that people have been indoctrinated into thinking that you're the sulfur side of Sears, but yet every fucking problem that we
That
have in
was
this
funny.
every problem we have in this community, 95% of it is because of your fucking hands. If every fucking thing we find out about single mothers are negative, 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 why the fuck do you know that you damn near doomed your child to mediocrity and failure being a single mom? Even to the most ghetto bitch in the hood and projects, to the upper class bitches up there in fucking PG and Montgomery County, you know this. If you keep doing this behavior, it's nothing, it's gonna ravage a fucking community. I say fall. I say fall where you ball. Because when you have that man and you don't even think, if I die today or tomorrow, can this man take care of this child? If you're not thinking that way, then you're thinking about failure. And I've said this many a times. You wonder why your children are mentally and spiritually and physically and emotionally imbalanced because they've been dealing with your ill-gotten ass for all these years. I remember a chick told me when she was fussing out her son, who's 21 now, and he was crying. I said, that's because he dealt with you. If I fuss out my son, shit gets done correctly. He's not going to cry. He's going to do it. The problem is that hard men make soft times. Soft times make soft men, and soft men make hard times. I can't see the world is too many soft men and Jezebels. You think that I'm against leaving a bitch where she's, guess what? There's not enough examples. You know why single motherhood went down for teenagers? Because my generation saw how hard it was for that bitch. Oh, I gotta struggle, I gotta work. There is no prom for you. There is no ring dance. You barely get to go to your graduation. There should be no fucking help. If there's any help, at least, it should be bare minimum. And when I mean bare minimum, I mean water and bread type shit. Your iniquities has damned us all for 50 fucking years. When people ask me, why did you vote for Trump? Because I'm a man and I'm a goddamn father. I'll piggyback and dance with the devil himself if a man can go see his child. Well, he does what he does is racist. Says who? No. It's racist because nobody's kissing your black ass anymore. Everybody's holding you accountable and say, guess what? The same thing you told us for 50 years when you were getting all these essentials and all these entitlements. We're going to tell you the same fucking thing. You hold your own goddamn ovaries. I think you're a weirdo if you're a pretty bitch and never been married. It's a waste of pretty. I think you're a fucking weirdo if you have more than, I'll give you two baby fathers. Because yes, you could remarry. But if you've never been, no, you're a weirdo. Until men stop normalizing it and say, you're a fucking weirdo. I'm going to classify you as I say worse shit offline than I do online. And these are some of these females I've raised. I've said that I put you in a position for you to be somebody's fucking baby mama or somebody's fucking wife. Nobody will
So,
take you seriously.
let me just ask you one question, Faulkner, and once again, well said. So, are you also of the phrase of calling these chicks stupid?
No, I'm gonna tell you the phrase that I say on my channel. These chicks are too dumb to be considered stupid.
Ah, thank you. That's all I needed. Bye, guys. Merry Christmas.
Because if we
you
really gonna call it out, it's like crack's been around since the '80s, and we still have fucking crackheads.
Right.
First generation of crackheads who never knew what the side effects were. But it's been almost 50. I'm 43. It's been almost what 45 years, 43, 45 years of crack abuse, and we still got motherfuckers who are brand new crackheads. No, you like your plight in life. You got the same. This is what I would tell a woman the same thing I tell men all the time. You got the same 24 hours as Michael Jackson, and you still chose to be a nobody.
I think it kind of like bleeds into the delusion, like kind of calling those crumbs on the plate a feast. It's not a feast, it's crumbs. But somehow the delusion
Exactly.
turns it. Yeah. Oh, usual, you in there? Yeah. Oh, Josh,
Well, I've been here.
what's
I
the
still
vibe
have
in
been here. I've been
Colombia?
interrupting you all the time. Say it again.
I
I said,
mean,
what's the vibe in Colombia? Is
Say
all
it
this
again.
ridiculous stuff bleeding over down there?
think about it.
Nah, I mean it's pretty cool for the most part.
Oh,
Let me
okay, cool.
tell you.
Like I'm pretty much chilling down there, bro. I just went down there. Shit, was it last week? And I was in Cartagena, and it was heavenly, bro. I'm thinking about buying me a boat and just go ahead and call me, Mr. Caribbean Shorty, bro.
Oh
Let me
yeah,
tell
that's over there by where they had like the beaches and all that good stuff.
Let me tell you about other cultures real quick. Other cultures that have baby mamas, that woman is grateful that you
Yeah,
even look.
exactly.
She will do all for you to show you that she's valuable to you. You dictate the men are not used to two distinct things. It's called freedom and power. I'm going to talk about that shit later today. A part of this shit drives the men on the thing is that you deify these fucking women. Stop deifying these women and be the god yourself. Because the three things a god really truly is: a creator, a maintainer, and a destroyer. What are you willing to create? What are you willing to maintain? And damn sure you better be ready to destroy. If you're not willing to do that, then you're a goddamn shame. I walked away from jobs just for the simple fact that you're not going to mistreat me. If you think, trust me, I am a professional soldier and a professional law enforcement officer and a professional executive protection agent. I refuse to be treated like I'm scum of the earth. I am literally a goddamn real life superhero. I've said this many a times before. If I was in another culture with my credentials, I would be a fucking god. And if you're not smart enough to realize God on earth, then guess what? You can't sit in my seat in heaven.
And I think that's what's collectively. Well, I'm gonna say at least for me, right? I can't be. Well, now I'm gonna say collectively because I'm still running into more dudes at barbershops. Hey, I'm like, I went to Columbia. He was like, oh yeah, me too. I just got me a haircut. It was like, guys over there. Hey, bro, I just came from Columbia. He was like, hey, bro, I just came from over there last month. I had a great time. So as it's seeing it, as I personally see myself, I see myself as the closest thing to God on earth that you gonna get to, chick. So you need to get with me or get with somebody else, but that's on you. And as the quote unquote economy shrinks more and the reality of the delusion breaks, welcome to the real world. That genjutsu is over. That genjutsu is gone.
I mean, you got to
Yeah, they
realize.
always try to like come for our like image, trying to like make us all like look like Floyd. Like, I don't know if you heard about that whole thing, that shenanigan out there in like Brazil, but like this like always like an attack on our character.
How can you
Well,
assassinate?
we need to understand that feminine, masculine, and feminine development it takes place differently. Okay, feminine development is supposed to occur in a home environment. A woman is supposed to learn all the tools she needs necessary to become a wife and a good mother to her children in the home environment, not the world. A man is the opposite. A man's masculine development occurs in the world in terms of
Say it
engagement.
again. No, nigga. No, you can't escape with that shit. Say it again, because the niggas in the back ain't listening. Fuck all that. Say it again. They weren't listening. Detention, motherfuckers. Detention. Say it again.
A woman's feminine development occurs in home. Okay. She is supposed to get all the tools necessary um, to take care of her family. A man's masculine development occurs in the environment. So when a woman enters the world, or when a female enters the world from her home environment, she is supposed to be a woman psychologically. It has nothing to do with age. Okay. That's the reason why we had grandmothers who got married at 14, 15 years old. Psychologically, they were women. And boom, they started families and were married for 40, 50, 60, sometimes even 70 years. Um, whereas a female now at 40 is like a teenager still.
I'm just a girl.
Because she was not developed properly in the home environment. And this is why you see a lot of females out here referencing themselves as a girl.
Yeah,
Grown women talking about girl power because they haven't had the proper feminine constellation psychologically to understand that whatever you do is supposed to be in the interest of the husband and those children that you have, everything you do, because that's how it is for men. Men don't walk around talking about how independent we are away from other people like that. We do things for the whole, because that's the frame of reference. You know what I'm saying? So, and I just think that ultimately, that uh, a lot of these females that are coming from these broken families, or families where even if they have fathers around, they don't have the authority. The outcome is going to be the same. Like the outcome is going to be the same. The difference between us as black men and other groups of men is very simple. The reason why they have continuity in their generations as far as success is very simple. They have no problem excommunicating a female that is out of pocket, out of their family. They will kick her out so fast and not even think twice. And what that does is it creates something for the other females in the family to look at and say, okay, yeah, I loved her, but I don't want to end up like how she got out there. So I'm gonna just follow the rules here. And so I really do think that that's going to have to be something that is reintroduced, because we used to have that mentality. If you go back a couple generations, if you talk to some grandfathers and some great grandfathers, if they still alive, they'll tell you, they have some excommunicated. There were certain families
But
that actually
Ron,
were
let me
like,
ask you this. And it's going to something that you're saying. You're going to be able to continue with this. What about if the women actually mean what they say when they say girl? That they
Yeah, it's
don't
like
want the
it,
responsibility of adult women. Kind of going to what Raj was saying earlier. What about if that when they're saying girl, we're actually we're actually not believing them. They actually don't want the responsibility. It's like I said earlier. It's like a teenager. You smelling yourself. You acting. You're faux. You're faux adult. But when I hit you with everything that actually being an adult is, then you recoil. What about if the women just really mean girl? They mean that. Go ahead.
well, it means
well,
it,
they do because they really do not, they're not really prepared for that level of actual responsibility. I don't really think that the pushback against marriage is about, them not wanting to be married. I think that's a cop out. I think it's the actual facts is they are not prepared to be that, and it's scary, but obviously, with their egos, it comes off very defensive. But most of the time, when you're seeing women who are defensive, is because they're trying to mask an insecurity that they have or insecurities that they have. So they don't have the wherewithal to actually be that. And I think that what frustrates them also too is the fact that when they see one of us get with somebody that's non-Black American, for example, and be successful at doing it, it also creates a feeling of being left out, because sometimes those type of dudes are the type of dudes they would want, but they just don't know how to actually do it. I remember one time a female said on Facebook, when I was in this on this page, she literally said that she thought marriage was for white women, and I was like, what? And I was like, wow, like it's really that bad. And so a lot of the females will have to come to grips. It's kind of like on some fairy tale type stuff, like they're being held in a castle by
Ron,
an
isn't
evil
that the name of the
mother.
article? By the brother, the one the is marriage for white people. There was an article written on that in the early 2000s. Yeah, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Yeah, so I'm not surprised that she thought that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like it's like they're psychologically they're in a castle, in a tower of twisted masculine matriarchal thinking, and they don't know how to escape out of it. And then they come to social media to hear the same type of stuff that they heard at home, and it just amplifies. And it's like they're never outside of that environment, because that's all they're hearing from home to the world. It's always the same thing until they're old, and then they're like, "Oh, now I want a relationship, and I'm tired of being alone." But yeah, you're 45, you're 50.
This is the
What you
thing,
gonna
like
do?
I see a different analogy going on here. Like it's like going to the restaurant, like while they're going and ordering anything that they want in the fine dining establishment, they want all the autonomy of full adulthood and all the privileges. And then when the bill comes due, I'm just a girl.
Exactly.
Let me do this, y'all. Before anybody go, let me play these two back to back. Y'all give me a second. This one first.
Guys want to be like, oh, well, why are you single? You're 38 and single. Why are you single? I'll tell you why I'm single, okay? Because I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody married cops, firemen, and other teachers in their 20s. And I was having fun, enjoying my life. Essentially, it was like a game of musical chairs, okay? And I was just left standing there with no chair because, like, I'm not good at those kinds of games, okay? I'm just not quick enough. Then when I hit my 30s, then like I tried to date like older men, but like they have kids. No shade, but if you're a single woman with no kids, dating a man at any age with kids, you're not gonna come first. He's probably not gonna have money to do things unless he's rich. Then you could try to go younger, but sometimes those younger guys want younger girls or girls also their age, and it ends up not working out also. I'd also like to add that there's a demographic of men who just want to be in relationships. They don't know how to be alone. So they just get out of a relationship and then they get into another one, or they just get out of a marriage and then they get into another one. These are not the types of men that I want to date because I don't want to date men that just want to be in relationships. I want to date a man who just wants to be in a relationship with me, not in general. Now listen, I think there's great guys out there and I'm excited to meet one because I know that I will. I'm just giving you the facts. Then people are like, oh, you're being too picky. You're not going to get everything you want. So then you date a couple of guys and you're like, he's great, but... And the but is the same reason why you end up not being together. So there was no point in doing it in the first place. Oh, what's your red flag? You know what my red flag is? I don't have patience in an airport. Global entry, TSA, blue, whatever I have to do to not be sitting there on the line, I'm doing it. And if you're taking too long to grab your bag from the top, I'm going. That's my red flag. So if you have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. Also, can we just stop making single people out to have some sort of disease? It's not a disease. It's like she's tall, he's short, she's single. Some people are single just because. I tried not to be picky and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm going to be picky now. I'd rather be alone until he finds me. And I'm not looking for him.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person, and at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did. And say, yes, here are my triumphs, and yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very clear. When I say I'm a feminist,
All right, y'all go ahead. What's going on, BGS?
Hey, what's going on? You can't be a buyer and a seller at the same time.
Exactly.
What's the old saying, old man?
Hey, what is
you
it?
couldn't live. You can Merry Christmas. You could live at your.
Yeah, well, you
What
have
happened?
to.
So what happened? It brought you right back to me. I don't think Marvel knew how deep of a fucking statement that was.
I'm telling you,
I think they did.
Because that statement alone is how modern women have to eat crow. And I mean, God damn. Do you know how many?
You know what I played though? But real quick, go ahead.
Do you know how many big hits this year alone I've gotten?
Yeah. What did I call 2025? The year of the big head, right? Hey, big head.
I've literally had chicks who pissed me off, didn't hit me up in about a year or two, and what happened? I actually sent this. I actually sent every chick that quote from Thanos.
Nah, what did they put up? Kevin is right. Winter's here, and we don't have a man.
Hey, I played the first clip for y'all so that y'all
Hmm.
could see homegirl pretty much say she said she lived her life, she enjoyed her 20s. Remember, that's what she said,
Yeah,
right? And then
yeah,
she didn't realize she was playing musical chairs, where she said, I'm not good at games like that. And so
yeah,
I woke up and all my friends are married to teachers and police officers
yeah,
and
yeah,
firefighters.
yeah.
And here I am 30, 38, and the bit was very important is what she expressed at the end. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for him to find me.
Yeah,
And I'm
well,
not gonna look either. Gotta love
okay,
it.
well, yeah, yeah. She's a seller and not a buyer. Okay, but she wants what she
No,
wants,
I
right?
think I think it's a little different. I think she already just wanted herself.
Yeah, I
Her
can
submitted
tell you.
herself to the fact that she knows she's not gonna find nobody.
I can. Well, the thing is, she gonna stick to her guns. She can find somebody, but the thing is, she doesn't want what's offered. That's what's going on right now. She can get somebody.
I agree. I think BGS is right. I think she's throwing her lightweight. She sounds like a Jersey girl temper tantrum,
Yeah,
pretending like she alright with the situation, but she
yeah,
really not.
yeah. In other words, yeah, you know what? I'm on the discount rack, but I actually want to be sold as new. You know,
I'm
Well,
on the
right.
discount rack, acting like I'm
uh, uh,
expensive.
I'm expensive, right? Yeah, she's on discount. Right? She's what is it? What they call them? The outlet. You're an outlet girl now.
Your outlet chick.
I got
You
pushed
you
off. Go talk to my blood
you
family.
were high priced, but
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah,
price
yeah.
has been slashed. You didn't
You've
get
been,
picked
you've
up off
been.
the shelf.
Hey, well, you were high priced in your 20s, but you've been marked down like 10 times. Okay.
You know,
And now
So
you
she
got
a
transferred to
thrift
the
girl,
outlet
man.
store.
you
Yeah.
started out
She a thrift
design
girl, man.
bargain basement.
Yeah, she gonna get ready. She's almost ready to be donated.
You started out as a designer, now you're bargain basement.
Yeah.
Goodwill.
No, even
Going
worse
to
because you're white
Goodwill.
women. You know what you are? You're the family with the last name without the money.
Yeah.
Matter,
Ooh.
matter yet, she's the chick. She's the type of chick who has her mother's last name.
Mm.
Yeah. I refuse. I refuse to be a buyer. Yeah, get your money up. Go buy the dude. You find him.
And the second video BGS is the one where homegirl's talking about the autonomy. And
Mm-hmm.
and to give to be fair to her, she described it perfectly. But I don't know if she really mean that shit.
That is
That shit sound nice.
that is the original meaning of the original thing for second wave feminism before what's her name killed it. The ERA would have done that in '76, but
Yeah.
the women killed it.
Phyllis Schlafly,
Phyllis
Schlafly, whatever.
Schlafly, yeah.
I never, I
Yeah.
can never pronounce her
She
last
said,
name, but
yeah,
yeah.
she was right. You bitches that really don't want what you're asking for. Okay, that's why she killed it.
And that's exactly why I said that about this lady. I think that, but she described it perfectly. What I'm saying to everyone is, I
Hmm.
don't think your average woman, white, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, card carrying feminist or not, would ever be able to describe that because they don't actually want it. At least she was able to describe it. Whether she actually mean it or not, that's a different
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
But at least she was able to describe it.
Feminism is just the social contract applied to women. That's all it is. Okay, that's all it is. But the thing is, women don't want to do the other part, and they found that out. What is it? They found it out in 2010, 2012 when the women became breadwinners. They didn't want to be breadwinners. They don't want that. They don't want that job. Can y'all hear me?
Cue Anne Marie Slaughter.
Q. Anne-Marie Slaughter, yeah. Anne-Marie Slaughter was the end of men. Um,
Liz
uh,
Mundy.
yeah, but Liz Mundy, yeah. Yeah, Richard Sex, all that kind of stuff. They brought 6 or 7 books that came out about that. And women would they talked about feminists have to want to be lead, have to want to be breadwinners and stuff like that, and they don't. They rejected it. So basic feminism is that's why I said feminism is pretty much dead. And Donald Trump's here to actually finish it off.
And let me read this real quick. And Snuggles says, drop the link. Snuggles, I dropped the link for you. So whenever you're ready. But no,
Has,
so
has Snuggles ever come up?
That's the
no.
running.
Well,
That's pretty.
he's been around, but I don't know if Snuggles has he been on my panel? Maybe once.
That's
Maybe a
the
couple years ago.
running gag. That's the running gag with Snuggles. He
I
always
know.
says the link, but never comes up.
Okay. But yeah, no, like that's all. Give me a second, y'all. My background.
But
Reckless.
it's
I am, but that's not the reason. But yeah, but I am reckless though. You're right about that part.
it's a shame because you look at these women
Hmm.
And because you had it on easy streak for so long,
Mm-hmm.
you never knew how to compete when things get tough.
Okay.
I said, hey, what your girl say? Life is tough.
They had to run the experiment. Now they have.
And the experiment was an utter and complete failure.
And it is. So now they try. And now they what you have to do. Now you have to cover your ass, right? That's what
Oh,
they're
can
doing
the
right
men
now.
come back and sacrifice themselves again? And the men have said in unison, fuck you.
If they had done it before COVID, maybe. After COVID, no.
Let, let, let me put this on the table and let me see what you think about it, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Charles, they would have continued the experiment with the failure if Kamala would have won and they were able to sabotage
Mm-mm.
what's going on over there
Uh-uh.
in
Uh-uh.
Eastern Europe.
Uh-uh.
No,
Go ahead.
Oh,
tell you what,
I'm talking about Eastern Europe. If they could
If
have
they were
done
able to
that.
knock all over those dominoes, is what I'm
Well,
saying,
yeah,
BGS.
yeah. That's a big if. Okay.
let me tell you why.
That was the gamble that me and you were talking about before.
You
There
can't,
was there was a gamble, but even then, you're still running up against a financial wall. So.
you,
Yeah,
you can't,
true,
you
true.
can't, even at the COVID, right? Even before COVID, you were
Mm-hmm.
starting to see a change.
Mm-hmm.
COVID just accelerated that shit 20 years, 20, 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
I agree.
But they had a better chance before COVID.
A better chance, not much of one, but a better one.
No, they had a decent chance before COVID. Men might have been convincing men to come back, but after COVID, no, it's dead.
It's like, what is this thing called freedom? Wait a minute. I don't, I don't have to take you on dates.
Yeah, I
I
don't have
can
to take you.
survive.
Shaming doesn't work. I don't have to have sex with you. I'm good by myself. In fact, I'm better. I think that's what it proved. I'm actually better by myself than I am with you.
Well, I've been single for 6 years, and I've said this. I just talked to this one chick, and I said, you know what I found out? I found out this one thing. Would you go around with somebody who complained about every goddamn thing you do? Somebody who's never happy? Somebody who's never with it? Well, no. Then why do you expect me to do it?
Yeah, yeah. The Asian men have already bailed, man. They said, "Fuck it." If you guys are too needy, too want it, guess what? I'd rather pay for it. Korean men are already saying, "I'd rather fly out and pay for it."
Shout out to Juvenile.
Hmm.
For those of you that
Nah,
don't know
the
the
funny thing,
reference, the Juvenile, I'll pay for it. And
Hmm.
that song was ahead of its time. That
Hmm.
song was ahead of its time. I'll pay for it if I want it. That's what he
Hmm.
said. That's what
but
Juvenile said. Go ahead, BGS.
But marriage is the most expensive way to get sex. It really is.
it really is, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zulu.
Nah, cause I didn't know that. Cause like it took me a minute necessarily, right? Like I kind of watched the pussy markets necessarily, right? And as I'm seeing this shit went from like $100 to 100, it used to be like 120. I'm watching this shit drop down to like 60 and 40. I'm like, God
So
damn.
nobody going laugh at Zulu saying pussy market.
I wish it. You know what I mean? Hey, bro,
That's
the pussy market
hysterical. Not the
is
vagina on the
worldwide,
stock
bro. I'm watching
market.
this shit. Hey,
Not
bro,
up
I'm
and
watching this
down.
shit plummet, bro.
The price of coffee is going down, man.
Hey, bro, I'm seeing this shit real time, but they out there fighting because I'm seeing them on in the jungle. I'm seeing them fighting. And they're like, no, not me. It's gonna be $150 for me always. I'm sitting here watching her like, yeah, you gonna come off that price, girl. Just give you a little bit more time.
I've already seen it before, so that's why I knew it was going to happen.
All right.
I've seen it. Crack era.
Tonight on Sugar Walls on discounts.
Hmm.
Hey, bro, I'm having me a good time out here, man. I've been going back in between here and Colombia. A
Now,
good.
what is Korea talking about? The end of the simple economy?
Yeah. I watched that. I
Yeah,
watched that. That was interesting.
yeah. Oh yeah. You can see it coming. Just a matter of time. Once they became passport bros, it was over.
Oh yeah. When I saw seeing the what is it, Korean dudes in Colombia, I was like, oh yeah, it's over, bro. It's over, bro.
Oh yeah, it's over. Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw that shit, I was like,
That's
because if old bro made it way out to this side,
yeah.
I was like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The black passport bros said y'all made it look fun. That was the problem.
And I think it is kind of fun. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like once you get like a certain enough stuff done,
Hmm.
and you get a decent network,
Yeah.
you set really.
Yeah. 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 Look, I always tell people, if you learn a little bit of the language where you conversational, okay, that's a superpower along with your blue passport. It's over. You don't have
The
to look for.
conversation alone has
You don't
been
have to.
helping me so much.
Mm-hmm.
I've literally found other people who own hotels in different countries, and
Mm-hmm.
now necessarily I'm trying to get like more people to like funnel to the people who got hotels, so that okay, cool. I go
Mm-hmm.
out here, we say this place is a nice hotel. You go here, he get
Mm-hmm.
money, I get me a kickback.
Yeah.
At the same time, now we moving money between ourselves. Now you got yourself your own functional economy. We good.
And plus, you cater to the people that want to come there. So
Exactly. So I ain't got
yeah.
I ain't got to do no fight, no convincing. You
Mm-hmm.
be here, so I just put you in a proper place, and
Mm-hmm.
hey.
Yeah, yeah,
What's
because
going
you.
on, Black Guru? Happy holidays, Merry Christmas,
Hey, old
Yeah,
Negro,
Kwanzaa,
Merry
what's
and
going
all
Christmas.
of
on?
them.
What's going on, old Negro?
Hey, hey, man. Just got the folks out of the house,
Ah,
so
okay,
I'm just
okay.
here by myself, chilling. My wife and my daughter's visiting, so they're going to visit some folks. I'm just chilling out, listening to you fellas. Yeah, the other thing that COVID, you guys were mentioning the women, I mean, the brothers being, um, sort of breaking the spell of women. Um, I mean, kind of related to that, but sort of not entirely is just the sheer inertia of being okay with being at home.
Yeah.
The sheer inertia of being okay with being at home fundamentally changes everything because you prior to that you had all these habits of it's Friday, I gotta have this arranged. It's Saturday, I gotta have that arranged. Just the habits that come, particularly with being a young man, and your weekends, your holidays, your social events that you accumulate. Well, COVID essentially made non-essential a lot of activities that you previously viewed to be uh, essential and sort of operated on a kind of almost involuntary way. You did a lot of things sort of habitually, and COVID sort of broke those habits. So, and a lot of those habits involved to some degree some sort of entertaining of females. So you have the breaking of the spell of the females themselves, but you also have the breaking of the habits associated with socializing that the women previously enjoyed and benefited from. And that in itself, just again, the inertia of being comfortable with Uber Eats and the assorted game consoles you guys have and your fleshlight. Well, we can't leave that out of the calculus as well. So,
Hey,
all
hold
those
up, wait a
things
minute. You
kind
can't
of
be going at the
all
fleshlight. I'm joking.
You don't have flesh like
Look, she's a
that's a
very
part of the
important and crucial
formula. Let's
family
be
member.
real.
You ain't
That's
lying,
a
though.
part of the formula, exactly.
And the
and
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 the
your
air fryer
and your
and the air
choice
fryer.
massage oil or whatever you guys use with that stuff, water
Well,
soluble massage oils. I think it just makes for a very
Not the details. Oh
comfortable
man.
living.
I got a whole chicken in
Just
the
makes
crock
for a
pot
kind of
now.
comfortable, it makes for a kind of comfortable living.
Mhm.
Without and the women, although the women are a part of it, a significant part of it, but it kind of sort of somewhat tangential or exclusive to it is just all the stuff that you would normally do that involved women that you just don't feel compelled to do. I think that's important. I think, yeah.
Can barely hear you.
You're really underwater.
If he's talking to us, he might be talking to us. But
Uh,
the
I
thing is,
wasn't my background stuff. Go ahead.
the thing is, me and Dr. T were talking about this before, right when COVID hit. I said the thing is I learned from the MGTOWs is that if you take a break okay, for 3 months, 6 months, even a year. Years is
Mm-hmm.
extreme, but the thing is, you realize how much emotional labor you actually put in actually dating and maintaining a woman. Okay, especially a black man.
Mhm.
Black men have to do an enormous amount of work to maintain a female. Money, time, uh, making her feel comfortable, making her feel entertained, all that kind of bullshit that you have to do. Otherwise, you're gonna get all kinds of hell.
Yep.
And once you get out of that, and you wait for like a year, once you get, like breaking an addiction. Once you break that addiction or break
It
that
ain't worth it.
training,
Mm-hmm.
when you come, it's like if anybody ever gone off of sugar for a while
Yes.
and
Yep.
Yeah.
then come back to it, the sugar is nasty when you come back to it.
It's
Okay,
too hard. It's too much of it.
it's too much, and
Yeah,
it
that's
tastes
true.
Yeah.
bitter. It tastes
Yeah.
bitter. It
You
tastes
when
acidic.
you
Yeah,
go
go ahead.
and when you go sugarless,
Yeah.
you then taste all of the sugar and all the like when I went
Yes.
sugarless
Yes.
for
Yeah.
a period of time, I couldn't eat ketchup because I noticed how sweet ketchup is,
Sweet it is.
for example.
Oh man.
All of the condiments. All of the
Mm-hmm.
condiments, I noticed all of the sugar in all of the condiments, and I couldn't tolerate consuming those things during that period of time.
Very
Yeah,
similar.
that's true.
So no, but yeah, you're right, BGS. I mean, and the thing you mentioned emotional labor. Black women force a level and variety of emotional labor on men that other women do not,
True.
because black women will force you or expect you to tolerate things that emotionally that other women either will not bring to men, or they're more empathetic to men not wanting to deal with it. Like other groups of women will realize this is female shit, right?
Yeah.
And he's a
Mm-hmm.
man, and I shouldn't be bringing this to him.
Hmm.
It's
Right.
fairly unique to black women. Now, to be fair, I would say if you rewind back 3 or 4 generations, I think
Hmm.
black women were much more likely to some degree separate. Don't bring that to that
Yeah, yeah.
man,
They had
Shirley, kind of thing. Yeah,
they had a little bit
yeah,
more they had a little bit more
yeah,
how can I say discretion, right? Even
yeah,
though they weren't.
yes.
I'm listening to Ann, I think Ann Petrie's The Street. She wrote it in 1945 or something like that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they 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 were better, but they were still on some bullshit. Okay.
Yeah.
They had something to
Mm-hmm.
No,
lose back
it
then.
still was
That's all
not
it is.
like it was still not like their white peers
No.
would be,
No. Hell
50,
no.
60 years ago, white females wouldn't bring any kind of bullshit
No. 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 No.
to a man. Yeah.
No. 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 And basically yeah, the thing, just like when you, I think Z always plays that piece by Whoopi, okay, about the matriarchy, okay, and how black
Hmm.
women talk to you, and how you're supposed to take being chastised by black women, okay. It doesn't matter, of course. I mean, because I listen to some of the females when they talking on the phone to other females, right, and some of the shit that comes out of their mouths is like, my goodness, okay.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You guys
Hmm.
are toxic. Y'all
But
don't even know
but
how
but
toxic you
it's
actually are.
different between them. It's different with them because it's a mutual exchange of energy.
Yeah, but I
They're
mean,
just,
but
firebombing and absorbing each other's bullshit. But we're
yeah,
not, as
but they're
men, we're not designed to, yeah.
but they're talking about you. 90% of the time they talk about a man.
Well, yeah, no, I
Exactly.
agree with that.
Hmm.
I'm saying when they're emotionally unloading on each other,
Oh yeah,
it's a much more of a give and take and exchange
yeah,
of energy. It's much more
yeah,
of a cathartic sort of thing for
Yeah,
them.
true.
yeah. But we can't give it back the same way. We're
I
not
don't do, I
No,
powerful.
don't do that.
no,
Man.
no, we
Like
can't.
BGS, I think was I went back. I came back from what is it, Cartagena
Uh huh.
last week, right?
Hmm.
I think I spoke to some random lady at Walmart, and I think she
Hmm.
kind of had an attitude with me, and I almost like like that almost reflex. You almost kind of like slap a person, but like reflex,
Yeah.
like I was sitting here looking at her. I'm like, boy, you lucky we kind of right, in this Walmart, because you probably would have said this to me outside.
Oh yeah.
You may be picking up an extra teeth or so. That gold tooth may be out your mouth right now.
Yeah, I was watching this video from China, man, and this chick was going off on this dude, man. He slapped the crap out of her, man.
Crap out of her.
I said, damn. I had to clutch my pearl.
Damn.
Clutch my pearls.
Like I'm saying, I was cool. Who is that?
I think that's last with the feedback.
That can't be me. Okay. Nah, what I was saying, like for me, I didn't see chicks get slapped up in Colombia. I didn't see them get slapped up in Africa. So like, I know for the fact, the realistically necessarily, it's because they know some pain behind that situation. Like once you know some pain behind a situation, you look at everything differently. Like for me, I don't really think most people are really that crazy or that bad. It's just that if you hit them hard enough or hit them with the right quote unquote punishment, you'll get the right reaction. You just no punishment given, wildness will ensue.
There's a reason why the good Lord created the backslap. That wasn't created for men to give to men. That was for men to give to women. I'm serious. I'm serious as hell. Think about it. The backslap was invented as a control and regulation mechanism for men to give to women.
That's what
the backslap was created for.
It corrected the cerebral cortex a lot.
I seen plenty of women get slapped. I seen plenty of women get slapped in Russia and the other country, but it did be pop. They get back up off and they remember their woman again.
I remember one time a chick actually jumped up in my face.
Can y'all hear me now? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah.
I remember one time.
Okay, go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
I remember a chick jumped up in my face. Like she just wanted to, kind of shoot a fair one. And I said, what makes you think I can't maul you? And she was like, I fight men, but nigga, you never talk about winning.
Wait, Charles, wait. Charles, did she even understand what you meant by maul her?
She doesn't fight men. She fights at men. Men don't fight her.
And I told her, I said, I'm gonna tell you one thing, and I'm gonna put this out there. My dad and my mom said, if you're big enough to hit me, you're big enough to get the shit kicked out of you. And I'm not gonna stop with just slapping you. I'm gonna fuck you up. Like if I would do it a man on the street. I said, you become a threat. If you would actually do that to a woman, why would you hit a man bigger or faster than you? I said, I'm gonna put you through that fucking wall without any tool. And she thought about it, and she started crying. I can't believe you would do that. I can't believe you.
Charles, when you get a chance, read the super chat when you get a chance, Charles.
But she fights men, though, right?
Mm-hmm. She bailed you a picture of the Gumbo Z. Merry Christmas. I'm just like
I'm
this.
gonna check it out, Blue Sox.
But I fight men. I just talk about. You don't talk about winning. I said, if you're 0-50 against men, maybe you need to take a retrospect of your life. You need to, like, I'm just, well, me and my ex used to go at it all the time. No, you used to go at him.
Yeah.
What happened if that's what I told female officers when they tell me, oh, I got into this fight today. I said, no, you didn't. What you went through was passive aggressive bullshit. How you know? A fight is
Charles, I always ask myself the one. Go ahead.
Prior to all this DB nonsense, a phrase, I fight men, those phrases did not exist.
No.
You did not have a woman who fancied herself as fight. Now you might have women who fight with men. That definitely happened. But you didn't have as like a part of just sort of casual discourse. Women were just gonna say, "I fight men." That wasn't something prior to all the DV shit. That wasn't something that happened too regular.
Like they got some.
I want to real quick, Shots. I want to thank BGS for expanding my mind on something that I didn't know how to put the words to it, and he said it just now. You don't fight men, you fight at men. And once you said that, I was like, you're like, that's what it is.
That's what I'm saying. That's
And
it.
and,
Right,
and
exactly.
and to answer your question, Z, I actually broke down what I meant by maul her.
Oh, did
I
you? Okay, okay, okay. Go ahead.
I actually broke it down to the point. I'm gonna hit you, and I'm gonna hit you with the force of the civil rights movement.
God damn, bitch. I'm so sorry.
And then I'm gonna hit you again and again, and then I'm gonna grab whatever body part I feel like and break it.
Yeah,
That-
you're
And
trying to
I
talk you're trying to talk her off the ledge before she
and
does
I
that.
and I told her and that's not the only body part of a dude. Go look at that scene in Batman: The Dark Knight, the animated one when he's fighting the mutant. When he rolled into a knee bar, then
Oh, he fucked him up. Damn, that was fucked.
that's talking about maul you.
Ooh, that was a moment. He
And
fucked
I
him
and I
up.
and I had to point it and I had to sit her down. I've done this to bigger and stronger men than me. What consequence are you to me? And she sat down and said, "You would really." I said, I would have willingly went to jail. They would have shot me."
Yeah, in other words, you would really hit me. Yeah.
And I told her,
Exactly.
and I said, I want you to figure this part out. Do you love me? Yes. Then why would you want to cause harm to me? And I haven't even been violent to you.
Because she can't hurt you. That's why in her mind.
Y'all,
No,
y'all
no,
don't.
no,
You know what?
no, no,
Hold
no.
on.
In her mind, she can't
That's
I'm
hurt you.
how.
gonna say this. I have yet to see a woman ever come up to a moose, a lion, a bear, or any creature of that significant size and come up and say any of these things because they only have these conversations with creatures they know for a guaranteed fact that's not going to necessarily kill them all the time.
Just like you swat a horse,
Facts.
okay?
Mhm.
Because the horse is not going to hit you back. It's been
But,
trained not
but
to.
once in a while,
I get what Zulu is saying. I agree with you, BJS, but I get what Zulu is.
I
I see
understand.
Zulus are friendly.
Yeah, I understand
Exactly.
it.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like they never, so like this, the argument's never brought up. Like I've never heard no woman necessarily bump a moose and be like, "Why this moose hit me?" Necessarily, you mean that mean that 8 foot, 9 foot creature that can stump a killing man with one shot? You don't have the interaction with these kind of animals because at the end of the day, these animals aren't going to quote unquote give you the conversation. You just gonna be dead.
oh
Yeah,
well,
that's why they said the women fight at you. They don't fight you.
Zulu. I'll tell you why that happens. Because men are pretty good at hiding the fears of the world from children and women. Well, how many women actually come face to face with wild creatures? Very few. So, even in history, very few of them actually came in contact with them.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true.
Because a lot of times,
That ain't true. That ain't true.
when they actually because you got to think who hunted more, men or women?
It doesn't matter. They don't have to. They can go out in the woods, man. You
Yeah,
go to Africa, man. There's lions and stuff roaming around. You can
you
get
know
eggs. You
you
can get
and I
eggs.
told them, I said you got to realize this, and it's like the same chick. I said, what what did you ever what is the heaviest thing you ever lifted? Well, about 50 pounds.
Huh.
I laughed at her. I said 50 pounds won't even make me sweat. I said I said, what's the heaviest thing you ever held over your head? 20 pounds, maybe 30. I said I've actually
That's
military
it.
almost 300 pounds on my head.
She's
Okay.
she was probing you to
Charles.
see if you would allow her to fight at you. That's what she
Oh
was
no.
probing.
Oh no.
No,
That's
no,
why.
Charles, no, Charles. But see,
She was
the difference.
probing. She was probing.
But on the ser-
Now, like
Yeah.
I said, if that moose would have been there though, that
What?
moose would
No,
never
no,
had
no.
that conversation with her
Let's
though.
do this. Let's do this, y'all. Let's do this.
We already know that Moose wouldn't have the conversation. That's why I
Right.
said fight
yeah.
Let's
back.
do this. So go ahead, AB, and then when you're done, AB, read this from you, please and thank you.
Yo, if you haven't seen that scene that he's talking about in the Dark Knight, I'm gonna put it to you this way: you never want you never want Batman to tell you you're on his operating table. He fucked him up.
Ooh, that shit was nasty. I remember that one. That was nasty.
Yeah, he fucked him up. I was like, damn.
He certainly broke that man
Once
down, bro.
Batman got done with him, he was surrounded by his gang members. His gang members turned into Batman followers. That's how badly he fucked him up.
Now it'd be like Bane fighting Batman the first time.
Oh, it actually was worse than that.
It was.
Yeah.
It was actually worse than that. That's how badly he fucked him up.
It was a systematic quicker fuck you upper, and and I had to talk her down, and it just and that made me think, and I had to go back into my seat and think: is this how all you bitches think? And
Yeah.
I had to really be
Exactly.
like,
It's how black women will try you because they want because they actually want to hit you, and they probe and see if they can hit you.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Hey,
saying.
They
I
all
got
do.
lucky.
They all do. They all
Hey,
do.
BGS, I got lucky. I was raised by Marines, so I got those JD Vance eyes when I look at women, so they know not to fuck with me.
No, that's why I got good at catching the wrist and squeezing.
Oh, that too.
Well, also, you to some degree, you got women who, and this is where you got to really kind of get into the psychology of women a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be scared a little bit. They want to be scared a little bit,
That is true. That
and
is
they
very
want to see. They want to see. Are you gonna make them scared? Like grab them by the wrist.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah, I
I
do.
went through a period
Yeah.
where I would just kind of grab my wife by the wrist,
Mm-hmm.
not hurt her, but just kind of
Grab her wrist and
reacquaint
squeeze.
her with what she was
Good.
dealing with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your strength. Yeah.
reacquaint her with what she's dealing with. Oh, and then
Yeah.
watch that shiver,
Yeah.
up the body kind of thing.
Yeah.
And here come Black Woman's first daughter.
Yeah.
yeah.
But black women are trained that they really internally want to dominate men.
Mhm.
Okay. And
Really.
basically, this
Yeah.
stud said the same thing. She said, if I could whoop a nigga's ass, I'd be whooping niggas' asses all day long because I want to.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's because I had one shit. It's like it's funny. They love your physicality, but it's like to women, men are like the zoo. They want to see these wild, powerful creatures, but behind a cage. It's a lot different when you take away the protection. You don't really want to be treated like men because if men treated you like men, you wouldn't survive.
Mm.
It would be brutal.
No, but
Be-
now let's be
You
honest
get better
now.
quality
Some
women
of them
though.
want you to occasionally. Some of them want you to occasionally get out of that cage. That's why you'll have them being with them over getting knocked over across the head a couple of times,
they
It's
want you out
hanging
the cage.
around.
So
Some
what? The,
some of them want a little bit of that fury to
yeah.
get loose. A lot of
I mean,
them do.
if you track domestic violence back years ago, okay, black women are extremely violent with
Mhm.
men. Extremely violent.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, put out that thing from culture of violence. Black women are 4 times as violent toward their mate as white men toward white women.
But they always said we're such victims. No, you the victimizer, bitch. If you look,
They tell the same lie. Like they're the most educated,
Look,
right?
look,
That's
y'all,
all.
we
They are
passed the
white supremacists.
15.
I keep saying that.
Y'all, we're past the 15 minutes, so somebody got to read the comment. Excuse me, BTS, you're the one who said within 10 minutes. I stretched it to 15 minutes. Look, we passed the 15 minutes.
Okay, if you can shift gears from monk mode to Keisha to SYSBM to passport guy, then you will be ready for Formula One. Okay, that's from Adrian. That's true. You're an international
Hello,
man.
Adrian.
and it's funny because I remember talking about X, right? And
Hmm.
she said, "You know how you would tell what you told me that I was a bad? Is it possible that you're a bad girl, women?" I said, "Shorty, that's not a one for one statement. Let me tell you why. I've dated every woman from every part of the social economic ladder.
Hmm.
All of you bitches are the same. Men are not the same social economically." I said, "This is the part, y'all. You, I could literally go smoke cigars with Dr. Dunbar, smoke cigars with a guy who's a retired cop, and you can tell the difference.
Hmm.
Women, if I played a certain song, I could get the college educated chick and the project chick. If I play a certain song, I'm gonna be able to tell the difference."
Hmm.
Cash
And
money
I
taking over
said,
for the 99 2000.
"How did you get on my
Yeah,
head?
to the
Get out my head. Get out my
2099
head.
to the 2000, you get them
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
You get
I
them
mean, but
all.
the only time you can tell, you really tell women in class is when you get them in their circles,
Mm-hmm.
and women are very protective of their class circles. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't fit, they'll boot you out.
They'll boot you out because either they think you're better than them, or you can't measure up.
Or you don't fit. It's not even better or worse. You don't fit. I
You
mean,
just don't fit.
Uru can tell you because he's probably closer to the upper middle class, and those women will boot you out if you don't fit.
Oh, they're very protective. You can't even date their men if they're like you.
And they don't want to be around you, and you can't bring that into their circle. So.
Yeah, and it's funny because when I told her this, I said this is the
Hmm.
criteria difference.
Uh huh.
Y'all don't understand men, and that's the key thing. It's either you don't want to or you just can't.
They can't.
it's funny because so many of you have sons and you don't understand men. You don't even understand the plight of men until you have a son and he's going for the same shit you did his father. And now you get that, oh shit. Fuck, what's the old saying? Fuck it now. I guess we both ain't shit. You and the mother. You and his child's mother and you. And now you're seeing all the shit that she's doing. Oh, you get that fucking flashback, and you're like, oh, I'm not shit either. And it's sad because ultimately, like I told her, I said, this is the craziest part about our community. Y'all destroyed it. You have to take it in and say we destroyed it. You're the ones who don't want to get married, but then you get mad at the men who go elsewhere to get married. And if you are lucky to get married, 5 to 10 years at best. Some of you can't even make it the first year. Some of you have been separated longer than you've been married.
Yeah, well, you know what? Like I said, when I start reading in old literature and stuff like that, black women never really wanted to be married. They were married because they had to be.
Mm-hmm.
They, 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 they they needed a man.
You chicks are just fucking walking renegades.
Yeah, they've been that way.
BGS, they still need a man. Wait. BGS, they still need a man.
No,
Ain't no needed BGS. They still need us.
No, they have a man. It's called Uncle Sam.
Yeah, Uncle Sam said about that.
You know,
Hey, man, I'm team passport at this point, bro. Y'all here beating this dead horse. But as I see it, bro, like what's the thing about BGS told me the story of so what is I think what was it exactly? Woman fed something and it bit her hand. Once you didn't bit my hand like once. Hey,
Yeah. What he said, my gardener told me. He said if a snake bites you once, you should kill it.
Check your back chat.
He said if it bites you again, you should kiss it.
Because you like that shit.
You like that shit, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what. This is what I tell people all the time. My new motto for 2026. When it comes to chicks, move, bitch, get out the way, bitch, get out the way. It's so sad because I'm gonna make a
That's not
prediction.
the sign I would use, but go ahead.
I'm gonna make a prediction. You're gonna see a lot of people from the stud reserves coming back. We'll cook, we'll clean. You're gonna
they
see
already
like
doing it. What you mean? They're already doing it.
Princella announced that 2 years ago.
Shit, they doing it here in Atlanta right now. They got the quote unquote we'll clean your house, and we fuck you studs going around the city. The pussy work out here in Atlanta is hitting, bro.
Zulu, don't bring that up. They want to be taken care of. They want to be taken care of.
Hey, bro.
Meg Thee Stallion is cooking for Klay Thompson, y'all. I'm just saying. It's done.
Oh, we know. Okay, that is Russell Wilson broke that open. Okay, how can I combine two tranches of popularity? Okay. He broke that open, and then what's her name? The gymnast. She did right after that.
Simone Biles.
Simone
Biles.
Yeah.
Better yet.
Oh yeah. How do you stay relevant? Okay, you attach yourself. Go ahead.
Simone, I got my titties done, Biles, and they look good on her.
She's an influencer now.
Really?
So she got to do it to get it done. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
why not?
she got some work.
You're already cute. Why not?
She is competing. She's competing to hold on to that man like she's supposed to. That's what she's doing.
This is about money. It's not even about her. It's about the man. It's about money.
No, but she is competing to hold on to the visual interest of that dude. That's what she's doing.
That's part
of it. She loves that dude.
It got to be because I mean, like the physical. I mean, like he like an 8, and she like a 6 in the face.
One at a time, y'all.
He's an NFL player going into a world of titties and ass.
Okay.
And she want to visually be able to compete for that dude. Okay. That's why she did that.
Normally, I would agree with you, Uru, but the thing is, how does she make her money? Okay, she makes her money on being on pictures and clothes and influence. Okay, that's how come she got her titties done.
Nah, I think I gotta agree. I think I agree with Uru on this one.
Okay, well, prove me wrong then, man.
Y'all's a problem.
I gotta interrupt. I
know what I'm talking. How many bars you got?
No, it's not that. It's not. No, it's not that. No. We're good for a little while. But I do need somebody to read the super chat. Though I'm electing AB. Okay. Go ahead.
I can read it.
Go ahead, Zulu.
All right. Merry Christmas. Even though I'm financially celibate, here is my BGS text. LOL.
Thank you, sir. Look. MS Delta, I don't do no dancing for no money, but thank you very much
And
for the super chat.
this is a little twerk from the Z, okay?
Hysterical.
A little step, no, a little two step, a little two step, man.
I do a little two step. Well, I do a little jig. I do a little jig, but I ain't shaking no ass for no money. Hysterical. But thank you, MS Delta. Thank you for spending your financially celibate dollars over here.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to people like that at that level, okay, especially if they're in the public eye, okay, the man, the woman, and the look, it all goes together because that's how she earns $5 million a year, so that's why she has to do that. And he's a part of it because he's attached to the NFL, so that's attached to her brand, and vice versa.
Oh yeah. By the way, I forgot to tell everybody in my pinky voice. Merry Christmas, nigga.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, nigga. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Well,
Go ahead.
You know, sometimes people have dual purposes with stuff, and because the reason why I believe it's about her competing for that dude because she's very active in social media. She does a lot of back and forth with black women in particular about her image and about her about her husband and you know the people trying to challenge why they're married and in particular questioning his fidelity towards her, and I believe it motivates her to want to compete, to hold on to his interests. So I'm not discounting what you're saying. Obviously, I can definitely see the economic benefits to her in that.
The old saying, I forget the boxer said, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Okay, this is all about the dollar right here. Okay,
I mean her man make a lot of money though.
No,
like I say, sometimes
he don't make nowhere near the amount of money that she does. Okay.
True, but I don't think she trade on that currency though.
Well, she married him. She married him, which means that it ain't. Oh, hold on. Now you said what you said.
Okay.
You know, because a woman ain't just about making money.
Exactly.
You know, a woman ain't the behavior of a woman ain't always just about making money. A lot of times, it's some complexity to what she's doing. And like I said, I see a girl doing a whole lot of chatter and y'all can't get me from my man kind of shit, which suggests to me that she is concerned about her position and her status and whatever sort of presence she has with her relationship with a man. She's very, you always see her in Chicago, at the games, all in the video, whatever kind of thing with her dude. So she's very much into the scene with him. Very much so. And I think that's a part of it.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Okay. Same thing with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Okay. Her being at the games, her being dressed, her being part of the NFL image puts her out there in front of people. Okay. Puts her name out there in front of people. Same thing with eyeballs. Can I finish? Y'all get on me about jumping in, interrupting y'all. Okay. Same thing with Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson. Okay, do a purpose. Okay. They're trying to mix markets. They're trying to mix fans and eyeballs. Okay. She's there taking pictures in the Bears uniform, stuff like that. Is because the NFL will promote that out there. Okay. Oh, look at Jonathan. What's his name? Wife out there in the Bears, Simone Biles in the Bears uniform, and she's dressed like this. And next thing you see, like 15 pictures of Simone Biles in the Bears uniform, right? That's influencing. That's put eyeballs on her. Okay, what would she be like? What would she be like if she wasn't attached to the NFL? Okay, she wasn't attached. She wasn't out there. She wasn't married to him. She wasn't attached to the NFL, and vice versa. He's a sometime starter. He doesn't start all the time. He doesn't make that much money. She makes the money, okay, because she's got the name, she got the influence, and her being attached to the Bears, wherever he's at, whatever team he's at, brings eyeballs to them from women. So it's more. It actually sells more merchandise. So I'm not saying that she doesn't love him. I do believe that she does because she bought him. Okay, she bought him. She got the money. She went and got him. She moved him into her house and that kind of stuff. Because she said, "I like him." That's why she would.
When they are alone in bed together, it helps for her to have some titties. It just helps.
Okay.
I'm saying when she go on that Instagram,
it definitely does. It helps for her to have. It helps for her to have a visual. Again, this is a pro football player. There's a whole lot of bitches everywhere, especially in Chicago. It helps her mentally and emotionally to think that at least she's physically competing for his attention.
Okay.
It just does.
The thing is, he would not be that popular, that wanted, if he was not attached to her. He's a decent. Let me finish.
I'm not discounting.
Let me finish. Okay. He would not be that popular. The reason he can go from team to team to team is because he brings money and eyeballs. It's more attractive because
I'm not discounting that, DJ. I'm not PGS. I'm not discounting the economic. I have not.
Okay. Okay. The main reason she got it done is
economic.
Okay. All right. I'll land my plane. I'll land it there.
Dual purpose, like I said, dual purpose.
It's a both and. I think Black was saying Black.
I don't know if we're disagreeing. I don't. I mean, I think you're disagreeing with me. Because I'm saying that what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying that look, they are in a marriage. They are in a marriage. They are a man and a woman together who's fucking every day or every other day. And the bottom line is it helps her and helps their marriage and helps their arrangement if she has done something to enhance her physical appeal to him. Bottom line. Now, all the other stuff, I'm not discounting everything else you're saying. You know, I'm not saying that it does not help her economically and help her marketability and whatever. I'm not discounting that at all. But they are in a marriage.
Okay.
You know, and when people are in a marriage together, part of it is we're trying to hold on to what we need to do between each other, in addition to all the other obligations we have, which are real, but also what are we trying to do in this particular marriage to stay together and stay vibing with each other in a marriage.
The main reason she got her fucking titties done so she can look better in her fucking clothes, okay? Because that's what she's selling. That's why she got it done.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I ultimately.
I was saying that's like an unprovable thing.
Because she said it. Because she said it. She wants to look better in her clothes.
Okay,
wait, y'all. Wait, Zulu, wait. Black Guru, if you don't mind reading this super chat for me, please, and thank you.
Okay, thank you again, MS Delta. On the sixth day, the Lord created the backslap. I believe that is in Genesis.
That one not shit, sir.
The omitted chapters. That was the omitted chapters in the book of Genesis.
Who is the best backslap?
I think the backslap was specifically invented for a man to properly address a misbehaving woman. I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe that.
Howard Ali said the same thing. Okay.
But I'm gonna say this much. I think to the BGS point necessarily right like this. I have dealt with a couple of girls. Now, granted, I'm not that famous on Instagram. Whatever. I only got like 5,000 followers. But then occasionally I will get like some random woman who may post like a picture of her, like, let's say bikini pictures, and send it to me, and I got 5,000 followers. And the chick that I may see, they be like, I'll tell them that, and all of a sudden they be like, oh, well, if I'm talking to you, I gotta make sure I'm working out, just in case to beat back all the other women. And I hear women say this shit on a routine basis. I have to beat back the other women, which means even if they didn't like working out, when I tell them quote unquote, and they start, or they go through my phone and they start saying, oh, cool, you got girls just randomly sending you titty pics or whatever. They're like, I got to do something now because I got to hold my position. Because if I don't, if I'm a size C or whatever, I'm a fugly looking woman, and you seeing a 9 or an 8 or a 10 woman sending him her titties on a regular basis,
Yeah.
You gonna have to do something. I'm sorry, eventually. But you know, that's just my opinion.
That's for regular people. She's not a regular person.
Okay. Yeah.
That's why y'all trying to mix up people with markets with regular people. Okay.
Well, I think you're oversimplifying the female mind and behavior. I think women very often, Taylor Swift, she cuts a song and she talks about I don't got a big ass or whatever. Yeah, that's economic.
Yeah.
That's certainly economic, but that's also her recognizing that this black woman has some shit I ain't got. So sometimes it ain't just about A or B. Sometimes it's about A and B.
She wouldn't worry about that black girl, man. I'm Taylor Swift.
I think she is. I gotta disagree. No, I think so. I know, financially, no. I don't think she think that.
Every woman this guy had, he had another black woman in between the time that he had with Taylor Nicole.
She don't care about that.
I think she
No.
got
Wait. Let me.
Look,
this is what I'm saying, BJ. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying she feels like Travis Kelce going to leave her for Taylor Nicole. I do think that shit bothers her a bit, though. I do not think Taylor Swift is as mature as she's putting on, and that she don't care at all.
She is like a lot of white women. She's like a lot of white women who look at the physicality of black women and feel insecure. And it don't matter how, and she could have 100 billion fucking dollars. That do not cure her of her insecurity.
Bullshit.
It don't cure no bitches or no insecurity.
Bullshit.
Money does not cure women.
I think this is definitely one of those.
She'll make the right business decisions. Yes, she'll make the right business decisions. She's got 100 damn people around her making the right business decisions, but she's still a bitch, and she's still gonna think and act and feel like a woman.
This ain't okay. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce was not a marriage; it's a merger. Okay, that's a merger. Same thing with Charlie Kirk and Erica. Erica Kirk?
A merger between two human beings.
No. This is
Wait, Go ahead, BGS, and then you got a black room.
Who was fucking Travis Kelce before Taylor Swift showed up?
Some other black girl.
Somebody like black girls, but how many people? Really
it was a black girl. It was another black girl in between Taylor Nicole.
Okay,
because that's how he gets down.
Okay,
and one before her too.
It's gonna be a black girl. It's gonna be a black girl while he's married to.
How many people knew Travis Kelce's name before Taylor Swift started dating him?
I did.
The guy won 3 Super Bowls before he got with Taylor Swift. A lot of people.
If Patrick Mahomes was the star, it wasn't him.
No, people knew who Travis Kelce was. He had a very popular podcast with his brother.
The vast majority of people didn't know who Travis Kelce was before Taylor Swift showed up.
What?
Now he's global. His name is global now.
I mean, this guy was one of the most popular football players in the NFL.
No, he
was a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He wasn't the best man on his team. He wasn't the best man on his fucking team.
Taylor Swift went after him.
He was the most.
Taylor Swift went after him because of his fame. BGS. He went after him because of his fame. Prior to who did Taylor Swift date? Who was not famous? Who did Taylor Swift date was not famous?
We can look up
every guy she's ever dated. Every guy she's ever dated has some fame on. Everyone.
Kanye.
This is a merger. That's why I pointed out. That's why I pointed out. What's his name? Russell Wilson and Sierra. Okay, they made it work. They made the merger work. Okay, and
I know I agree that the merger. I agree that it's still a merger.
Okay,
you gotta let BGS land. Let BGS land with that, and then we'll go on.
And you guys always talk about. I'm interrupting you guys. I get 2 sentences in. Okay. That's why I pointed out Russell Wilson and Sierra. That's a merger, okay? That's why it works so well, okay? And what you see is copycats. Ain't no way in hell that Magnus Stafford is supposed to be dating Klay Thompson, okay? At all.
I definitely agree with that.
why
I
they
definitely
doing
agree
it?
with that too.
Why are they doing that? It's because she need to merge brands, okay? And she's not the only one. She's not the
I'm
only
not saying
one.
that
I
that
mean,
ain't a
basically, Taylor Swift made another $500 million by dating Travis Kelce. Just by
I'm
dating
not
him
saying that
and being merged with the NFL. That's a merger, man. These
I'm
are
not
these are
saying
not.
that she's not right.
I'm not. I wouldn't even disagree with
But
that
of
either.
all
I
the
go ahead.
dudes, there are over 1,500 guys in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
She picked Travis Kelce. Now that's personal. That's not. Hold on. Now you complain about me cutting you off or us cutting you off or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Now her picking Travis Kelce was about him being tall, good looking, having a certain him being extremely successful as a
Exactly.
football player, winning 3 Super Bowls, being very famous, having a little swag to him. Part of the reason she probably got with him was because he had been knocking down black chicks. So now
Nah.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying in terms of the marketability and all that other stuff. Like I say, in situations like that, is usually more than just about, in my view, whether or not there's some marketability. It usually also includes whether there's some actual personal connection. And from what I have observed, and when I observed them from the very beginning, she seemed to be quite smitten with him. Even more so because I've observed her with other dudes. She behaved towards him in a particular kind of way, and I think it's because he was a football player and this big strong dude. Because she was usually used to dating these little spindly
Small fingers.
actors and these little weak type dudes. I think she was probably taken by his physicality, his height, and his physicality. So yeah, you got the business stuff. I'm not discounting that, but I don't think it's just business. I think that was definitely personal and specific to Travis Kelce.
Can I say something
I
real
will
quick?
say
I
this.
want to
I
try.
will, wait,
I want
wait,
to call bullshit.
wait, BGS. I will say this. Wait, everybody. Wait, before anybody goes. BGS, Black Widow was the first person to say from the jump, like damn near when we first heard about it. Yeah, they gonna get married. Yeah, he called it from goddamn.
When they first started dating. Hold on,
Mm-hmm.
remember when I said they first started dating? I said, Z, I see something in the way she is carrying on around this dude. It seemed unique and it seemed particularly aggressive. It was very apparent to me. Look, I've raised girls from 0 to whatever. I've seen them at all ages. I know when a woman is into a man. She was into that dude beyond all the business shit. She was into that dude. She is into that dude.
We'll see.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Because I need a passport. I need a passport, bro, to read this. Zulu, read this for me, please, and thank you. And then we'll have Alex SP because he hasn't said anything. Go ahead, please.
I says Keisha are flooding Cartagena like Michael,
Michigan players,
Michigan players in the transfer
portal.
Portal.
Yeah,
Ports.
Portal.
Man,
Yeah.
ports.
Yeah.
Man, they not lying. There, I did see a lot of them out there in Cartagena.
I heard the same thing in Panama. Same thing.
Shout out to BGS who said Keisha ain't gonna let y'all. Real quick, let me just say this. BGS did say Keisha ain't just gonna let you leave.
Yeah. They're in Panama. They're in Colombia. Africa. They've always been there, but they're also in Thailand. Heavy.
Translation: where you think you're going?
They beat up in Thailand though.
Look,
They're in Chiang Mai.
I think some of these Keishas, I think some of these Keishas better watch themselves running up behind these dudes. Because the protections you got in America, you ain't got in Cartagena and Singapore and these places. So they better watch themselves going around here in brothers' faces about what they doing, making videos and all that kind of bullshit. Some of them going to end up hurt somewhere or worse.
Well, basically, I don't know if y'all know in Colombia, it's starting to get quote unquote, let's say around, right? So basically, once you start coming in like 200 pounds, and you dealing with women that's like at 130 pounds a max, right? And then you start they kind of start do the the look. example, you, her, and they keep doing that. They started figuring out like, hey, why these bitches so fat? Like I've been getting, I'm telling you, every time I go to Cartagena, they be like, why these American women so fat?
Mm-hmm.
So like,
the locals are not looking. They're not looking for the locals. They're looking for you. They're following you. They're not. They know they can't date a local.
I did the math. I agree with BGS. I did the math. Look, once again, and I'm gonna do it on the money side because it's just way easier to explain.
Mm-hmm.
Quite frankly, the median income in America is 43,000, average 64,000.
Mm-hmm.
While the if I'm not mistaken, the average income around the planet is some $9,000. Let's round up. Let's say 10.
About six to 10. Yeah. More
6 to 10. Okay,
yeah.
6 to 10. Appreciate this. No women in the West, particularly in America, are trying to pay for dick. And when I say dick, I mean relationships and all of it. But they're not trying to do it. Not no long term. Definitely not marriage plus. So they are. I agree with BGS. They're looking for you. They're not going over there for the local guys. They might let the local guy smash. They might pay for the local guy boyfriend experience for a couple of weeks. But they're not going over there for no relationship shit. Absolutely not.
Otherwise, they would go to the UK or they would go to Western Europe.
Exactly.
And they're not.
These other men, simply put, and vast majority, they don't earn enough. Go ahead.
How are you more attractive in Singapore than you is off of 79th Street?
Not 79th Street.
Thailand. I don't. I don't get the logic.
They're following you. They're not there. They're there to be inside the country because it's
they definitely not getting no play in Singapore, Black Guru.
No, I'm saying if I don't want you in Chicago, why do I want you in Thailand?
Because you don't know what you want.
Oh yeah, of course.
You don't know. You're a black man. You don't know what you want.
I guess.
No, but I do be no. Hold on. BGS is right on this shit because I seen it myself. I seen it last week and the shit was baffling to me. It was this one dude. I'm doing my video. He doing his video. One all of a sudden I see not three. It was two American chicks come up. They like, hey, how you doing? I'm gonna take his name off. How you doing? We going to the next place. He's like, yeah, ladies, we gonna go in this setting. He got there doing the video. And I'm sitting here like, bro, why are you with these women? And the thing is, one of the Colombian chick was over there waving at him necessarily. He just could not quote unquote put it together quick enough before the other ladies came and just scooped him and told him to move. So BGS is a little right on this one. I ain't gonna say everybody, but I did see one dude doing it. So
on this one, I think we're all in agreement with BGS on this one. We're just kind of giving our supporting information. But you're right about that. I don't think nobody doubts BGS on that.
I told you that's why I call them patty rollers, right? Because they're gonna come looking for you. They're not gonna just let you go.
Where them Negroes at?
My brother was telling me he was down. He was down in Panama like last month, right? He said black men are all over Panama. They're all over. It's like in droves. Okay, they're just taking over.
No, they don't. They the same way in Cartagena though. But the thing is, like, like you don't understand. It's I ain't gonna say it's as bad as Panama, but like it's like I'm starting to see. I can see the difference because like if she's a little bit too overweight, I can tell she's an American. That's how that's how I'm able to tell it. Like in a snap decision, if she's a little bit too far overweight, I'm like that's an American chick. I kind of bypass and keep moving.
Yeah.
That's been my method.
Because I was talking to my
Zulu saying she not Afro Latina big, she Black American big. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Because I was because I talked to my expats, military guys that retiring down in Panama all the time, right? And they never talked about women, a lot of black women being down there, except for the last 2 or 3 years. All of a sudden, the last 2 or 3 years, they're going down there in droves. They just pack it up and moving down there and following the black men.
I think we need to take these women to Bolivia.
BGS, if you don't mind reading this for me, please, and thank you.
Okay. It said, MS Stubbs said, BGS right, follow the money. Women with big boobs lose men all the time. Big boobs and butt are a dime a dozen in this day and age. It's the money and branding. Yep.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say the money and branding ain't a piece of it, but like when you a woman and you gotta look over at another woman with bigger titties than you,
hold on, brother. I think that's a oversimplified thing of what happens. Okay. You know, when you're in a marriage, particularly as the years go by, you know, having some enhancements here or there help to sustain the love. It don't make the love. It don't replace the love. You know, your wife, she's always had brunette hair. Now she's blonde. You know, 5 years in. Well, that's kind of an enhancement because it's a little bit. It's a different flavor. If you famously recall, I'm sure BGS maybe remember the episode of All in the Family.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I forget the daughter's name. She
Okay,
got
I
a
know
blonde wig, right?
Yes.
And all of a sudden, dude was like, "Whoa, I got a whole new woman here." You know,
Yeah.
and he kind of went off, and then next you know, she got upset because all he wanted to do was have sex with her with the blonde wig on.
Mm-hmm.
And my point is, look, boobs and ass don't make the love. It don't make the love. But over time, you're looking for things to sustain the love. You're looking for things to sustain the lust, the desire or whatever, the boob job, the nose job, the ass job, the tit job or whatever. I mean, a lot of it ain't just about whether you can outcompete some 20-year-old woman, but can you give me a little bit something different to look at over time?
Yeah.
And that's what happened. That's what very often, those are the kind of things that married people will do. And here's the thing, if I love you, if I truly love you, tits on you look a lot better than tits on some chick I don't give a damn about. An ass on you looks very different than an ass on some chick I don't know nothing about.
I agree with that.
Normal people, they're not trying to be influencers, that don't live in the public eye, will do that. Okay? She's not a normal person. That's what I'm saying. She's doing this to be branded, so she looks better in her clothes to attract eyeballs. That's how she makes her money now.
Okay, let's do this because so we got one person that say, "Yep, BGS is right. That's MS Delta." And if you don't mind reading this Black Review, because now Bruce Wayne got something else to say. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Bruce Wayne. Uru is right. Emperor Desaline live.
Lives
was
on.
it Desaline? What lives on? Pardon me.
Yeah. Emperor Desaline lives on. I get what he's saying.
It's only so much I maybe should debate this issue because ultimately I don't really know these people and their motivation. What BGS says make perfect sense. So I mean if he's right and I'm wrong, so be it.
No, the thing is, from reading from after she got him, she complained about him how much they hurt. Okay, he wasn't that thrilled about her getting them. So.
But shout out. I think people like seeing the Gray Swords battle it out, so that's why they just throwing money. They throwing money at the game. That's all.
Yeah.
Look, I'm suspicious of okay, my girl got tits. I like she got tits.
Yeah.
Am I gonna tell the public that I like she got tits? No, I'm not gonna do that, BGS. I mean, her saying that I got it for my clothes, is she gonna really say I got the tits so my man can like me better? She's not gonna say that in public.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's easier for her to say I got it because I look better in my clothes. Because that's the kind of thing that women do. They do things so I look better to myself. That's the kind of shit they'll say. And in private, I got the ass because my husband really likes chicks with asses, and I've caught him looking at some pictures with some chicks with some asses. So I'm gonna give me an ass too.
Okay.
That's how women operate.
Okay. Well, normal, regular people.
Cash Money taking over for the 99 2000. Once again, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm playing around.
It's called marriage as a business deal, like the old days. It happens with upper class rich people all the time. Yeah, it does.
Thank you, MS Delta. MS Delta said, "Fight."
Barack and Michelle. Anybody? Anyway, go ahead.
On that one, there ain't no doubt on that one. I agree with you on that one for real, 100%.
Oh yeah, that one is definitely that one though. But like when I see her look at him, it's that she has that look of I want him to desire me. I don't know. I'm pretty good at reading that emotional part of her.
If I had to bet, I would
Mm-hmm.
say, uh, uh, what's her name? The
Simone
gymnast,
Biles.
Simone.
uh,
Mm.
Simone.
Simone.
I would bet she loved Jonathan a hell of a lot more than Michelle
Oh yeah, yeah,
loves
yeah,
Barack.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And
I
if,
mean,
and if you observe both of those women and
mm-hmm.
observe their body language and the things that they say about their men, the fact that she said that she chased him
Yes,
and that she very vigorously defended him
yes, yes. Oh yeah.
to all
They
these
still
straight
mad
women.
about that.
So I mean I don't equate whatever is going on between the Obamas with those folks. So they
Oh,
seem
I
to be
know.
on
No,
a
no.
different time.
Oh no,
I
no.
get what BJ was saying on that.
I'm not. I'm not saying that some. We know that Simone Biles and Jonathan had nothing to do with money or merger. Okay, because he's a second. He was a second tier football player in Houston. Okay, he wasn't a starter. He wasn't a star. Okay, nobody knew who he was before Simone Biles actually got with him. I mean, nobody. And but the thing is, she liked him, she got him, and they made it work. And basically, NFL said, "Okay, you know what? We can actually use this." So it actually helps his career by being with her. It really does. He might not even be in the league if it wasn't for her. But the thing is, because he's attached to her, he's good enough to keep around because she attracts eyeballs and attract eyeballs to him and the
Oh
team.
no, no doubt. And I think the Bears, I'm sure, because they signed him to a fairly decent deal. I think he got
Yes,
a $30 million
yes,
deal or something like that.
yes,
I'm
yes,
just about
yes,
certain he got that deal because of
yeah,
Simone. No, I'm not
yeah.
discounting that part of it.
Oh yeah, oh, you know, I'm not saying that she doesn't love him. I'm not saying that it might not even enhance their relationship, but that's not the major reason why she did it. Okay, she said the same thing. Okay, because how does she make her money now? Because she's not going back to the Olympics. How does she make her money?
Social
She,
media influence, right? Influence stuff and whatever.
she's wearing doing bikini shots. She's wearing skimpy clothes. Yada yada yada. She got to enhance her look. If I was manager, I would say the same. Hey, baby, you know, I understand you want to be in these bikinis, but you need some titties to go on those bikinis to actually get more eyeballs. Okay. Same thing with the Kardashians. The same shit, man. Why think they do the surgery? Because it makes sense. It makes dollars. I know that she loved him because she damn near threw away a couple of gold medals because she wanted to be with him. I know she wanted to be with him.
Yeah. BJ,
Because
so if you don't mind reading this when you're done.
okay, hold on. Uh, it's a brother. Stop with the gynocratic thinking. It's about the money and business and brand. And branding. The thing is that Russell Wilson and Sierra made it work because I saw the merger, right? Even though Sierra is crazy about Russell Wilson, she said that from the very beginning because he convinced her. Okay, and I think he loves her too. But the thing is, the branding worked, and you see a lot of copycats. I have, I would be shocked if Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson liked each other or loved each other. I'd be shocked because those two people don't even begin to go together. His mother's white, he's upper middle class, that kind of stuff. And she's Houston ghetto. So it could be, but I doubt it. But the thing is, all this stuff is entertainment right now. So Megan Thee Stallion needs to actually expand her brand and sell her clothes, that kind of shit. She's attached to the NBA by being with him. Now his picture and her picture are all over the place because he didn't have any social media presence because he's a quiet guy, okay, and he's getting ready to retire, so he needs to be branded more. And she brings eyeballs to him, and vice versa. And the league, and she brings eyeballs to the league. In fact, I'm getting tired of seeing pictures of Megan Thee Stallion and Thompson together. I've seen his picture more in the last couple of months than I've seen in his whole entire career. But if it makes dollars, it makes sense, and there's going to be copycats, and so that's why I said with Travis Kelsey, she ain't worried. She ain't worried about that black girl. You know,
I still maintain that Travis Kelce gonna spin the block in about 20 years. I know
he
it sounds
might.
crazy. I think so.
He probably will spin the block, but the
No,
thing
I'm
is,
saying with her specifically. I know that sounds way crazy. I'm
oh,
saying with her specifically.
if he ain't still fucking her.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. I didn't
Oh,
think about
probably
that.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
makes sense.
yeah, yeah. That's a possibility. That is definitely a possibility.
I,
I didn't think
I'm
about that.
I'm
Yeah.
in LA. I see this shit all the time, man. Okay.
Damn. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah,
It's
that's a
about
possibility.
money.
And he can pull it off too, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He could.
Yeah, you motherfucker, you better get over here, and make
Which
this
it
money.
which would explain why she's still taking pot shots at Taylor too.
Oh yeah,
Which would
yeah, yeah.
explain that too.
Oh, the thing is, who is she if she's not attached to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift?
Another loud chick with a another loud
Nobody,
black woman with a body.
she's an Instagram girl. She's an IG model, okay? A regular IG model that's standardized 8 in the field. She ain't no 9 or 10. She's an 8, okay? But thing is, how does she get attention?
I
Right?
agree.
How does she get attention? Okay, I'm still whining over Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I hate her little white ass taking my white boyfriend, and all the black women say
And she get all the
girl.
black girls. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there,
exactly.
girl, and now she's an influencer. She has eyeballs. She gets brand deals, all that kind of shit. Yeah, I don't blame her, man. And, you got to make it work. That's probably the best thing that could happen to her is by Travis Kelce getting with Taylor Swift.
Agreed.
She make way more money by Travis Kelce being with Taylor Swift.
Man, if you don't mind reading this for me, BGS, and we will
Okay.
continue.
I think I read that one already. Right? Okay, what's the next one?
This is Travis wasn't that famous. He was never the lead story on ESPN or Fox Sports. Travis was smart and got his retirement plan because I vividly Travis chasing her down. I vividly remember Travis chasing her down. Maybe, but Taylor was spinning. I agree with Black. Taylor was spinning with him from the jump.
Okay, if Travis Kelce was not attached to didn't Kansas City win back-to-back Super Bowls?
Yeah.
Yeah. If he was not attached to the Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs, she would not, in my opinion, she would not be married to him. I could be wrong.
I think that's a possibility. I don't know enough about football. We need the football here to talk.
It's not even about
I
football.
don't know enough.
I mean, you know enough about branding, man. Okay.
It's a branding thing.
Yeah, okay.
So they were the hottest team for a little minute.
Yeah, and basically, go ahead.
Because if, let's say, you took away money for both of these people, Travis Kelce wouldn't even look at her.
Probably not.
But he got a billion reasons why.
I'm saying, okay, he's bought and paid for. I don't blame him. Okay,
That's
why I look at it. Okay, would he fuck her? I'm sure he would.
He probably would.
Would she marry him? I doubt it.
I doubt it. Maybe not. Get the storybook romance. The romance.
Here's a question for y'all: if none of them had money, who does Travis Kelce marry?
Ooh, that's a good question. He probably marry a white woman to have white babies.
Yeah, definitely a white woman. Definitely.
He would marry a white woman. I mean, he would fuck black chicks on the side because black chicks are thirsty. Oops.
I agree.
Unless he's gonna die like Bill Maher, where he's banging black chicks and smoking weed on the side.
Left and right. Yeah, that's a possibility too.
I mean, his side chicks would be black because he got his little fetish.
Have a one black oops baby.
Like Martin O'Malley.
But that's a possibility.
Like former governor of Maryland, Martin O'Malley. He probably got more black hairs than I.
What you said about Bill Clinton? Oops. Anyway, go ahead.
I mean, basically, they Kansas City Chiefs and Taylor Swift actually ran that whole last tour.
I don't doubt you about that, BGS. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree.
You couldn't have done it better. I said if you couldn't write a better marketing campaign than Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Nope.
In my
and they're
opinion.
changing the name from the Chiefs to the Kansas City Mulattoes.
Might as well. and then to get what's her name, the the basketball player included. Okay. On top of that, now the Chiefs made a ton of money, man, that year.
Oh yeah.
The Chiefs made $500 million just off of Travis Kelce and
It
Terry
kept
Ford.
showing. She made football really really bad and boring, but I understand the play.
Yeah.
Get the bitches to watch and buy jerseys.
Yes, and buy jerseys, watch the Super Bowl, watch the commercials. Okay.
Boy, they
'Cause-
kept showing her. You think she was scoring the touchdowns? God
yeah,
damn.
I mean
Well,
because they turned the Kansas City Chiefs into an international brand just by including her.
let me read this, BGS, because
Mhm.
what the hell did you just say, MS Delta? Yesterday, I fixed a broken spring in my nice sofa. The
Nice.
store wanted six.
Okay. Nice. So
Nice.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But when you say niche, I thought niche, and I pronounced it wrong. But yeah, in my nice sofa, the store wanted $600 to repair it. It pays to be a bit handy, black man.
Yeah,
God
it
damn,
does.
for a spring?
Yeah.
Okay. And you
For
know
a
what? I can't
sofa?
say anything, MS Delta, because I don't want to tell anybody how much money I'm spending on the Z right now. I don't even want to tell y'all. Y'all gonna be like, Z, for real though? Anyway,
Yeah. Well,
so I get it.
we would not be surprised. See, that's probably why you're ramping up your YouTube, okay?
Good
Because
point.
you might make some money.
It's not that really, but yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
The YouTube money is nice, thank y'all. But yeah, no, the you know, when you have a hobby or when you like something, you tricking on the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
You trick on your hobbies. And my dumb ass decided to get bit by the car bug, which is yeah. Anyway, but
You
it's
motorheads are
expensive.
expensive. Yes.
It's dumb. It's at least PC guys, y'all don't gotta worry about it blowing up every 5 seconds. But car guys, you fix it for it to break, for you to fix it for it to break, and that's the love-hate relationship of it all.
Yeah. You have to just tone down your love of gadgets if you're a tech head.
Yeah, hey man, because them what is it? Them data cartridges, man.
The data cartridges for what?
No, I'm sorry. Video. What's it? Video cards, man. Video cards actually can get quite expensive. 'Cause I
Oh
think
yeah,
I was
well
looking at one.
if you want to play extreme games like that, then yeah, if you're
Yeah,
into
that's
that.
kind of my thing though. I mean,
If you
I'm starting looking at when it's like getting like 1,300. I was like, God damn. I was
Yeah,
like,
those are really high performance cards. If you want to go to that level of play where you're doing 4K and you're doing um, like uh, like 40-inch screens or something like that, yeah, then you need it.
Let me read this real quick. And Grab Second Gear says throw a LS 6.0 liter in. Nah, I don't want a Frankenstein. I never did. So for those of y'all that don't know, the 6.0
It's big. It's
it came
huge.
in the
Yeah.
it came in the Corvette Z06
Hmm.
about 20 years ago, and then it came in the the Pontiac GTO
Hmm.
from about the same era. So this is like '03,
And,
'04, '05. So yeah,
that's damn
'06.
near
Yeah.
it's damn near a muscle car.
No, but that is a muscle car engine. That's exactly what he told me. And that,
Mm-hmm.
like, I don't, yeah, and then yeah, no, but that would be easy power. It's easy 400 horsepower with bolt-ons. You're looking at 450, 500. So yeah, a lot of torque. Nice and relatively cheap swap. But no, I don't want the Frankenstein. I thought about it, but no.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
if in that case, I would have tried to get an RB, which is way more expensive. But anyway, go
the
ahead.
gas alone. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is with cars like that, you don't drive them every day. So the gas thing is not the end of the
Hmm.
world because it's not your daily, right? Like I tried that before. Shout out to all of those car heads, because you try to make your toy your daily, and it like almost never works out. You gotta have that real money. But so you usually have it as a toy, and you drive it, once a week, once every other week, maybe once a month, and you drive it to work, or you drive it to go put some. Funny enough, put some gas, like BGS said. You drive it around, you get complimented by it. The kids point, ooh, my car, and then it feels great, and then you drive it back home, and that's it.
And park it back in the garage and put the cover over it. Huh?
Exactly, literally. And there's your day, right? And until the next time you drive in the next 3 weeks.
To the next weekend. Oh, the sun's shining. Let me pull it out. Huh?
Exactly.
Tune in next
And
time
hopefully,
on the Reckless Training
exactly. Hopefully this time it doesn't break.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I usually go with the toys.
Yeah, with a toy, you got more than one, then you need a flatbed to go along with it.
Exactly. Exactly. That it's funny enough. So funny enough, I'm literally getting some parts sent to the mechanic. What's today? Today's Thursday. Oh, tomorrow, Friday. Yeah, tomorrow. Funny enough, you said that exactly. Literally tomorrow. So there you go. Yeah, shout out to all of you who have way cheaper hobbies, because this,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't have a passion for cars, man, you can be spending like this, be like, God damn, why?
Oh yeah, my grandkids said, Grandpa, he said, you got anything laying around that I can have? Like I just gave my grandson an iPad. I had it
Oh,
laying
that's what's
around. I
up.
wasn't using. Yeah,
That's what's up. That's what's up.
they whining about the iPad. I
Gadgets
said,
all over the place.
here. Man, I don't use it.
Mhm.
Here.
That's what's up. Let me read this from Bruce Wayne. Says, "Put it on me. Black Uru is right. Hashtag Emperor Desalegn." Right, and
I heard that.
right.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne said, "Look, BGS, don't get mad at Black Uru. Put it on me."
No. Well, the thing is, because most people look at sports as sports, right? I look at sports as entertainment. After watching the Lakers for 40 years and seeing what they went through, because there's a money thing to it. If you leave out the money thing, you don't actually understand what's going on, right? Like Simone Biles went and got him. She didn't even know he was a football player when she first saw him. And she found that out later. But she bought him because that's what she wanted. She bought him. And that's what they were saying.
I actually think they look good together to me.
They do.
They look.
Yeah, but she said she was scrolling through. She contacted him first. Okay, she bought him.
Ooh, tall and light skinned.
Tall, light skinned,
Purchase.
green eye. Yeah. Let me go get him, girl, before somebody else takes him. Yeah. Same thing with Nicki Minaj and her boy, right? Okay, she bought. Same thing with A$AP Rocky. Okay.
But yeah,
Purchase.
Rihanna, yeah.
Rihanna, purchase. I'm not saying
that's
that
why
don't look good together.
that magazine cover picked perfectly. I know a lot of people were annoyed by that magazine cover. To me, it made sense because that's exactly what it is.
Oh,
that's exactly what.
Same thing with Kanye West. Okay, he was bought.
Black man, you gotta pray.
Yeah, she's. What's Chris? What's her name? Said, you want to get out of debt? You want to get out of debt?
Oh, Chris, Jenner.
Chris, yeah. She said, you want to get out of debt? We got $67 million for you. Sign this contract, okay? It was bought, and it worked out for him. So because he would have made that $3 billion without it. I'm not saying it doesn't work. Okay.
It worked out for both of them.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, it bought her at least an extra 10 years or more of relevancy just off the top of being with Kanye.
Yes,
so it was a great business move for both of them.
Go on, yeah. I'm not mad at it, So, but the thing is, and it doesn't mean you can't have feelings for the person once you get together with them. The thing is that ultimately is a business deal. That worked out.
Barack and Michelle.
Okay. Barack and Michelle. I think truly after all those years, I do think they really care for each other. After all these years, I think they've come to that place. Okay. I think she loves him now. She might not always like him, but I think she loves him now. I think she grew to love him.
I think she.
What do you think? What do you think?
He was forced on her. I think it was. Now, if you're talking about an arranged situation, I think that situation was as arranged as much as anything. I think she was deemed by somebody important to be the right woman for him, and all the forces behind it made it happen. And I think it was slightly even in spite of what she wanted. And because, I mean, her behavior is that of somebody who has been kind of forced into a position all along.
I agree.
Black Uru said her and Akash Singh's wife are similar. That's what I heard. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, basically, Uru's right there is because she's out of the University of Chicago, so he's right there.
I mean, and she did at some point file. She did at some point.
I remember that. Remember that. She did,
and they pulled that shit back. They white people that shit. You know,
Oh yeah, and they got
cover
they
that.
got
Yeah,
they got the matriarch in it. You better pull them papers back. You better
yeah.
put them
Her
papers away.
mama and
Mm.
Valerie Jarrett in those
Yeah,
days said,
yeah,
"No, you can't do that, little
yep.
sister. You can't do
Mm,
that, little sister. You know how they used
mm,
to say back in the day.
yeah,
You
yeah,
can't
yeah,
do that.
yeah.
You
You
can't
can't
do
do
that,
that.
little sister. Nah,
Yeah,
Let
yeah.
me
yeah,
let me let me
yeah.
read
This
this
is
real
too
quick. And
important. Yeah.
Snuggle says, your thoughts on why on F the streets, why it's bad. I
F
don't
the
think it's bad.
streets.
I don't think. Yeah,
F the streets.
yeah. I think there's a whole movement that's tying into the. If I'm reading Snuggles' comment correctly, I think there's a whole movement on the F the streets, the F the gangster rap
Oh,
music, the
okay.
F
Yeah.
and I think that's coming in with that kind of quarter zip trend. The quarter
Yes.
zip trend I think is a little corny. I ain't gonna lie. Even though Mrs. Z been wearing quarter zips since been wearing quarter zips, right? So and I got pictures,
I
decades
am
old, a decade old.
literally wearing a quarter zip
A quarter
right
zip
now.
right now.
I am literally.
Okay. You know when rap and gangster rap came out, we thought it had maybe a 10, maybe a 15-year run, 20 at the max. Man, it's been like damn near 40 years that this stuff has been
4
around.
decades later.
4
You know
decades.
what?
So it's time for it to die.
BGS.
Mm.
It was the suburban white kid. It was
Yeah, I
the
know.
suburban white
I
kids.
know.
They.
Oh,
It's like a
That
drug
was their
thing.
new action
It was like
movie.
a drug thing.
it was
You
like
know?
a drug, but
Yeah.
I thought it
It
would
was
actually. Go
like
ahead.
a horror film. It's like, you get this titillation, and because it appeared to be true. I mean, certain parts of rap is and is not true, or
Oh yeah.
whatever,
There's something.
depending on which
Lots of it
rapper you
is.
pick.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was close enough to reality that made it particularly thrilling, because
Yeah.
it supposedly was real, or represent something that was real, and
No,
the
Uber.
white people just couldn't get enough of
And it followed right after Miami Vice and
it.
Scarface and
Exactly.
those kind of pictures.
Yeah.
All that
In
cocaine
fact,
cowboys and
Miami
stuff.
Cocaine
Vice.
Cowboys. What
Now that you mention it, Miami Vice kind of really set the tone
It did. It did.
for a lot of what happened during
Hmm.
that time and after.
It,
Now that you
it, made,
mention it,
it made drug
and
users cool.
interestingly,
Yeah.
a lot of very popular figures.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of
Donald
very
Trump.
popular black figures got their start
Mm-hmm.
on Miami Vice, or appeared as guest spots and whatever on my Miami Vice.
Now,
A lot
Uber.
of
Miami would
yeah.
not be what it is right now.
I
If it
think
wasn't for Miami
for
Vice.
example, I remember an episode where Wesley Snipes
Yes.
appeared on Miami Vice. I recall that. Yeah.
For Uber, number one. But I make a convincing gangster rapper because a lot of that shit is actually true. And
To what?
I would love for Rogish and Black Roo to come out with a pimp album. That's to me. I need them to come out with a pimp album.
with my right hand across my bending towards my left, across my face towards the left.
Both of y'all with
There
pinky
you go.
rings on.
Because when gangster rap started, I had friends that actually bodyguarded for these people. So,
like number one, Uber.
Yeah.
Would I make a convincing gangster rapper? Because a lot of the shit I've actually done was
No,
true.
because you're too big and strong, and you look like you can actually hurt people. How many gangster rappers, when you really think about it, actually look like they could do the damage that you can do?
You would be standing in the background of the video with a gold chain. Yeah.
And all the shit I've done.
Exactly.
And all the shit I've
Or
been
or you be the Suge Knight figure.
Yeah, you would be. Yeah.
You tired of these motherfuckers? Yeah. And it'd be funny if I rapped about it, all the shit be true. But and here's another thing. I'm going to start a new gang war between the quarter zips, the pullovers, and the cardigans. Straight cardigan gang over here. Fuck y'all, niggas.
I like the argument just because it's not really in style like that.
I've been quarter zipping since the 80s, man. So that's my thing.
I was born a cardigan man. I'm a die cardigan. I was starting.
I will say this to answer the question a little bit more succinctly. I'm weary of the quarter zip trend because I have a knee-jerk reaction. Even though I'm a respectable Negro, I have a knee-jerk reaction to respectability politics, and I can't help it. I'm trying to figure out where it comes from, doing my own internal work.
You're a lefty. That's why.
Yeah, and it just annoys me. It drives me up the fucking wall because I'm
look,
like, I don't know.
I am suspicious, and this kind of when God rest his soul, Kevin Samuels was here. I kind of took exception to the notion of this whole image earning respectability. And because I always thought of it as kind of a slippery slope, or a kind of thing where, okay, so then if I'm not wearing a suit and tie, you can kill me, right? Like,
exactly. Like you can dehumanize me because I'm not dressed in a uniform.
Create this standard. You create this standard, and then the standard is going to be imparted on all Black men, right? And so then you either observe this fallacious standard, or if you don't, then it serves as some sort of indirect validation for people being mistreated. Now, I don't necessarily blame, or again, God rest his soul, I don't really blame or really criticize what he was doing. I was more criticizing how I know white people and even Black people and Black women and other but they use any kind of criteria to condemn Black men. And I just saw it as the next trick to kind of justify, mistreating Black men. But I think, but there are definitely pros to having a certain image, and especially depending on what environment you're in and what business sector you're in or whatever. So I'm not against that in general. I just thought that we should be careful about how much we invest in our perception of our quality as men in our image.
So that, I think Black put it perfectly. I think that's kind of
Can barely hear you. Can barely hear you.
Can you guys hear me better now? Yes,
nope, you're still muffled.
God damn it. Okay.
Yeah, you're kind of staticky, or it's like it's noise going on when you speak.
Reckless.
Okay, y'all should be able to hear me better now.
I mean, yeah, we got you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, but no, I agree with you, Black, and I think that's the thing for me too. And I think you're right, BGS. It might be the lefty in me that's like, but have you considered the socio-political implications of the? No. So I think that is the part. I think it is that, because it's like, I don't know if we want to.
So you want to maintain the status quo?
No, I don't want to maintain the status quo. I'm saying that there's a slippery slope to that, right? Like to me, it's. I want us to quite frankly, I don't have a problem being respectful. I rarely find myself in a place where somebody will even imply that I'm threatened, right? Even with the beard. So I throughout my life, luckily for me, I haven't gotten that.
So what is it that you want to see then?
Black people in the ability to wear whatever and not be necessarily judged off of that. Right, but I know that's not the world we live in, and I on the other side, I do have a problem with taking I do whatever I want to so far that it affects not just you and how you perceive, but all the rest of us. So,
in what society have you not been judged by what you wear and how you look?
None.
It's not gonna happen.
Well, now see again, this is where it gets tricky, because you see Steve Jobs walking around with flip-flops and torn jeans and a torn Nike shirt, running a $50 billion corporation. So I mean, again, it's not that I have a problem. I mean, for most of my life, most of my professional life, I wore a tie. And for the earlier part of it, I generally was always in a suit and tie. So I don't have an issue with dressing up in the business suit and the gray Brooks Brother and all that bullshit. I don't have a problem with it. But again, I do have a problem with creating a standard that's going to be specifically used against Black men. Because then, and not only does it become a social issue, in some cases it becomes an economic issue. Because there's an expense to wearing a certain kind of uniform generally. And very often, and when I say uniform, I don't mean, I mean generically. I don't mean, necessarily police uniform. I'm just saying a standard sort of gear to represent a certain kind of image or whatever. There's an expense to that as well. And for particularly some poorer Black men, that could be encumbering. So
Well,
I
yeah.
just,
No, it is.
I
It
don't,
is.
I was just always kind of suspicious of that to some degree.
The cheapest you could get a suit right now, off the rack, not fitted, not anything. H&M suit practically is pretty much 150. That's base bottom floor cheapest right there,
My my
and
my
maybe
my
you look all
first
right.
my
So
first business suits, my first business suits were Jewish hand me down from a rich Jewish guy.
Mm-hmm.
Those were my first business suits. My mother, her friend, was the nanny or whatever to this rich Jewish attorney, and they got hand me down. They got tailored up a certain kind of way to better fit me. But those were my first business suits,
Yeah. Well.
and they were
Okay.
obviously beautiful suits because they were from this relatively affluent, attorney. But I couldn't have afforded to dress right when I first got started in business. I couldn't afford that gear.
I mean, if it didn't affect people at the but the thing you're not gonna see tattoos and chains and stuff on Steve Jobs or Bill Gates or something like that. Okay, you're not. Okay, I have no problem with people dressing how they want to dress. But the thing is, we've had this low class look for so long. Man, I'm tired of it. I want to see
I can't
more
disagree with you on that.
Okay,
I'm not disagreeing with that.
it's only
I definitely think we've been in it too. We've been in the jailhouse thing way too long. I agree with that.
not the
I
jail.
I
I mean,
I
we
agree.
have.
I
We've
agree.
been in the
I agree.
jailhouse thing for the better part of 40 years.
At least 30 years.
I
I
mean,
would say
at
at
least
least 30
30.
something years.
Yeah,
I'll
at
say
least
30.
30.
The,
Yeah,
the California gangster look, man, that's gone
yeah,
global, man. I didn't think it would go this far. Okay, I didn't think it would go this far, and I'm
yeah.
glad to see it at least start to change. Okay,
Well, but we turned Snoop and them into cultural icons.
we did,
We turned 50 and them into cultural icons.
we did.
And if you want to call a thing a thing, we'll say we did this already 20 years ago. I think everybody forgot when Kanye walked into the scene. We did this already. We did this 20 years ago with the college
As I
dropout. Go ahead.
I saw it coming. I saw it coming. The thing
No,
is that what you guys want to do going forward? The thing is now,
No,
what do your kids aspire to?
to be bums
To
and
be
criminals.
Yeah.
to be
no,
criminals, okay? Be
yeah.
drug
Yeah.
dealers. We taught our kids to aspire to be drug dealers and scammers,
No, I
okay?
definitely want them to have a different way. I definitely want a challenge to the image, as Black Guru was saying.
Is that a
But
better?
I'm just weary of it expanding out of us and what
Okay.
us policing us. That for me is the issue.
Let me tell you what it is.
So you can you come in with neck tats and
Oh
in
no,
that attire into a corporate
no.
environment?
When I was in the firm,
Let me let me
So
put it this way.
do we want more of our black kids and our black boys and our black men in corporate environments or not?
Yeah,
yes,
both.
yes, yes.
But here's the takeaway
Well,
from all.
but
Go ahead.
now my daughter briefly worked for. She did social media for
Mm-hmm.
this real estate firm,
Mm-hmm.
and her supervisor was all white woman, all tatted up,
Okay.
all tatted up
Mm-hmm.
in Chicago,
Okay.
and she did very well economically, but she was
Uh-huh.
a white woman.
Yeah, and she's
Now, I
unwhite.
don't know if an
Yeah.
all tatted up black woman, or certainly not an all tatted up black man, could have necessarily made that work.
But you work in a corporate
So there's
environment,
a
okay?
racial element to this as well.
Of course.
Oh,
Okay.
you
There's a
got
racial because
Let, let,
she's a white woman in this liberal part of Chicago is
A liberal,
liberated.
yeah.
We all
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
liberated white women. That's a
Yeah.
different thing than when Daquan is all tatted up.
Oh,
Eh,
you got
eh,
let me do
Because
this.
eh,
Everyone.
Daquan
eh,
don't even get that job.
Because
He don't
we
even
have
get that job.
15%.
and Daquan can sell to people that look like him, okay? That are
yeah.
in his class that operate that way, but those are not standard people, okay? You can't you're not gonna find a standard chick selling real estate tatted up like that.
I
Even
agree
if
with
it's
that.
white.
I'm
Let
just
me, let
gonna
me do
say,
this before you go, Charles. Before we go, we got 15%, so I gotta end now quick. And let me say this to all my hip hop heads. So when Black was talking about being tatted up, I thought about the D Pharrell song, literally tatted up, because that hysterical. Anyway, for all of the people that know what Mr. Z is referencing, go ahead, Charles, and then I need y'all to read these super chats because we need to end on out. Go ahead.
Okay.
okay, who provides the black man? Let me actually read it like I can actually fucking read. Fuck you, low class bastards. Cardigans, just repping my set. Who provides the black man with more tangibles, more obedience, more passion, more effort, and loyalty? Is it Becky's, Maria's, Sue Ming's, or the typical black 3 out of, what is that, 304?
No,
304?
304s.
Yeah.
Can you put the thank you. But who's the black man's real helpmate? Nobody. Nobody likes you. You're
Nobody likes you. Yeah.
just get it over your set. No woman really likes you for you. Get the fuck out of here. Now, I know you got Jetson one for
Well,
Christmas.
no, whether a woman likes you ain't the same as whether or not she's gonna be your helpmeet.
Yeah.
Those
No,
are two different things.
two totally different things. Because guess what?
Yeah.
There's a
Now,
difference between
I personally think I can get Maria and Sung Yi to be my helpmate.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I
believe
think
it.
so.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you what the problem is for a lot of men. A lot of men don't know the difference between love and respect. If that woman
They think
respects
love is respect.
you, see, you've been taught wrong. If that woman respects you, she cannot like you, but she won't cross you.
Yeah.
And she will still do her duty. She could love you, but don't respect shit you say. I love him. I'm going to still cheat on him.
Hell,
Now,
your mom will love you, but she don't
don't
respect you.
respect you.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: in the military and police department, military culture is a little different because military culture is old school tattoo culture, especially since
The Navy. Yeah.
since the Navy, since the sailor days. Because you told a story where you've been through tattoos. Here's the difference between paramilitary organizations. You can hide your tattoos underneath long sleeve shirts. Certain areas were taboo. When I went in, if you had tattoos that went past your sleeve, you couldn't wear short sleeve shirts. Have they loosened up on it? Yes. I don't mind it because if I went back into the military, I'm under a clause where you can have a sleeve, but it cannot be offensive. See, here's the problem. A lot of people wear certain uniforms as we call it, because they want to fit a certain narrative. They want to look tougher than what they really are. How do you look tough in a black neighborhood? You dress like a hoodlum. You dress like a colonel.
Shout out to Gorilla Zoe Hood nigga.
So if you're somebody like me, fuck the quarter zips, cardigans down, cardigans
I'm a
up.
cardigans person for real. Cardigans up for real. I'm with Charles on that one.
I'm starting to gang go with the quarter zips, but it's the fact of the matter that when I went out the lounges back in the early odds, as Z would call it, I would sometimes wear shoe boots and slacks and cardigans and vests. And one week the guys are trying to laugh and trying to say something. They wouldn't approach me because they knew better, but they would try to laugh and shit. But guess who paid me attention? The women. So 2 weeks later, guess how the motherfuckers were dressed? And guess who they couldn't style and profile like? Me. So when you really think about it, it's shameful to actually have kids who come from upper crust areas try to be hood. And when somebody tests you gangster, it ain't cute. And like you said, I'm a Baltimorean, but guess what? I wore suits before I could walk. And you have to see the biggest influence on a boy wearing a suit is usually the father. And I know that you and Uber are about my father's age. How many boys do you think can tie a tie right now?
Maybe at 30%.
I say
Percentage wise, no, that's way too high. Percentage wise, I would say under 40.
I
would say
under 50.
15%, 15%. Yeah.
It's a little low. Well,
damn, 15 black
I
girl.
mean,
God damn.
unless they actually do work in corporate where they do have to wear business wear. If they have to wear business wear, of course they're going to learn to tie a tie. Look, man, I would have people. I would have grown men come to me, and I would have to tie ties for them.
I would say
I would have to
10%.
tie. I would have to. Neighbors or whatever would come to me to tie ties for them. So there's a lot of dudes who don't know how to tie ties. And I knew guys who I had tied ties. There were men who I had tied ties for, and those ties had not been untied in 20 years.
Oh yeah. They loosen them.
That's a real thing.
Them up. Yeah, they loosen them.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
But fellas, you got to look at the ramifications.
Wait, Charles, because we're running low on time. Let me do this. And Blue Sock says, I know you got a Jetsons one for Christmas, the hysterical. Zip over to SoCal. The rice for the gumbo and the prime rib is ready. God damn! I don't have the Jetson mobile yet. Look, we still waiting for Elon to develop it. Look, we haven't got it yet. But shout out to you and shout out to the gumbo.
But I'm gonna
zip over.
I'm gonna say this quick. Look at the ramifications of single motherhood, and look how much it damaged masculinity on tying a tie and changing a tire. I've met kids, 21 years old and less, can't change a tire for shit. You're driving a car, can't change a tire. See, people don't understand when mothers say, I'm the mother and the father, look at what you're doing to your child. You're nurturing his masculinity. Women have this bastardized idea of masculinity. So much so that it's not even funny, and they're wondering why. Why can't this man fix stuff? Why can't he hang up this picture? Why can't he put his frame up? Why can't he hammer a nail into a piece of plywood? Ask yourself this question. Who taught him how to do it? And who usually are in those fields? The more you keep a son away from his father, the more powerless he becomes.
Let me do this, Charles. I'm sorry about that. I struggled tying ties until because I like the Windsor knot. I had to really learn how to tie ties because the Windsor knot is my favorite knot. And like that's not a knot that people tie regularly. So just because I wanted the Windsor knot, I learned how to tie the ties because of that. And that's when I really got good with tying ties. And so yeah. But I still left my ties tied, funny enough, right? So I rarely untie them, but I learned how to tie ties because I like the Windsor knot. It's a little bit different. But it fills in the gap on the shirt collar. So that's why I like it. So let's do this. And BGS, if you don't mind, he already dropped down. Goddamn, BGS, this was directed towards you. Anyway, Charles says, preach, BGS. It is past time to grow beyond the low class look. So shout out to Trell, and he was goddamn. I wanted BGS to read it, but he already left. Sorry, Trell. I read it within 10-ish minutes. What we at? When did you send it? You sent it, 10 minutes. Let's see, I was in the window. Just read it. And go ahead, Charles. Finish up with that, and we got to go.
Well, think about it. The lack of I'm doing a show tonight, by the way. You got to look at the lack of masculinity that's pursuing, and if you notice, what's a woman's thought of? It's a bastardized version of a thug. A thug, because if you notice, thugs are very innate men. They're incomplete men. When you look at that shit, a nigga who look like he barely washes correctly. A nigga who can't really hold down a fucking job but gotta go to the streets. Well, you gotta see, this is what they really think masculinity is. Like, they think it's so easy that a fucking cave woman can do it. This is the shit that single motherhood has plagued the fucking community. When you have low class effort but you have high class taste. The old example, she got champagne dreams, cognac taste, but beer money, malt liquor, and she has malt liquor food stamps. This is what your culture is. What in the last 20 years have you seen young people really look in suits? How the fuck you go to a job interview and a button up, a pair of khakis, and some Timbs? You're not even. Your mothers are now not even classy enough to tell your boys to go to fucking K&G. I mean, god damn. And Lord knows.
Let me make a correction because I just got corrected and he is definitely right. And Big Mo says the Windsor knot is the default. He's right. I'm talking about the Baltics. That's the one. That's the one. My apologies. You're right. That's the.
And the fucked up part about this whole situation is,
And thank you for that, Big Mo. That is the no. It's not the Windsor. The Windsor's too slim. It's the Baltics. That's the one that fills up the car. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Go ahead.
and it's crazy because when you look at, there's many different ways to tie it. There's some doing, hell, I could tie a tie into a bow tie, and it looks nice if you have a thicker neck.
I
So
tried. So I just I tried. Yeah, I still was struggling with the bow ties. I still struggle with that. Go ahead.
I could tie a necktie to a bow tie, and it's crazy because you see this lack of fucking, you see this lack of diversity when it comes to black masculinity, and it's for two reasons. One, the women don't know what the fuck it is, and two, the men are scared to get out their comfort zone. And it's a goddamn shame. Y'all make sure y'all check out my show later
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah.
Go in
This is
depth.
what we'll do, Charles. Shout out to Charles. Y'all check out his stream. So let's do this. Alex FT, you never said anything throughout the stream. If you want to say something, go ahead, and then we'll have Raj. And we'll let Raj close it up.
And it's lost. It's pronounced lost.
Well, either way is good. LXST loss, you know, whichever. PGS kind of nodded me with that name, but yeah,
Now, go ahead.
I didn't have too much to say. You know, I just been listening and just y'all pretty much took the words out of my mouth, and so hey, but good stream, Z.
And thank you, sir. Thank you. Are a scholar and a gentleman. Go ahead, Raj. What's going on with you? Raj came back.
Yeah, I'm here. I ain't gonna even go long since you about to shut
Raj, you
it
ain't never
up.
tell everybody talking about I'm here. Nobody care. Anyway, go ahead, Raj.
I mean, bro, we know what it is. We know what it is. Again, I'm gonna let you shut down. I'm being nice because your people, they want to see me here, bro. They ain't come to see you, Otis. They ain't come to see
Hey,
you.
you know, no lie. I felt like you were Prince walking down the red carpet just now. Like that's what it looked like. Like yo, bitch chose me, nigga. That's what it felt like. You just
And I'm gonna go with what Charles was saying, and I'm gonna say, even based on how Charles said about women and their ideal of masculinity, I think he gave them too much credit. I think women's ideal of masculinity is whatever a white man is doing. Outside of that, there is none. When they look at black men, they look at us as slaves only. They don't have an ideal of masculinity amongst us. That's why, when they complain about something or these men ain't doing this, these men ain't doing that, ask them, did they teach their son that? And they didn't do that either. They'll say, well, you all can't change a tire. Did you teach your son how to change a tire? But they still want that Mother's Day card to say, I'm the mother. And then they want that Mother's Day card on Father's Day to say, I'm the mother and the father. You ain't taught nobody to do nothing. They sons don't know how to do none of the stuff they complain about. You never hear women saying, you know what, I don't know what's wrong with the rest of y'all, because I taught my son to do X, Y, and Z, and y'all didn't teach y'all son. No, she just complained about the same stuff she didn't teach her son either. So, based on actions, what is their real ideal of masculinity? Whatever a white man is doing. If you black, there is no ideal of masculinity. And I think that's something we as black men gonna have to come to terms with, of what they actually see. And now what we
Raj,
do
I
with that
just wanted you
information,
to
that's on
know,
us.
Raj, you're the oldest person on the panel right now, so you technically are giving the benediction right now. I just want you to know. So you gotta end this out right, Raj. You're the one giving the benediction right now. Go ahead.
I mean, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to come really support Charles' point, but really have people really think about what is masculinity to a black woman. Because if a white man didn't do it, it ain't masculine. Now you could say I did the same thing, but you a nigga. If a white man didn't do it, it ain't masculine. Because if it was masculine, they would support it. They support what white men do. They don't, the same thing that white men do. They don't think you're supposed to do it, which is why they never go about trying to get their sons to learn it. They don't even give their sons to other men to be taught certain things that quote unquote masculine men should do. So they don't have an idea of black men and masculinity that goes together. It don't exist. We can fake the funk if we want to, but that does not exist amongst them. And that's it for me.
And on that note, I'm not even going to add anything else. On that note, we will pause right here. He's Roger. He's right. And we out. So y'all like, share, subscribe. Shout out to the replay gang. Thank you button and all the outs. And so we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And y'all go check out other Black Minister content and other non-Minister content. And we out. Hey, look, hey, AB, I gotta let Rush have the last word, AB. So we out, y'all. We out. All right, y'all have a great rest of your night. This is out.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.